Some secrets protect you. Others were never meant to be uncovered. Greetings, Grimoire Guardians. You're listening to the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. This is part 7, featuring chapters 61 to 70, and trust me, things are about to get wild. In this part, Harry finds himself caught in the eye of a storm. With new enemies closing in and old mysteries rearing their heads, our young animagus must rely on instinct, intelligence, and sheer grit. Bonds are tested, lines are drawn, and not everyone will make it out unscathed. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook production. All credit for this masterful story goes to White Squirrel, the brilliant author behind this immersive reimagining of the Harry Potter universe. A huge thank you to the Wizard Army and Wizard Kings for supporting Grimoire Audiobooks. Your magic keeps these stories alive. Time to return to a world where shapeshifting is survival, and trust can be the most dangerous magic of all. Chapter 61. May 18, 1993. The following weeks were happy ones for Harry and indeed the rest of the school. The euphoria of getting rid of the heir of Slytherin was really all they needed. Beating Hufflepuff in the next Quidditch game felt like little more than an afterthought to the chaos of the rest of the year. On the other side, they still had exams coming up, but no one seemed to mind. Even Hermione was going easy on the studying. There was a rumor that exams would be cancelled, but of course that turned out to be false. After all, they couldn't very well cancel OWLS and NEWTS. The Slytherins had been cut down to size too. Theonot was scared to come near Harry or Hermione, and Draco Malfoy was practically a pariah. Fred and George Weasley pranked him several times on Ginny's behalf. Meanwhile, Penelope Clearwater was seen walking around, holding hands with Percy. Neville naturally had a lot of questions about the whole thing, and Ron caught him up on what had really happened when Harry caught Pettigrew. The one problem Harry was having in all of this was a certain red-haired furs tie who kept following him around, peeking from behind corners and pillars, but always running off whenever he tried to approach her. It was after about a week of this that he took his concerns to Hermione. "Honestly, she's been following me around like a lost puppy," he said. "What's her deal?" "Well, you knew she had a crush on you," Hermione said sagely over her book. "Yeah, but before it was just blushing and losing her voice whenever I tried to talk to her, just like half the other first-year girls. Now, she's completely flipping out around me. You saved her life, remember? You just became the hero from her storybooks." Harry groaned. "I did, didn't I? I don't want her to the wrong idea, though. I mean, she's nice, but you don't know if it'll ever turn into anything?" "Yeah." Hermione closed her book and stood up. "That's very mature of you, Harry," she said. "A lot of boys your age would try to exploit a crush like that. Actually, a lot of seventh-year boys would try to exploit a crush like that. I couldn't do that. It would just feel wrong. And her brothers would kill me." "True. You should go talk to her, then." He sighed. "I figured you'd say that. Will you come with me? I think it might go better with we had a third party there." "A girl, you mean?" "That too." "Fine, Mr. Basilisk Slayer. If you can't handle a little girl on your own, I'll save you. Hey, fighting a basilisk is easy. Talking to girls I'm not related to? That's hard." "Technically, I'm not related to you," Hermione quipped. "You know what I mean. Come on." Ginny wasn't hard to find, but she was hard to catch, since she always lost her nerve and ran for it whenever Harry got close to her. After one failed attempt, he motioned for Hermione to circle around to cut her off. When they caught up with her, Ginny again tried to make a break for it, but she practically ran Hermione over. "Oh, Hermione, I didn't see you there," she squeaked. She tried to get past her, but the older girl cut her off. "Hello, Ginny." "Ah." She spun around to see Harry right behind her. "We need to talk," he said gently. "Will you follow us, please?" Ginny swallowed, unable to speak as Harry and Hermione led her to the relative privacy of the clock tower balcony. Harry sat leaning against the railing and admired the view for a minute before turning back to her. She started babbling. "I said I was sorry, Ginny," Harry said softly, cutting her off at once. "This isn't about the chamber or the diary or any of that. That's all water under the bridge. I told you I didn't blame you, and I meant it." "You can sit down," Hermione whispered. She did so slowly. What is it?" she asked. "Well, I've just been concerned with the way you've been following me around," Harry said awkwardly. "Oh," Ginny said worriedly. "It's just that." He wasn't sure how to broach the subject. Luckily, Hermione saved him. "It's just that you weren't like this before." "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "It's just every time I see you, Harry, I start to freak out. You saved my life down there, and—" "Only because I had to," Harry interrupted. Then he realized what he said and clarified. "I mean, I'd do it again if I had to, but I wasn't planning to go down there. The plan was to find the chamber and call the Aurors. That's it." "But what you did down there was amazing, Harry," she insisted. "You've done so many amazing things, fighting Quirrell last year, catching Pettigrew, also an accident. The plan was to find out what he was and call the Aurors there too. And Quirrell was only because I was scared there wasn't time to get help. But, look, Ginny, I know this is probably going to be hard for you, but I think it's better if you learn the truth now," he said, taking a deep breath. "I know you've had a crush on me since long before we met." "Eep!" She turned red and looked like she was about to bolt, but Hermione laid a calming hand on her shoulder. "And I also know you read all the Harry Potter Adventures books. Harry, I know those aren't—" He held up a hand. "I know you know those aren't real up here." He tapped 2 fingers to his temple. "But I'm getting worried I'm starting to look like them. And you. I mean—" He looked to his sister for help. "We're worried about you because you're still acting like Harry's the fairy tale hero in those books," she said. "I didn't mean to. But—" Ginny screwed up her courage and said, "But you are a hero, Harry. You saved me and Hermione and your godfather. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but it's hard not to crush on you." She said the last part so fast that Harry could barely make it out. She tried to get up and run away, but Hermione stopped her again, so she just covered her face in embarrassment. "Ginny, I'm not letting you run away from this," Hermione whispered. "We need to deal with this now." "That's why I wanted to talk to you," Harry said, finally hitting his stride. "Because that's not me, not really. I'm not a hero, or if I am, it's only by accident. Look, whether you believe them now or not, the fact is you read those books and you heard all the stories and well, let's be honest, you fell in love with a boy who never existed. Ginny looked up to face him in confusion. That Harry Potter only exists in stories. I'm not the person everyone thinks I am. I've never done any of those things. I don't go on holiday to India to save the village of Mayapur from thuggy cultists. I go on holiday to Spain to relax on the beach. I've really only ever wanted to be a normal kid and not have to deal with this famous Harry Potter stuff. It's not your fault. It's the fault of that Wendell Summerlad guy who wrote the books, but that's the truth. The little redhead started to cry as her lifelong hero shattered all of her illusions one by one. That he was so nice about it made it even worse. He could have rudely told her off like any other fangirl, though he probably wouldn't do that to any other fangirl either, but he was trying to be polite and understanding. Ginny had really tried to set herself reasonable expectations. She knew Harry was way out of her league. He was rich, famous, and powerful, while she was none of those things, but then he'd befriended Ron and recruited her dad's help in politics, and she dared to let it give her hope. "I'm sorry, Harry," she whispered, sniffling. "I just thought. With what you did for me." "Yes, I saved your life," he replied, "and I'm glad I did. But you have to understand, I'd do that for any of my friends. If there's a part of me that's a hero, I guess it's that, but I just call it loyalty." "I call it a saving people thing," Hermione said flatly. "No, I understand," Ginny said sadly. "I should have known from the start. I'm sorry for following you around like that. I'll leave you alone from now on." She got up to go, her face downcast. "Ginny, wait," Harry said, standing up to reach after her. "Come on, it doesn't have to be like that. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to get rid of you or anything. But I'm only 12 and you're only 11. Can't we just, be friends?" Very slowly she stepped back towards him. Her hands were trembling slightly. I'd like that." "Harry," she said, barely keeping her voice with her. He offered his hand to shake. "Good. Friends." She shook his hand lightly. "Friends," she said, though he could see her tearing up again. She abruptly broke off, saying, "I should go," and she took off down the corridor, suppressing a whimper. Harry frowned as he watched her go. "She looks like she's really hurting," he said. "She'll be better off in the long run," Hermione said. "You did the right thing, Harry." He smiled. "Thanks for the help, sis." After sitting there and relaxing for a while longer, they got up and headed back to the more populated parts of the castle. But to their surprise, they didn't get very far before running into Professor McGonagall. "Oh, Mr. Potter, there you are," she said. "I've been looking all over for you. Professor Dumbledore needs to speak with you in his office. Minister Fudge just arrived." Ginny really needed to get away from other people right now. She darted from the clock tower, ran here and there, and eventually circled around to archway beside the quad, which was partially open air, where she was finally able to sit and think. After everything that had happened, Harry still wanted to be friends with her. It seemed too good to be true. And maybe someday. But she couldn't let herself think about that again. Right now, she needed to focus on just being friends. She still let herself cry for a while, to cry for the loss of such an important part of her childhood, after Harry had forced her to see the truth behind the legend. But when she was done, she felt stronger for it. She'd had a glimpse of the real Harry now, and even if he didn't think he was a hero, he was still a friend whom she could be proud to have. "All right, Ginny?" "Ah." She jumped at the interruption. Beside her had sat possibly the last person she expected to see. "Colin." "Aha," the little mousy-haired boy said. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I haven't seen you around much." "You doing okay, Ginny? You don't look so good." I will be," she answered. "I'm just working some stuff out." "You? I thought you'd be scared of me." "Nah," Colin said with a smile. "Harry told me everything. It wasn't your fault." Harry again. "I don't think I'll ever be able to thank him enough." "It's still awful though," she said. "You were asleep for 6 months. Are you gonna have to repeat your first year?" "I don't think so." McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout said they'd tutor everybody who got petrified, and Harry's cousin, Mrs. Tonks, said she'd tutor us in potions, and his friend, Mr. Lupin, said he could tutor us in defense, but I hear you didn't learn anything in that class anyway. "Sure we did, Colin," Ginny deadpanned. "We learnt the proper way to whiten teeth, style hair, and be a lying git." Colin laughed, which immediately set Ginny off. Ginny almost didn't notice when she'd started laughing again. It felt like it had been all year since the last time she had, but Colin Creevy's chortling was infectious. She was amazed to find that she somehow felt good again. "Anyway, Mum and Dad gave me a new camera," Colin told her. "That's nice." "Aha." "Say, Ginny, I never did get that picture." "What?" "That picture I took of you, you know, right before." "What, that picture?" She couldn't believe he was still interested in that. "Yeah, I thought it would have looked pretty good. D'you think I could take a new one of you?" "A new one? But... She didn't have the heart to tell him that Tom had made her pose for that picture. "Why do you want a picture of me?" Colin frowned slightly. "You make a good subject. Your hair really stands out. And so do your eyes, they're really bright, especially for brown eyes." Ginny stared. Was Colin Creevy complimenting her now? "Well, I guess you can," she said nervously. "But not today," she added. "I must look awful right now." "Sure thing." "Thanks, Gin," Colin said, and he ran off excitedly. "Gin?" Harry could hear loud voices arguing inside Dumbledore's office when he arrived outside the door. "That basilisk is school property," complained the deep voice of Severus Snape. "Those ingredients are extremely valuable and—" "Even if you can argue that it was school property, Mr. Snape, with it not being an official part of the school," another voice said, which Harry recognized as belonging to Cornelius Fudge, "the law is quite clear on its disposal. By all means, put the question to the Wisengamot, but—" At that moment, Harry opened the door and entered the office. "You wanted to see me, Professor Dumbledore?" he said. But it was Fudge who answered him, coming over to shake his hand. "Ah, good to see you again, Lord Potter, and I think I speak for all of Britain when I say thank you for getting that beast out of the school. I just had a little bit of business to take care of before the next Wisengamot meeting, you understand?" Harry hesitated to say what he really wanted to say, but he reminded himself that he was, technically, a lord and went ahead with it. "Do you mean like why Hagrid was taken to Azkaban without trial, Minister?" he said as innocently as he could. Fudge paled. He was clearly hoping not to have to deal with this. "Well, that was simply a tragic misunderstanding," he said. Then I'm sure you won't have any trouble cooperating with the investigation I requested Amelia Bones make into the incident, will you, sir? Fudge paled even further at the thought, and he wiped his brow with his handkerchief. Well, that's... Now see here, Lord Potter. This is about the dead basilisk down in that chamber. It is? What about it? Professor Dumbledore spoke up. It was Professor Snape, Harry, who pointed out that a basilisk of that size would be an excellent resource for extremely rare and valuable potions ingredients, along with other materials such as its hide and fangs, and he suggested that it be rendered and sold and the proceeds donated to the school. Okay. However, Minister Fudge has brought up a complication. That's right, Fudge spoke up again. I wouldn't expect you to know about such minutiae, Lord Potter, but there is an old principle in magical common law called the Dragonslayer's right. Simply put, it states that if a wizard is attacked by a known wizard-killer creature and slays it in combat, then the previous owner forfeits all rights over it to the slayer. He handed Harry some complicated, legal-looking parchments. Now, this basilisk is known to have killed one student in 1943, in addition to being a Class 5X creature, and therefore it is covered under the Dragonslayer's right, and the carcass falls to you. Me. Harry's eyes widened in shock. And as you would have little use for either the money or the potion's ingredients, Potter, Snape growled, the appropriate thing would be to donate the corpse to the school, where it can be of the most use. But Harry was still looking over Fudge's documents. To his surprise, considering this was Fudge, it all looked pretty tight, but just to be sure, Professor Dumbledore, is all this stuff good? He asked, holding up the parchments. I have looked over the documents myself, Harry. Under the law of the land, you have the first right to dispose of the basilisk. Wow! And how much money are we talking about? Potter, Snape said indignantly. Severus. Dumbledore warned him. Snape grumbled, but he answered, a basilisk of that size could fetch over 3,000 galleons. 3,000 galleons? Harry thought. That's 150,000 pounds. Even black market rhino horn doesn't go for that much, according to the RSPCA. But then again, the basilisk was bigger than a rhinoceros. Well, he said cautiously, I don't really need the money. Snape started to look happy again, not a pretty sight. Harry was about to go along with his demand for lack of an alternative when a better idea hit him, but it seems to me that the fair thing to do would be to render it down for ingredients and split the proceeds evenly amongst all of the heir of Slytherin's victims. Snape scowled, but Dumbledore smiled. An excellent idea, Harry, he said. Yes, that's very generous of you, Lord Potter, Fudge said. He started to roll with it. The ministry could connect you with someone who could render and sell the ingredients at a low cost, and I wonder if you might permit us to hand out the 8 shares to the victims at the Wisengamot meeting. Excuse me, 8 shares, Minister? Harry interrupted. Yes, for the 6 petrified students, yourself and Mr. Longbottom. I believe I said all of the victims of the heir of Slytherin, sir. That includes Hagrid because he was framed by him. Also Ginny Weasley was possessed by him. Filch's cat was petrified, and so was Sir Nicholas, and I believe 4 students were also attacked by the heir in 1943, so by my count that makes 16 shares. Well, of course I suppose it does. Except 2 of those people aren't still alive, and 1 isn't even human, Fudge said. Harry gave the minister his feline stare. They must have families, and I happen to like cats, sir. Fudge quickly backed off. Dumbledore broke the silence. I don't know if we can track down Myrtle's living relatives that quickly, Harry, but I will look into it. As for Sir Nicholas Severus, I am sure that if you asked politely, Sir Nicholas would be happy to donate his share of the proceeds to the school. Snape didn't look too happy about only getting a 1/16th share, but it was better than nothing. He sighed and said, "Very well." May 29, 1993. The Wisengamot meeting on the 29th of May soon became a major event. Once people heard that Harry Potter, the Basilisk Slayer, would be there, they turned out in droves to see him. Oh great, I've got a new nickname, he thought, and so many students were being excused from school to attend the meeting that the night bus was summoned to transport them. Harry didn't think that was the best way to repay them for being attacked, but there wasn't much else they could do. The Wisengamot chamber was filled with people, most of them having come to see the awards ceremony at the end, even if they had to wait through a lot of boring legislating first. Arthur Weasley updated the Grangers on the latest political goings-on while they waited. Harry noticed Lucius Malfoy and Charles not glaring at him from across the hall. With the current cloud over him, even with no proof, Malfoy's influence was less here than it had been a year ago when he'd nearly derailed the Muggle Protection Act. Nothing so momentous was being discussed today, but one interesting issue came up when Dumbledore called for further business, and a man Harry didn't recognize stood up to speak. "That's David Monroe," Mr. Weasley whispered, "the new head of international cooperation and also ambassador to the ICW. His father, Lord Solomon's over there." Harry nodded and regarded both men. Lord Solomon Monroe wore plum robes with the silver trim of the most ancient houses. He had a stern face and wore large glasses, a black mustache, and a short white beard. His son, David, looked to be in his late 30s and had short, brown hair and a pointed chin, and for some reason he couldn't pin down, the black toque on his head looked highly out of place on him. "I have a matter to add to the agenda, Chief Warlock," David Monroe said in a gruff voice. On Monday, the Muggle province of Eritrea formally achieved independence from Ethiopia after many years of conflict. I request that the Wisengamot make an official recommendation to the ICW on the issue of the establishment of a separate Ministry of Magic for Eritrea. This was a rare event these days. There hadn't been many new Muggle governments created since the fall of the Soviet Union. Since the Statute of Secrecy required certain forms of interaction between magical and Muggle governments, it was most convenient for them to administer the same geographical areas, but this was by no means a universal, as the wishes of the magical community also had to be taken into account, not to mention sheer practicality. That was why Scandinavia had only a single magical government with field offices for the 5 Muggle countries in its jurisdiction, while Muggle India had no fewer than 10 magical governments operating wholly or partially within its borders. "I concur," Dumbledore said. "The Wisengamot should make a recommendation. Do you have a report on the status of the magical community in Eritrea, Ambassador Monroe?" "Yes, Chief Warlock. The magical community in Eritrea mostly supports an independent ministry. I understand that the chief argument in favor it is that Eritrea and Ethiopia speak different languages along with some solidarity with their Muggle cousins. However, the difficulty is that Eritrea is very small. It is similar in population to Albania, with a magical population of just a few hundred witches and wizards. Large-scale efforts like law enforcement would likely require on-call outside assistance, as in Albania assistance that most likely would still have to be provided by Ethiopia. An incomplete break like that could cause more problems than it solves. A few Wisengamot members traded points. David Monroe himself steadfastly refused to state a preference. Harry whispered to his parents, asking what they knew about the situation. Some of what he heard concerned him, so as the debate was winding down he rose to his feet. Lord Potter. Dumbledore recognized him. I have a question for Ambassador Monroe, sir. The Muggle government of Ethiopia was known for trying to excessively control Eritrea, which is what led to the Muggle War of Independence there that lasted 30 years. I would like to know how relations between the Ethiopian ministry and Eritrea were during that time. That surprised many of the spectators. Few people had expected Harry Potter to actually get involved in politics so young, especially international politics. But Ambassador Monroe just nodded contemplatively and said, Lord Potter, from what I can tell, tensions were never as high as in the Muggle world. However, there have been significant difficulties over the years, particularly because of the language barrier I mentioned. Harry nodded. Thank you, Ambassador, he said without stating an opinion. However, when the vote came around, he gave Cousin Andy a subtle nod to vote in favor of an Eritrean ministry in line with what the people wanted. As it was, the full Wizengamot also voted solidly in favor, including both Monroes. Once that was settled, Harry stood again and said, Chief Warlock, I also have an item for the agenda. Yes, Lord Potter? Dumbledore said. In 1943, then 13-year-old Rubeus Hagrid was arrested for several attacks on Muggle-born students at Hogwarts. Harry looked over at Hagrid kindly where he sat wearily in the audience. The half-giant was noticeably thinner, having lost at least 10 stone in Azkaban, and his beard was growing in a little bit grayer. We now know that he was framed for those attacks. Although he was not charged at the time, he was still expelled from Hogwarts and his wand was snapped. 4 months ago, Mr. Hagrid was again arrested for attacking students. This time he was still not charged, and yet he was taken to Azkaban without a hearing a lesson that the ministry should have learnt 1.5 years ago from Lord Black. There were angry murmurs from around the hall. This is a miscarriage of justice and should be investigated thoroughly. In the meantime, I suggest a motion that both arrests be expunged from Mr. Hagrid's record, that he be compensated 100 galleons for 4 months' wrongful imprisonment, and that he be qualified to purchase and carry a wand. I so move, Cousin Andy confirmed. Seconded, Sirius said quickly. Hagrid's small, black eyes seemed to double in size at that last bit. He dreamt of this day for 50 years, being able to use a wand again in public, but he could hardly believe that Harry would go so far for him. Harry Potter could definitely be sure of a loyal ally in Rubeus Hagrid. Is there any further discussion of the motion? Dumbledore asked. Chief Warlock, Lucius Malfoy spoke up, Mr. Hagrid does not have the educational qualification to carry a wand. No, he does not, Lord Malfoy, Dumbledore replied, but I'm sure he can make it up in good time. And as he lives on the Hogwarts grounds, I foresee few problems. Any other discussion? No? Very well. All those in favor. Enough hands went up that it was clear Harry's motion passed by a wide margin. With that settled, it was time for the presentation of awards. Dumbledore turned the floor over to Fudge, who asked the recipients to come down. As most of you will know, the minister said, Lord Potter slew a basilisk at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the same beast that had been attacking students and terrorizing the school for several months. Lord Potter claimed the corpse under the Dragon Slayer's right and has generously elected to divide the proceeds from its sale equally among its victims, who we have invited to attend today. All of you have the sympathy of the Wizengamot for your ordeal, and we admire your resilience. Please come forward as I call your names to receive your awards. After the processing costs, taxes, and other complications had been settled, each of the 9 current Hogwarts students, Filch, Hagrid, Snape, who accepted his share on behalf of nearly headless Nick, and 2 wizards and 1 witch in their 60s who had been victims in 1943 received about 200 galleons, the equivalent of about £10,000. Ginny Weasley was floored when she saw the amount. That much money was a major investment in her future for a family that feared they would be able to give their children very little. When Harry shook the hands of everyone who had received a share, Ginny lunged forward and hugged him immediately before backing off and turning bright pink. Hagrid also hugged him, nearly flattening him in the process. "Thank ya so much, Harry, thank ya," he sobbed. Fudge then dismissed the group, asking Harry and Neville to remain. Neville looked more proud than Harry had ever seen him as the minister read the citations for their medals. Lord Potter and Mr. Longbottom took it upon themselves to locate the fabled Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts Castle when all other methods had failed. Finding it successfully, they were forcibly thrown in by the murderer known as the heir of Slytherin. Fudge was being very careful not to mention Voldemort's name. Inside, the heir of Slytherin set upon them a fearsome basilisk, the largest ever recorded. Armed with only a sword, Mr. Longbottom distracted the basilisk while Mr. Potter retrieved their wands to make a more powerful attack. Mr. Longbottom was bitten and was only saved by the timely application of phoenix tears. Lord Potter then took up sword and wands and slew the beast, which a very dangerous strike into its mouth. He also destroyed the dark artifact with which the heir of Slytherin was attacking the school. Through their actions, these 2 young men saved the life of Miss Ginevra Weasley and possibly others, and saved Hogwarts School from closure by removing the threat of the heir of Slytherin forever. For these actions, the Wizengamot is pleased to award Lord Potter and Mr. Longbottom with the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. The hall watched as Harry and Neville each received a silver star and wreath on a blue ribbon, Harry's over top of his 3rd class medal, and broke into thunderous applause. Even after 3 weeks, the relief across the whole country at the ending of the threat at Hogwarts was palpable, and Augusta Longbottom was crying with joy as Neville received his medal. On the way out, Harry was greeted by a great many parents and families of students thanking him and Neville for saving the school. It was starting to get a little creepy, he thought. They tried to avoid the press, but as usual they couldn't escape them completely. "Lord Potter," one reporter called out, "what are you and your sister going to do with the money?" "Well, it's really a windfall as far as we're concerned," Harry said after some consideration. "We thought we'd find a worthy cause to donate most of it to. We're working on some ideas." June 10, 1993. The worthy cause they eventually decided upon was one that had grown close to Hermione's heart over the past year. After seeing her classmates struggle for so long, she decided it was time to do something about it. Their parents weren't so sure it was the best use of their funds, but Sirius loved the idea, and for the sake of student safety, if nothing else, they relented. All it took was a brief consultation with Ron and a letter. Thus, as the Flying Club headed out to the training grounds for their second-last meeting of the year, they were surprised to find an older wizard there to meet them. They were even more surprised when Madame Hooch recognized him. "Winston," she said in surprise. "Winston Keech, is that you?" "Yes, Rolanda, it's good to see you again," Keech said. He half-hugged her as the students started whispering to each other excitedly. "Winston Keech? Are they serious?" "Yes, students, this is Winston Keech, head of the Comet Trading Company, and what in Merlin's name are you doing here, Winston?" Hooch demanded. "Just making a delivery, Rolanda," he said. He waved to someone at the outer wall of the training grounds, and 2 other wizards began hauling in large boxes. "A delivery?" Hooch said. "Yes, it was the funniest thing. I got a letter from a couple of students last week, placed an order for 20 Comet 260s. The workers opened the boxes, revealing 20 shiny new broomsticks. The club collectively gasped and swarmed the boxes. 20? Hooch said. From students? That's what the letter said, and the money's good. Oh, that reminds me, Lord Potter, could I get you to sign this? Oh, sure. Harry signed the delivery form. A pleasure doing business with you, sir. Mr. Potter? Hooch inquired. I said we were going to put our money to a worthy cause if you read the paper, Madame Hooch, Harry told her. You're the one who said someone was going to get hurt on the school brooms one of these days. We don't want some little furze tie to get stuck in the hospital wing over faulty equipment. Well, that is the most thank you, Mr. Potter, and you, Miss Granger, she said with tears in her eyes. I wasn't sure I ever see the day we got replacement brooms. Ron had picked up one of the new brooms and was inspecting it like a connoisseur. Harry, Hermione, this is awesome, he said. This is why you asked what the best beginner's broom on the market is? Well, if Hogwarts is the best magical school in the world, we figured we should have the best flight training, too, Hermione told him. That the flying club has working brooms now is just a bonus. At least that's what we told the prophet, Harry added. Thanks so much, Harry, the rest of the club told him. Yeah, thanks, Harry. I can't believe you did this. This is the best. Come on, everybody, let's get a real pickup game going, Ron said eagerly. Everyone agreed that it was the best pickup game all year, and they were so grateful that even the Ravenclaws in the club couldn't help but be happy for Harry when he led Gryffindor to victory in the Quidditch Cup on Saturday. Next year, though, they thought. June 13, 1993. Robson Circle was empty unsurprisingly for the quiet Sunday afternoon, when a man appeared in the middle of it, seemingly out of nowhere. Nothing like this man had ever been seen on Robson Circle, or indeed anywhere else in that little village in Lincolnshire. Though he had toned down his appearance with plain grey robes, he just didn't look good in black. His waist-length white hair and beard would have made him stand out anywhere. The old man walked up the garden path to number 8 and rang the doorbell. The person who answered the door was an old woman, dressed all in black, white-haired and bent, walking with a cane, her eyes red with tears. When she saw the old man, she gasped in surprise and pressed her hand to her chest as if she'd seen a ghost. "Hello, Mrs. Warren," said Albus Dumbledore. Amy Warren couldn't believe her eyes. It had been so long. She was 84 years old now, and this man, she remembered him quite well, had to be at least 20 years older than she was, and he was still alive. "It's you," she said. "You're the one who took my Myrtle to that school all those years ago, Dumbledore. You're here." "I am here," he replied. Do you know what day it is?" she demanded. "I know quite well what day it is, Mrs. Warren. In fact, that was one reason I chose it." "But why? What reason could you have for coming back here?" Her words began to fail her. "For coming here on It's 50 years. 50 years to the day since my daughter was taken from me." "Why are you here?" "I am here," Dumbledore said, "because I wanted to inform you in person that we have finally determined what it was that killed Myrtle." Mrs. Warren stared at Dumbledore like a deer in headlamps. "After 50 years?" she said incredulously. "It took you 50 years to find out?" "The creature was a basilisk," he explained. "A very large and very deadly snake. However, the basilisk was hidden hibernating these past 50 years so that no could find it. It was recently woken up and began attacking students again. Fortunately, no one was killed this time. But more importantly, I can inform you that the basilisk is now dead." "Dead? You got it this time." "We did. 2 young boys at our school, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, were able to locate the basilisk's lair and kill it." "Well, then," she said uncomfortably, "I suppose that is good news. I guess I should thank you for informing me." "You are quite welcome, Mrs. Warren. However, there is something else. After killing the basilisk, Harry Potter insisted that the carcass, which was very valuable, be rendered and sold, and the proceeds split equally amongst the victims, all of the victims. As you are Myrtle's next of kin, her share goes to you." I guess that's kind of the boy then. How much is it?" Dumbledore smiled and withdrew a slip of paper from his robes. "I have a check here for you for £10,000 sterling. TT 10,000? Mrs. Warren said. That boy gave it to me? That much?" "He did. In fact, young Harry was most adamant that I track you down. He also wished for me to give you a message on his behalf, and I quote, 'I know it can't replace what you've lost, but I hope it will be some help to you. And please know that Myrtle is happy where she is.' That last bit was a stretch, but the ghost did seem a good deal happier with the basilisk dead and Miss Lovegood around to talk to from time to time. Harry had suggested the possibility for Myrtle's ghost to meet her mother directly, but Dumbledore had refused. In history, nothing good ever came of such a meeting. Even at her age, it did not do well to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Mrs. Warren began to cry again, but this time, oddly, it was tears of joy. It wasn't about the money, though at her age, she could use what she could get of that, but the thought that a young boy could be so generous and caring was a rare ray of light in her rather closed-off world. Please tell Mr. Potter thank you for me, Mr. Dumbledore," she said. "Thank you for bringing justice to my Myrtle and for thinking of her. And thank you for making the effort to do this. You are most welcome." He handed over the check. "And you have my condolences again, belated though they are. Good afternoon." Dumbledore left number 8 in silence and vanished once he was out of sight. Chapter 62. May 10, 1993. Hogwarts saved. Harry Potter defeats heir of Slytherin. Slays ancient basilisk after sister attacked. Aided by Phoenix and last son of Longbottom. Revealed wandless magic skill before fight. Those were the headlines that had greeted magical Britain the day after Harry's and Neville's latest feat of daring. Excitement at the news and relief that the school was safe were widespread, and eager talk about Harry's supposed anti-dark magic abilities quickly made the rounds. Lockhart's firing became the shortest-lived scandal in recent memory. It was Monday before the international papers got a hold of the story. They ran headlines like "Britain's boy hero saves school by killing basilisk and Hogwarts school safe." "Boy WHO lived discovers monster is basilisk kills it." The newspapers that Amicus and Alecto Caro scrounged up were in Polish, but they said much the same thing. "I don't believe it," Alecto said as she translated the articles in a fury. Everything was going perfect. Dumbledore was gone, Malfoy half took over Hogwarts, the Mudbloods were all gonna die. And then St. Potter comes in and ruins everything again. But how'd he get the heir of Slytherin? Amicus demanded. "Hold your hippogriffs, I'm working on it." Alecto grumbled as she worked through the article. It says some titchy little girl was being possessed by a cursed book and controlling the basilisk. Oh, well, that's easy. That's got Malfoy's grubby prints all over it. At least the Dark Lord won't be trusting him again. But bloody hell, that brat Potter goes up against a giant basilisk with a damn sword, and the basilisk is the one that dies. What's it gonna take to off him for good? You know, the Dark Lord was awful specific about going after him himself, Amicus observed. Makes you wonder. But it's no good unless we find the Dark Lord. I'm starting to think this was a mistake, he said. We've been looking for 10 months and found nothing. Well, it was your idea to come to Poland, brother. I told you that. And it was your idea to leave home, sister, and that's where all the action is. Action that doesn't involve the Dark Lord, you idiot. Don't call me an idiot. I'll call you whatever I want. Bombarda. Defodio. While the Caro siblings were sorting out their differences, they were not the only ones taking notice of the weekend's events. Basilisks were very rare, and a basilisk in a school was enough to garner worldwide attention. 3 schools in India called in parselmouths and did thorough searches of their own campuses just on the off chance that one was lurking about. A couple of Americans published another open letter criticizing Hogwarts's handling of the situation. Most of the European community expressed relief that the children of Britain were once again safe. There was one man, though, in far-off Australia, who was less interested in the sensational story and more interested certain other details of the article. When the news hit his country, that man carefully pored over the published information over his morning coffee. He was a tall man with hair like iron and bright amber eyes. His skin was a medium brown, signifying a mixed ancestry. And he had a very keen eye for the unusual details of the story. A cursed book, he thought. That sounds suspicious. Curses are one thing, but it would have to take some pretty dark rituals to make it able to possess someone. Well, we've got a few ex-Death Eaters around here. I'll have someone look into that. Potter and Longbottom emerged from the chamber wielding a phoenix and a jeweled sword, with which they had killed the basilisk and rescued the heir's latest victim, the article said. Ah, a phoenix, Dumbledore's fox, I'm sure. I'll have to ask Dumbledore about it when next I see him. But by the rainbow serpent, 2 12-year-olds face the oldest basilisk ever recorded and lived to tell about it. I didn't realize things had changed so much in Britain. That'll definitely be something to investigate on my tour. Edward Grayson was the recently retired Minister for Magic of Australia, and now the ambassador to the International Confederation of Wizards. But more than that, he was a cultural icon down under. His power, skill, and vast esoteric learning had led him to be called Australia's Dumbledore, and he was considered the most beloved minister of his generation. And it was because of one of his skills in particular that something else in the article caught his eye. Potter and Granger had already caused a sensation at Hogwarts earlier in the week, when they revealed that both of them possess great proficiency with wandless magic, on a level that few wizards ever attain. One witness compared Potter to Albus Dumbledore directly. However, Potter and Granger reportedly claim to have developed this skill by a dedicated self-study and to know other children with some proficiency in the subject. Ah, now that is interesting, Grayson thought. Wandless magic is very rare in Europe, no great love for the old practices there, and self-study is even rarer. To impress people with it at the age of 12, I think a conversation with those 2 children would be very interesting. Perhaps I should book a reservation for the Quidditch World Cup over there next year. He mentally filed the knowledge for future reference. Today, however, Grayson had other duties to attend to. As ambassador at large, he had resolved to take a world tour to speak with the leaders of many of the key players in the international magical community personally and to better gauge the current major issues. And if that tour ends with an extended stay in Britain next year, I doubt many would complain. Grayson believed in traveling light, a tribute to his Aboriginal ancestors. He took only a small pack filled with a few clothes, some money, and other essentials, including his 2 communication mirrors, one allowing him to speak to the new minister, and the other to his children and grandchildren at home. Thus packed, he stood outside his summer home on the edge of the outback, admired the stark scenery for a moment, and began chanting one of the most ancient chants in the magical world. Immediately, the landscape blurred and shimmered around him. A softly glowing road seemed to stretch before him to the north, and the scrub flowed like water under his feet. When the magic reached its crescendo, he took a step, and his foot came down nearly 100 yards away. He took another step and another, and the landscape rushed past him in a blur faster than a bullet train. He walked at a leisurely stroll in the half-dream, continually following the songline, or as Westerners called it, the ley line. 6 hours and 1,200 miles later, thanks to a voice strengthened by many years of practice, he came to the Torres Strait, but at this speed that was no obstacle. He stepped out onto the water as easily as on land. It took some more walking and chanting after that, but finally, tired and a trifle hoarse, Edward Grayson took dinner the night in Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea, the first stop on his tour. May 20th, 1993. So what do you have to say for yourself, Lucius? Cornelius Fudge demanded. I'm taking heat for this whole mess, and I was barely involved on your recommendation, I might add. Calm yourself, Cornelius, Lucius Malfoy drawled. The public can hardly blame you for the goings-on at Hogwarts. You know that in politics they will anyway. And besides, you were the one who suggested I lock up Hagrid, and now he turns out to be innocent. Even he has some friends, including Potter, I remind you. He's already got Amelia looking into it, and after Black, another mistake of that sort reflects very poorly on the Ministry, very poorly indeed. Mistakes happen, Minister. We had evidence against Hagrid, certainly more than against anyone else. Issue an apology and emphasize that you were doing your best to act in the interests of the children. That always plays well. Fudge sighed and sat back down at his desk from his standing position. I question why I should still listen to your advice, Lucius. You've already lost your seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Who are they replacing you with now? Alpheus Doge as chairman, Malfoy said disdainfully. He was the dissenting voice in the affair, and so was the natural choice. And for the empty seat, Augusta Longbottom. Her grandson was one of those attacked, and she had them eating out of her hand. But the point is that your little plan to sniff out the air didn't work very well, did it? A little Muggle-born girl found the chamber before you did. A girl who was raised with Harry Potter, he dismissed it. It seems that nothing happens normally around him. Our plan was a good one. Amos also pursued it wholeheartedly. Have you also interrogated him? I have, as a matter of fact, Fudge replied. And he also defended his choice. But you, Lucius, Dumbledore seems to think you were behind the whole thing from the start. Malfoy bristled with feigned anger. Dumbledore should have retired years ago. Do you really think I'd be fool enough to unleash a basilisk on my own son's school, even if I were so inclined? That was a blatant evasion. In fact, he had been fool enough. He had been sure it would be safe for purebloods, and it was, at least for non-blood traders. But Narcissa had thoroughly chewed him out for it just the same. No, I know you're not, Fudge admitted. But the fact remains that you just lost a fair part of your power and influence with that gambit. It's enough to make a man start questioning his confidence. Malfoy sighed and said, Do you still trust my judgment, Cornelius? Not as much as I used to, Fudge grumbled. Certainly not on security. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Have I ever steered your political career wrong? Fudge grumbled some more, but he couldn't very well refute that. And he was well aware that Malfoy's coin was still good. No, I suppose not. Then if you truly want my advice, if the public outcry and the investigation begin to cause you problems, the easiest thing to do would be to find a scapegoat. After all, you weren't the only person involved in the decision to arrest Hagrid Cornelius. Let some of your staff take the fall. The minister's office could use a few new reforms anyway, and I know some good people in the departments who deserve a promotion. The minister considered this and quickly decided that it couldn't hurt to look a little closer. All right, Lucius, I'm listening. May 31st, 1993. Oh, joy! Potter gets the Order of Merlin, second class, now, Alecto Caro grumbled when she saw the latest headline. And that Longbottom boy, too. I'm telling you, Alecto, we're looking in the wrong place, Amicus insisted. We've got nothing here. The only place where people know what's going on is England. We should look back there. Quit being a prat. Where would we look there? We'll never get near Potter. Think we can just waltz up and kidnap Amelia Bones, do you? It took Rosier and Mulciber to take down her brother, and he didn't have Aurors. Will you shut up, woman? I've got an idea. Ha! That'd be a first. I'm telling you I do, Amicus shouted over her. There's one bloke in England who knows stuff and isn't protected. Oh yeah? Who's that? Crouch. Barty Crouch. Crouch. He's been out of the DMLE for 7 years, Alecto sneered. Which makes him 5 years more up to date than we are. And he was still in the ministry a lot longer than that. Knowing him, he was still asking around. He might just know what country the Dark Lord went to hide in. And he's disgraced and alone now. Ha! Alecto considered this, turning it over in her mind. To her astonishment, it actually made sense. Well, mark it on the calendar, she said. You actually said something smart for once. I'm not a total idiot, Alecto. Oh yes, not a total idiot. Come on, we need a plan. And costumes, Amicus said. If we want to do this right, we gotta break out the old costumes. 2 smart things. Quit now. I may have a heart attack. June 13th, 1993. After returning to England and spending a few days scouting out the area, the Caros were ready to make their move. Barty Crouch, so far as anyone could tell, was a lonely, bitter retiree, living a miserly life off his considerable family wealth. He was the last of a once proud pureblood house, with seemingly no interest in continuing his line and few prospects to do so after being forced to resign in disgrace over the imprisonment Sirius Black. He would be a soft target. And so, late in the night on the 13th of June, 2 figures in black robes and skull masks approached Crouch's residence, one at the front door and one at the back. They had synchronized their stolen watches, and when the clock struck 11, they blasted both doors in. Somewhere in the house, an aging man, once an Auror, though those days were long past, shot up in bed and cried, "Who's there?" He grabbed his wand and staggered to his feet, stalking into the living room. When he got there, he was practically bowled over by something he had hoped never to see again, 2 Death Eaters. With a cry of horror, he began casting curses at them, even as he wondered whether he was having a nightmare. Unfortunately, he was years out of practice, and the fight didn't last long before he found himself disarmed and tied to a chair. "Hello, Crouch," the shorter of the 2 Death Eaters hissed. To Barty Crouch's surprise, it was a female voice. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Crouch stared at the pair fearfully. 2 years ago he would have been defiant in the faces of these animals, but his forced retirement had not been good to him. He still kept up his severe appearance, keeping his hair unnaturally straight and perfectly parted down the middle, shaving every day and carefully trimming his toothbrush mustache, but he looked lean and haggard compared with his previous impeccable health, and if his thin face looked a little skull-like before, it was very pronounced now. What do you want?" he said. "I'm not at the ministry anymore. I have nothing you want." "Oh, I think you do," the woman said. "I think you have exactly what we want, information. Mr. Crouch. Mr. Crouch." They were interrupted by a squeaky voice as a tiny house elf with brown eyes and a nose like a tomato ran into the room. "Winky, help me," Crouch ordered. "Depulso," said the other Death Eater, a man, and Winky was slammed into the wall and soon found herself pinned there despite her struggles. "Mr. Crouch." "No. Do not hurt Master Pitch." The man gagged the elf. "Good. Now that distraction's taken care of," the female Death Eater said, "you're going to tell us everything you know about the current whereabouts of the Dark Lord." "The Dark Lord? He's dead," Crouch said. "He is not dead. We have seen the proof. He is still out there somewhere, and I think you have information that can lead us to him." "I know nothing," he said defiantly, "and even if I did, I would never tell you, Death Eater. I think you're wrong on both counts. At least, you'd better be if you want to avoid the taste of my wand." She leveled her wand at his head. "Last chance, Crouch." "Never. Crucio." The funny thing about certain curses is that to maintain them requires a constant trickle of concentration and magical energy. The actual amount is tiny. One can be distracted, far away, or even asleep and still keep them up without even noticing. But the Cruciatus curse completely overloads the sympathetic nervous system and pours a dangerous amount of magical energy directly into the brain. It affects a superlatively painful near seizure, and it is neurologically impossible to maintain uninterrupted concentration under it. Thus, Amicus and Alecto were only a couple of minutes into their crude interrogation when they were interrupted by a disembodied voice that said, "What the hell is going on here?" Both Caros jumped and fired off curses, but they passed through thin air. Then, a hand reached up and pulled an invisibility cloak off a thin figure. "Barty Jr.?" The Caros gasped in shock. Winky squeaked and struggled against her bonds twice as hard. Barty Crouch Jr. looked much older than when they had last seen him, when he had barely been out of school, but he still had that same lean, freckled face and a now-long mop of fair hair. He squinted at the two figures. He was good with voices, and that there was a male and a female voice gave them away. "Amicus? Alecto? Is that you?" he said hoarsely. Alecto flipped up her skull mask, and Amicus followed suit. "Barty Jr." she repeated. "How are you here?" "You're dead." The younger Barty staggered forward in his tattered nightclothes and picked his father's wand up off the floor. "That's what he wanted everyone to think," he said, kicking his father in the shin. "Son," Crouch Sr. said. Barty waved the wand and conjured a gag on him. "Mr. Straight and Narrow here broke me out of Azkaban by having me switch places with my dying mother." And then he kicked him again. "He kept me a prisoner in my own home with the imperious curse for the past 11 years. The Caros gasped and sneered at the older man. "Barty Crouch Sr., Amicus grinned. "Who would have thought you'd stoop so low, what with throwing people in Azkaban left and right? Even threw Sirius Black in there, and he was innocent," Alecto added. "And here you break out your own son and imperious him. You'd have made a good Death Eater." "MMPH." Crouch grunted with rage. No one compared him with a Death Eater. Oh yes, Junior said. He's got darkness in his soul just like his dear son. But why are you two here after all this time? Us? We're looking for the Dark Lord, Alecto said. We thought your old man might know something. Oh, so after he's been gone 11 years, someone finally decided to do something about it? Barty said indignantly. Hey, we froze our arses off for a year in Scandinavia and Poland, Amicus roared. 10 years then. So you went looking for the Dark Lord, came up dry, and came back to question a man who's been out of law enforcement for years, is that it? Hey, we were doing the best we could, Alecto said. I don't suppose you could do any better. Well, considering I have more brains than both of you nitwits put together, I'd have to say yes. Hey, who are you calling it? Amicus started, but then he turned purple with rage as Barty silenced him. I actually have some contacts on the continent. Contacts the Dark Lord had made during his decade of traveling before he returned and formed the Knights of Walpurgis. And I can still find some of them, especially with the mutterings my old man's heard over the years. And if you'd had the sense to look there, you would have found them down in the Balkans. Oh, the Balkans, Alecto said. She smacked Amicus in the back of the head. Poland, she scoffed. Idiot. Barty unsilenced Amicus. How do we know you're not lying? He said. The younger man sneered at him. Would I lie about the Dark Lord? You can silence him again, Alecto said. He's just the muscle. Shut up, woman. So if we know now, we can all go find him, he said. Oh, so it does have a brain, Barty said. Of course that's what we're gonna do. Alecto grinned at Crouch Sr. and said, Well then, old man, it looks like you've outlived your usefulness. Avadage. Wait! Barty stopped her. As far as anyone knows, he lives alone and we were never here. We'll make it look like a robbery. That'll be less suspicious. I'll get the money and the valuables. You two grab some supplies from the kitchen and make the rest of the place look ransacked. I trust you can handle that much. We're not total idiots, Barty, she snapped. Yes, not total ones. Get moving. Barty Crouch Sr. watched in horror, still gagged and tied to a chair, as his son and the two other Death Eaters trashed his immaculate house. Within minutes, they had taken everything of value, packed bags to leave, and his son stood before him one last time with naught but cruelty in his eyes. Well now, it looks like the tables are thoroughly turned, aren't they? The younger Barty said. A flick of his wand and the gag fell away. Any last words? Son. Son, please, I tried. I tried to help you. Son, please don't. I'm your father. Rage flashed in the young man's eyes. You are no father of mine. He bellowed. I have no father. Defindo. The elder Crouch's throat was slashed and he bled out on the floor. Winky gave a long, anguished squeak and went limp, sobbing where she was pinned to the wall. And may you rot here, Junior said. Good one, Barty, Alecto said approvingly. I've been wanting to do that for 11 years, he responded. He unbound the old man's corpse from the chair with his wand and dropped it on the floor as if he'd been killed in the scuffle. Then he turned to Winky and looked her over. You could still be useful, he said. Without even using his wand, snapped his fingers. Her gag fell off and she dropped to the floor. Oh, Master Barty! Master Barty! The elf cried. What has you done? What has you done? You has killed Winky's master. He crouched down in front of her, extending a hand, and said, Winky, listen to me. I'm your master now. "Come with me." Winky whimpered, but she couldn't disobey. She reluctantly reached out and took Barty's hand. Barty took one last look at his house, satisfied with his work. Then he strode to the open front door with a cry of "Allons why!" and left for good. June 15, 1993. Barty Crouch murdered. Pureblood line ended by unknown robber. "Okay, that's not good," said Harry Potter. "What happened?" Hermione Granger said as she leaned over to see the newspaper. "I don't know," Harry said. He started reading bits of the article aloud. The body of Bartemius Crouch, Sr. was discovered in his home on Monday morning after a neighbor reported a disturbance. The initial investigation indicated that Crouch's throat had been cut by a cutting curse during a struggle. The house had been looted and all valuables taken, suggesting that the murder was a robbery gone wrong. House elf is missing and presumed dead. Crouch was the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Suffered a blow to his career after imprisoning his son. Was forced to resign in disgrace 18 months ago after it was revealed he had imprisoned Sirius Black without trial. Was the last living member of the House of Crouch, an ancient pureblood family still listed on the pureblood directory. Harry stopped and looked over at the Slytherin table. It was the last week of school, normally a happy time, but many of the Slytherins looked as if they were in mourning. They surely considered Crouch himself a blood traitor for his crusade against the Death Eaters, but to the purity-obsessed crowd, the ending of one of the sacred 28 lines was a tragedy under any circumstances. The Crouches were the fourth family to go extinct in the 61 years since the directory was first published, and that didn't bode well for the others. "They look like they're taking it pretty hard," Hermione observed. "Well, they can do that," Harry said. "I'm not happy he's dead, but that lot could use some shaking up. Anyway, I'm a little worried about what this means." "What do you mean?" "Crouch locked up a bunch of Death Eaters. What if this was a revenge killing and was just made to look like a robbery?" "I suppose it's possible," his sister replied. "But Crouch was pretty thoroughly ostracized and lived alone. And if a rogue Death Eater did it, why wouldn't they take credit? I think the robbery explanation is more likely." Maybe. June 15, 1993. Our beloved son. As you no doubt agree, Draco, the murder of Bartemius Crouch is a tragedy for the pureblood community, even if Crouch himself was a blood traitor. Both of us are working through our connections to ascertain further details of the murder. Despite recent unfortunate events, your father's connections in certain areas are still quite good. At the moment, we have heard no evidence to contradict the ministry line that the incident was an ordinary robbery gone wrong. Only 2 points are suspicious. First, that the body of Crouch's house elf was never found, which, insignificant though it is, may indicate something more complex. Second, a rumor that Amicus and Electo Caro have again been seen in Britain. Given the opportunity, the involvement of those two may reasonably be suspected. We ask you not to discuss this with anyone during the remaining days of the term, but to keep your ears open for any information you hear along these lines, particularly from Flora and Hestia Caro. We will discuss these and other recent events when you return home. Father and Mother. June 23, 1993. A politician's work is never done, the Grangers thought. Even the reluctant ones. Andromeda had called them that night, along with Sirius and Remus, to an emergency family gathering to deal with something that had suddenly come up on the agenda for the Wisengamot meeting on Saturday, so they had met up at Sirius's house to discuss the situation. "I'm sorry to bother you during your first week back," she said as Dobby passed out refreshments, "but I suspected you'd want to face this head-on." "It's all right, Andy," Emma said. "If there's something that affects the children, we need to deal with it." "Not the children so much, but definitely the family," Andy clarified. "Sirius, have you heard, Dash?" "No, sorry, I wasn't paying that much attention." "What's up?" Andy sighed. "Fudge has been shaking up his office," she said. "He's replaced a number of people who are key to drafting legislation, and the most important one is his new senior undersecretary Dolores Umbridge." Remus shot to his feet. "Bloody hell! He hired Umbridge." He stopped as he realized everyone was staring at him and sat back down. Sorry," he said sheepishly. "Dolores Umbridge is frankly, she's exactly what I said. All the werewolves have heard of her. She's one of the biggest anti-werewolf crusaders around, not to mention a pure-blood supremacist. She's also an extremely unpleasant woman, ambitious to the point of sociopathy and ruthless to the point of tyranny if you ask her former employees. She ran the improper use of magic office for a few years and then moved over to the DMLE, where she ran the werewolf control squad with an iron fist. I shudder to imagine what she could do with a higher position." "You don't have to imagine it," Andy said flatly, removing a dossier of papers from a folder. "She's already drafted a new anti-werewolf bill, ostensibly for the public safety. She's going to bring it to the floor on Saturday." "Oh no," he grumbled. "Let's see the damage." He started thumbing through the pages and then he started growling. "Merlin's saggy left." "Ahem," Emma coughed. "Sorry." "That bad, Moony?" Sirius said. "Worse. Employers must be informed of werewolf status. Stricter penalties for failure to inform and failure to register. Closer scrutiny on those with spouses or children. Then there's a whole list of jobs we're not allowed to do: healing, teaching, anything working with children, really anything in law enforcement, a lot of things working directly with the public, several involving magical creatures. And it basically strips all protections from wrongful termination, including missing work for the full moon." "But that's not fair," Hermione exclaimed. "How's that public safety?" "Probably something about a level playing field," Sirius said. "I know how they think. It's same way they justify blatantly unfair rules about underage wand use." "Probably," Remus agreed. "But with these rules it'll be almost impossible for werewolves to get jobs in the magical world, good jobs anyway. And it's already bloody hard in the Muggle world because so few jobs give enough sick days. How can she get away with this? Werewolf attacks are at their lowest in years since the introduction of the Wolfbane potion." "That's politics for you," Andy said unhappily. "You can make almost anything into a major issue if you use the word reform. If you know so much about her, you probably know her rhetoric better than I do." Remus sighed and thought back to what he knew about the woman. Then he made a face and spoke in a high-pitched, sickly sweet voice. "Clearly, the incomplete adoption of the Wolfsbane potion by the werewolf population indicates that they are not prepared to take responsibility for the protection of themselves or others." He growled again. "The same Wolfsbane potion that most of us can't afford because it's hard enough to get a job already. Oh, why do I bother? Why don't they just find a way to make the Wolfsbane potion more available?" Harry asked. "Money," he replied. "No one wants to spend money on werewolves. That and some other political issues." "Well, we can't just sit by," Harry said. "We need to stop her." "Definitely," Hermione added. "I agree," Den said. "What options do we have?" Umbridge can't introduce the bill herself, Sirius said. Only the minister and the 7 department heads have votes in the Wiesengemot from the ministry. Is Fudge gonna bring it up? I doubt it, Andy said. He can't afford much controversy right now. But he promoted Amos Diggory to the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures shortly before the mess with the Hogwarts board. Probably a reward to Diggory from Malfoy for taking his side, and the rumor is Umbridge is getting him to sponsor it. Diggory. Figures, Remus said. Everyone says he's a decent bloke, but he's always been tough on dark creatures. How do the battle lines look? Sirius asked. The 2 of us, of course, said Andy. Solomon Monroe and his son. It's a lucky break he's running international magical cooperation now. I can appeal to Hippocrates Smethwick as a fellow healer. After that, it gets harder, though. We're not playing the popular position, even less than with the Muggle Protection Act. Just looking at the ministry seats, I might be able to get Algernon Croker from the Department of Mysteries, and we can probably offer Ludovic Bagman from Magical Games and Sports enough quid pro quo to side with us. Amelia Bones will want to stay neutral as long as possible. I'm sure Valentinus Dudley from Magical Accidents and Catastrophes will take Umbridge's side, and I don't know about Antioch Wildsmith from Magical Transportation. As for the other lords and ladies, I think even Augusta Longbottom will be a tough sell, even if we get her brother-in-law on board. We can get some of our usual allies, of course Denbright, MacDonald, Montgomery, but it's not a whole coalition. Isn't there a youth representative? Hermione asked. Yes, a 7th-year student appointed by Dumbledore at the start of the school year. Do you think you can talk to whoever it is this year? I don't know who it is, Harry said. Next year's representative, maybe. If it's Penelope Clearwater, definitely. If it's Percy Weasley, I don't know. He's aiming for a ministry job after he graduates. But Andy, can't I just make a speech or something? That's worked before. Andy shook her head sadly. Not with this, or at least not all at once. This is something where we have to win people over gradually. You'll also have to be careful what you say, she added, and not just because of Remus. There might not be that many people who are actively anti-werewolf. But pro-werewolf isn't a very popular position either. Push too hard and people will turn against you. It's ridiculous, Harry said. It's just a disease, and it's not even dangerous 29 days a month. Yes, Cub, we all know that, Remus said. Most wizards even know that in their heads. But the emotional arguments about safety get the better of them. And the public face of werewolves isn't as well-kept as mine, which doesn't help the cause. It's the prejudice I've have to deal with my whole life, he said dejectedly. No one mentioned the fact that he didn't make his status public. Things were hard enough for him as they were, even living with Sirius full-time, and they wouldn't push that on him. Remus, we'll do everything we can to stop that woman, Dan assured him. We won't tolerate that kind of bigotry. Thank you, Dan, he replied. I'm eternally grateful to have such a supportive family. June 25, 1993. It's about time you got back, said Paul. We've been waiting to see this film. Mostly Paul, Tiffany clarified, but it's good to have you two back. Harry and Hermione got precious little time to see their best Muggle friends anymore. Grounding Harry had proved a bit difficult as there had still been a month left in the term at the time. It was hard to believe how much the pair had grown, and they were surprised to see the two of them holding hands. It's good to see you too, Hermione said, hugging Tiffany. So when did you two get together? Just a couple months ago. Paul asked me to the spring formal. That's nice. I wish we had school dances. No school dances? That's lame. I know. Harry, we should put that on our list for after we lobby for decent replacements for Snape, Binns, and Lockhart. Sure, Harry said uncomfortably. That didn't sound like it was high on his priority list. So what about you, Hermione? Tiffany said. Got your eye on a boy yet? No, Tiffany, I'm taking that slow. Hey, Harry, what about you, mate? Paul asked. Harry rolled his eyes. No, Paul, I do not have my eye on a boy. Everyone laughed. Or a girl, he added. Okay, so how was school? Paul continued. Oh, searching for secret chambers, fighting giant serpents, saving damsels in distress, the usual, Harry said, getting more laughs from his friends. Sounds like fun. This film should be right up your alley, then. Yeah, sure, Hermione said uncomfortably. Both she and Harry were trying to mask the fact that they were a little worried this film might bring up unpleasant memories. After all, it was Jurassic Park. Their mother was at home for this. Only Dan was adventurous enough to chaperone this one. The beginning of the film, where a park worker was killed by an unseen velociraptor, was just plain creepy, but things were fine for a while after that. The graphics were really impressive. Even to Harry and Hermione, who had seen actual giant reptiles, seeing a realistic brachiosaurus on the big screen was pretty cool. The trouble started when the Tyrannosaurus escaped its enclosure. The huge beast actually did resemble the basilisk, especially its head, which was about the same size and even had the same size teeth. Needless to say, both Harry and Hermione became very uncomfortable when it began stomping towards the jeep, and when it first appeared on the screen, with only its head visible, Hermione instinctively covered her face with her hands and cried, "Don't look it in the eye!" A couple moviegoers glanced her way in confusion, and Paul whispered, "No, it's don't move so it can't see you." That was bad enough. But when the T-Rex attacked the Jeep and smashed the sunroof in to try to get the kids, even Harry screamed, and when it picked up the lawyer in its jaws and shook him like a chew toy, something the basilisk could easily have done to Harry or Neville, even Dan shouted out, and it was only Harry's grip on Hermione's arm that kept her from jumping up and running from the theater. A lot of people thought the velociraptors were the scariest part of the movie, but after that scene they looked like pushovers. That's it, Hermione said when it was over. No more monster movies. Yeah, Harry agreed. At least not until Christmas. Wow, I didn't think you two would be so freaked out about that, Paul said. You okay? Yes, Harry assured him. We, just have issues with giant reptiles. Apparently. That's kinda weird. Well, weirdly specific phobias happen occasionally, Hermione said. Now, if you want to see Free Willy, that's one we can do. Free Willy, Harry said skeptically. I was thinking The Fugitive. Boys. Well, there's always Hocus Pocus. That should be good for a laugh. Well, I do like talking cats, Harry agreed. There's a lot of good movies this summer, Tiffany said. Are you going to be here the whole time, or are you going on holiday again? We're not sure, Hermione said. Things were hectic at school. We haven't had time to plan a holiday. I hope we can hang out more then, Paul said. We can go on some more double dates. Harry's and Hermione's eyes widened, and they stared at each other in horror. You, they both said. Paul doubled over laughing. You should have seen your faces, he said. I wish I'd brought a camera. But despite the ribbing and their panic during the film, the two siblings had a lot of fun with their Muggle friends. Probably wasn't the best film to see a month after fighting a basilisk, Hermione concluded when they got home. The basilisk was scarier, Harry said. Both of their parents choked a little. How's that? Dan asked nervously. It was bigger for one. And way faster in an enclosed space. Not to mention it was poisonous and could kill with a look. Seriously, if Alan Grant had had a sword and a wand, he could have brought that T-Rex down easy. And if he'd been named Harry Potter, Hermione corrected. I think more than a few wizards would have panicked and got eaten. Well, maybe Theonot would. Harry, that's awful, Hermione said, but she laughed in spite of herself. Chapter 63. The Wizengamot meeting the next day turned out to be pretty boring. Amos Diggory introduced the anti-werewolf bill and made an impassioned speech about public safety, reform, and regularizing the management of werewolves. Solomon Monroe was the main voice against it that day. Harry's family had agreed to hold back for now and see how the battle lines were being drawn. The debate on the bill was short, and it was shelved until the next meeting, officially for public comment and unofficially to build coalitions. The most interesting part of that meeting was when Cousin Dora ran up to the family beforehand, yelling, "I passed! I passed!" and hugging everyone enthusiastically. "That's great, Dora," Hermione grunted as she hugged her tightly. "But what did you pass?" "Stealth and tracking," she said. "That's my hardest subject in Auror training. I nearly flunked it. I can still barely walk a straight line. But I passed it. Now I've just got one more year, and I'll be fully qualified." "Oh, that's great," Hermione said. "I'm sure you'll do a good job." Other than that and a session with Maxwell Barnett to practice occlumency, the summer got off to a pretty uneventful start. The biggest news in the Muggle world, in Harry's and Hermione's estimation, came the following Monday as their father was reading the paper. "Harry, Hermione, you'll want to hear this," he said. "What is it, Dad?" Harry said. "The BBC has announced a new Doctor Who telefilm titled The Dark Dimension to air on the show's 30th anniversary this November." "New Doctor Who?" Harry said excitedly. "Finally!" Hermione exclaimed. "I can't believe they've waited this long to start it again. It's almost 4 years. You have to tape it for us, Dad." "Don't worry, we will. Your mother and I grew up with that show. We won't want to miss it either." "Good," Hermione said. "You know, we should try to find a way to introduce wizards to Doctor Who. Honestly, they think they're upholding ancient British traditions, but what could be more British than hiding behind the sofa whenever Daleks appear?" The Grangers all laughed. Unbeknownst to the Grangers, however, the events at the Wizengamot were big news in some circles. At that very moment, in the backwoods of what was now Slovakia, a man wearing a ratty black coat and no shirt read a newspaper nicked from a bin in the magical district of Bratislava, specifically, the international politics section. The man made sure to follow most of the politics in Europe to find new target areas and new safe havens. He was accustomed to moving frequently. The man growled when he saw the new legislation proposed in Britain. That little piece of bigotry was the worst he had seen in quite some time, the worst new one anyway. A few countries were chronically worse. But this wasn't one of those old, tough governments. This would be a soft target and an opportunity. The revolution was coming. He needed to move fast, though. He had to get to Britain before moonrise on Saturday. He made his way back to his traveling companions and announced his decision. "Time to move." The Grangers got a big surprise on the 4th of July when Sirius and Remus showed up at their door, soaking wet thanks to a late afternoon shower and barely able to stand. Being that it was the day after the full moon, Remus really shouldn't have been up and moving, but he was, and he looked agitated. Sirius had to hold him up to keep him from falling over, but Remus was the one who pushed his way into the house and loudly called for everyone to come to him like a man with a bad hangover. "Remus? What is it? What's wrong? Shouldn't you be resting today?" Emma said with concern. She tried to make him lie down on the sofa, but he refused. "Had to come," he said. "We have a problem." And then he held out a half-soaked newspaper that they hadn't seen yet. The Evening Prophet. Special edition. Fenrir Greyback sighted in Britain. Savage werewolf returns to home shores. Muggle family killed in Upper Flagley. Below the headlines was a magical mugshot of something like a man growling at the camera with pointed yellow teeth. He was very burly and had an impossibly hairy face. His chest, which was bare beneath his ratty coat, looked almost furred. The oddest thing about him, though, were his eyes. They were two-toned, with a ring of pale blue inside a ring of black. He certainly looked very savage. "Werewolf," Dan said in confusion. "Is he worse than the other werewolves or something?" "Much worse," Remus gasped. "Greyback is Remus, you really must lie down," Emma said. "Wolfsbane or no, having your body forcibly rearranged can't be good for you." "Excuse me." Sirius, Harry, and Hermione, who was still in training, all said at the same time. "Oh, you know what I mean," she groused. "We don't have much in the way of potions here, but I can get you some ibuprofen or paracetamol if you like." "Whatever you have is fine," he groaned as he lay down. "The Muggle stuff isn't great, but it helps some." A couple minutes later, and he had eagerly downed a couple of pills and was resting well enough to continue the conversation. "Okay, Remus, who's this Fenrir Greyback and what's so bad about him?" Dan asked. Remus took a deep breath and began speaking. "Greyback is the werewolf who bit me." The Grangers gasped softly. "But it's about a lot more than just me. Greyback is a revolutionary. He despises the prejudiced treatment of werewolves, but his response is to try to infect as many werewolves as he can to build an army to take over the magical world. He's also by far the most savage werewolf in Europe, the worst of probably a couple thousand of us. He's wanted for murder or manslaughter in at least 20 countries. When he comes around, everyone double locks their doors during the full moon and a couple of days before. He has to move every few months just because he's hunted so heavily, but he always gives the Aurors the slip." "But what does he do?" Emma said. "What makes him so much worse than all the others?" "He particularly targets young children," Remus said with a grimace, to the horror of the listeners. "Around age 5 is when he likes them. He deliberately places himself near them on the night of the full moon, infects them, and if he can, kidnaps them, raises them with his pack to hate normal wizards like he does." "That's horrible," Hermione gasped, to general agreement. Is that what he tried to do to you?" Harry said cautiously. "Me? No, or not exactly. I was a revenge attack. Before I was infected, my own father was one of the worst anti-werewolf bigots in the Ministry, I'm sorry to say. The Ministry actually caught Greyback in 1964, near the beginning of his reign of terror, but he passed himself off as a Muggle tramp. They let him go. My father was the only one who suspected him, and he came after me because of that. You see, Greyback may act like an animal, but he's really cunning. He talked his way out of a Ministry holding cell, and on the night before the full moon at that. He's deliberately built up his resistance to the Homorphous charm so that it's basically useless on him now." And going after children isn't just a terror tactic, and it's more than just an easy way to get followers. It's a way to build up his own personal pack the way he wants it. True wolf pack structure is pretty simple. Usually it's one breeding pair and their young over several years, down to the current litter of pups. In the right living conditions, larger packs can form with 2 or 3 or rarely even more breeding pairs. Most werewolf packs resemble human social groups, but Greyback deliberately models his on true wolf packs except that he acquires pups by adoption. It's too hard to take care of infants in those conditions, so he has no hope of outbreeding wizards, and he tries to infect young children instead. In other words, he's really bad news, Dan summarized. He took another look at the paper. This says a Muggle family were killed. Can Muggles become werewolves? He asked worriedly. They can, but it's rare. The wolf will seek to infect wizards, but it sees Muggles as prey. So even though they're a lot easier to find and catch, Muggles rarely survive the attack. By the best numbers I can estimate, no more than 1/10 of werewolves are Muggles. It used to be even rarer before modern Muggle medicine. Then Remus rolled over and stared at Harry. Harry, he said, you asked me last week why the Ministry doesn't make the Wolfsbane potion more accessible. What I didn't say at the time was that they want it to stay tightly controlled. Even most werewolves agree that it's imperative Greyback never gets his claws on Wolfsbane potion. If he could go after Muggles with his wits about him, he could become a Dark Lord to eclipse Voldemort overnight. The Grangers all shuddered. It wasn't hard to do the maths on that. Okay, that's bad, Dan said obviously. How do they control it? The recipe is only available to certified potions masters, he explained. Everyone who knows the recipe and everyone who buys the potion has to be background checked, and I suspect the only reason they're not doing more than that is because the supply is so limited and the price is so high. That's probably why Umbitch didn't bother with it in her bill, he added, in too much pain to care about his language. So what happens now? Emma said. What do we need to do? The whole country will be on lockdown during full moons, Sirius answered. Order and hit wizard patrols in all major wizarding population centers. Intense investigation the rest of the month. A few ICW police officers on the ground. In fact, I'm surprised I haven't been called in today yet. They'll want us to catch or kill him, or at least put the screws to him enough that he flees the country. But I bet he'll stay at least until the final vote on Umbitch's bill, Remus added. Right, Sirius agreed. And you need to stay inside your wards during full moons. If they're not already set to keep out transformed werewolves, ask Dumbledore to add that. Also, be careful where you go in the day or two before, Remus added. Greyback's not known for kidnapping people beforehand, but it's possible. It should be fine around here though, right? Hermione said nervously. Hardly anybody knows where we are. In principle, yes, but remember the wolf can smell magic like you wouldn't believe. If he happens to be in the area, he could pick up your scent. Okay, I think we can handle this, Emma said after taking a few deep breaths. We'll make all the arrangements by the next full moon. You should rest, Remus. Tea, either of you? Crumpets? Stay for dinner? It's nearly time anyway. I could do with a bite, thank you, Sirius said. Maybe later, Remus groaned. The Grangers uneasily returned to their activities while Remus tried to sleep for a while. He woke again after dinner, feeling a little better and finding a plate of roast beef, potatoes, and peas left out for him with what seemed to be a wandless warming charm on it, plus a bar of chocolate. He smiled. It was a bit of a joke in the family since chocolate was only really a remedy for Dementor exposure. Sirius had gorged on it till he threw up when he first got out of Azkaban, but he certainly wasn't going to turn it down. "Hey, Moony." He looked up to see his honorary nephew standing over him, holding a pair of notebooks. "Hello, Ratsbane," he said. "Sorry for disrupting your day." "It's fine," Harry replied. When you're feeling up to it, I finished Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." Remus's eyebrows rose. "You did?" Harry handed him one of the notebooks. "Yeah," he said. "I wrote about the fight with Quirrellmort and the aftermath, and then I thought I should keep going up through passing the Muggle Protection Act, since that was connected to a lot of it." Remus nodded his agreement, then chuckled softly. "If you actually put Quirrellmort in print, I'll have to have Padfoot buy you. I don't know, something really expensive." Harry nodded contemplatively. "You're a good writer, Harry," Remus said as he thumbed through the new pages. Harry didn't feel convinced. Even by the lower standards of the tiny magical world, he could see the problems with it. "It's not as good as those books," he said unhappily. "No, I suppose not, but you're a lot better than your father was at your age and equal to your mother. Growing up with Hermione's done you a lot of good. The quality is just something that will have to come with experience." "What did you think of the changes I suggested on the early chapters?" "They were good. Although they made them a lot better. But I didn't know what to do about some of them. It's hard to really see how to change them." "Well, we can discuss them over the summer when we have the time." "Have you shown your family?" "Yeah. They say they like it, but I think they might be biased." Remus chuckled again. "That's possible, but I do think it has a lot of potential." "Thanks. It's too bad I couldn't get away with publishing it, though," Harry said. "Taking a shot at Voldemort's reputation like that would be great." At that, Remus laughed loudly. "You know, Ratsbane, I think only someone who was raised by Muggles could say that and mean it. You know what I think you should do? Once you get a good, clean draft, show it to Dumbledore and ask him how much of it you can print. I think you could still sell it." "Are you serious?" "No, I'm serious," a voice called from the dining room. The rest of the family half laughed and half groaned. "What he said," Remus replied. "But everyone knows an actual autobiography by Harry Potter would be a bestseller. I know you don't need the money, but you do keep saying you want to set the record straight. Play your cards right, and it could hit the shelves in a couple of years." "Wow. Thanks, Moony, I'll have to think about that," Harry told him. In the meantime, though, he had a whole new mess of stuff he needed to get off his chest. While Remus was reading, he opened his second notebook and wrote at the top of the page, "Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets." John Major, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, set his glasses on his nose and sighed to himself and steeled himself for the other minister to step out of the fireplace, of all places. Why that man couldn't just come in the door like a normal person was beyond him. The first time this Cornelius Fudge character had stepped into Major's office, his very first night in the position, he thought he'd finally gone mad from the pressure of the campaign. Honestly, a talking portrait, a man jumping out of the fireplace like Father Christmas in an atrocious lime green bowler, a secret society of witches and wizards with its own government, its own bloody government right in the heart of London. "Oh, don't worry, they had everything under control," Fudge had said, including the dragons. Dragons! They kept actual fire-breathing dragons in Scotland and Wales. And then, just to prove his point, Fudge turned a teacup into a gerbil and left. To be honest, Major had barely absorbed any of the conversation to start with, and that last stunt made him lose track of most of what he had. It was almost enough to make a man want to resign in frustration on the spot almost. And it wasn't like he could tell anyone. He remembered Fudge's patronizing laugh and his final words to him. "My dear Prime Minister, are you ever going to tell anybody?" No, he wasn't. Or at least that was what he thought at first. Once he gathered his wits about him again, and it took considerable prodding of that gerbil to convince himself he hadn't dreamt the whole thing, Major started to think that there must be someone else he could talk to about this magic. Embarrassingly, with the busyness of setting up the new government, it took him 3 whole days to think of the answer. If Fudge told me about magic, then surely Her Majesty must know as well. He wasn't disappointed. "You mean Maggie didn't tell you?" the Queen had said. "That's quite an oversight." Then, when Major gave a largely incoherent explanation of his conversation with Fudge, "Oh dear, he didn't explain anything at all to you, did he? I thought that Fudge didn't sound like much. I'll ask the Royal Court Magician to pay you a visit and brief you." John Major's primary thought after that call had been, "Her Majesty has a Royal Court Magician?" This was shortly followed by, "Of course she does." That was how he had met Maxwell Barnett. Unlike Fudge, he was a very agreeable chap, a war veteran who had fought against some evil wizard who was working for Hitler, and a man who knew how to use a door properly. Also, unlike Fudge, he was patient, answered all of Major's questions thoroughly, and didn't treat him like a child for not knowing things that were supposed to be secret anyway. He'd learned a lot that day about magic, the magical world, the structure of the wizard's government, and its history. Barnett had even brought some relevant books for him to peruse. Major had been furious when he learnt that mind reading existed in the magical world. That was the first thing that anyone with access to nuclear weapons ought to know. At that point he could see why Maggie had tried to throw Harold Minchum out the window, even not knowing that particular wizard. Needless to say, he'd learnt that occlumency meditation stuff from Barnett as soon as possible. Some of the other information he'd learnt had also been alarming. Widespread prejudice against non-magicals and their magical children, what amounted to a race war that had been inexplicably stopped by a baby, important government officials weaseling out of prosecution for terrorism and murder. And then, a year ago, Barnett had met that baby, now a boy of 12, and learnt that the most evil wizard of his generation was still roaming the land as a disembodied spirit. And Fudge hadn't said a word about any of it. If he wanted to talk now, it must be really bad. Cornelius Fudge appeared in the fireplace in the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street, spinning like a top, and then he stepped out, still wearing that lime-green bowler. "Ah, Prime Minister," he said, extending a hand. "Good to see you again." Fudge was sopping wet, evidently having just come out of the rain to whatever fireplace he'd climbed into. "Oh, what a day! What a day!" he said, not waiting for a response. "Howlers at the Ministry. Whole country in an uproar. Orus on high alert. But then, what do you expect when Greyback comes around?" "Ahem," the Prime Minister interrupted him. "Good evening, Minister. Could you kindly explain to me in complete sentences what the blazes you're talking about?" "Oh, well, nothing to worry about here, I'm sure," Fudge said nervously. "Nothing to worry about. But I had to come because of those poor muggles, you know." "Sorry, which poor muggles?" Fudge lapsed into that patronizing tone of his. Lord, only 2 visits, and Major already hated it. "Well, surely you've heard about the murders in Upper Flagley last night, Prime Minister," he said. Well, that was troubling. Major had indeed been informed just that morning of the gruesome deaths of a family of 4 up in Yorkshire. The police said it looked more like an animal attack than a murder, but there were no reports of an escaped animal in the area large enough to do that. I mean to say, your people were involved in that?" he asked. To use the term loosely, the Minister for Magic said with an air of disgust. Hard to really call Greyback one of ours. Nasty, brutal character he is. Merlin knows we don't get werewolf attacks like that very often. Werewolf? Major said in horror. That was one he wasn't too familiar with. Barnett had only mentioned werewolves in passing and said they usually didn't cause much trouble. Yes, of course, werewolf. What else did you think could rip people to pieces like that? I saw the photos, a horrible tragedy. Fenrir Greyback really is the worst of the lot. Luckily, we're working on some laws to control them better. So there's a werewolf loose in Britain? Oh no, there's about 100 of them, but we keep tabs on them, of course. Don't normally cause any trouble. But Greyback's come back to Britain, and he's agitating. Agitating? You call children torn limb from limb agitating? Come now, Prime Minister, I told you Greyback's the worst one, didn't I? Absolutely savage. More like a wolf than a man now, even when the moon's not out. Major stopped and sighed. So now you have to deal with another monster, Fudge? He said. You just got rid of one, and another comes along. Excuse me? Fudge blustered. What are you talking about? Now, the Prime Minister played his ace. A giant snake, I believe it was? Loose in your school, attacking children? It was that Potter boy who got rid of it, wasn't it? Him and a friend of his? You gave them a couple of awards for it, I believe. That's really bad form, sending a couple of kids to stop a giant monster. Fudge turned stark white. At last, vengeance, the Prime Minister thought. This time it was the other minister's turn to be shocked by the impossibility of John Major's words. Now see here, he sputtered. How could you possibly know about that? Major just smiled and said, My dear Minister for Magic, just because you haven't seen fit to visit me in the past 2.5 years doesn't mean I have no way of finding out what's happening in your world. I understand a number of our families were affected by those attacks at your school. Why didn't you inform me? Fudge opened and closed his mouth like a fish a few times as he searched for an answer to that one. They were all families that already knew about magic, he sputtered. Nothing to worry your government about. To your world, they would have appeared to have no connection with each other whatsoever. We dealt with it on our own. By sending a couple of kids to kill it? They wound up down there by accident. He said indignantly. It was an unfortunate accident. I assure you that my aura force is highly professional. Very well, Minister. So what do I need to do about this situation? Oh no, there's no need for you to do anything. We've got this covered. And after all, you can't very well tell the public to lock up on the full moon because there's a werewolf on the loose, can you? The Prime Minister didn't miss a beat. No, but I can tell them there's a serial killer at large with a thing for attacking on the full moon. There's no need to start a panic, now. It's better than having people be sitting ducks. I'll let you deal with your people, Mr. Fudge. You let me handle mine. Fudge drew himself up stiffly. Very well, Mr. Major, he said. I just wanted to make sure you were informed. Good evening. And with that, he stepped back into the fireplace and was gone, leaving nothing but water drippings on the rug. John Major immediately reached for the button on his intercom to speak to his secretary. Miss Langford, he said, call Mr. Barnett and tell him to come in for an appointment as soon as possible. Rearrange my schedule however you have to. Yes, Mr. Major. Now he would get the real story. But despite the unrest with Fenrir Greyback being back in the country, or perhaps because of it, Dumbledore decided they needed to make their move on the Horcrux he had located right away. The following weekend, once Remus was certain he was back in full fighting form, he took them by portkey to a remote, wooded area on the outskirts of Little Hangleton. Sirius carried the sword of Gryffindor with him. "I guess the Cubs are mad because that television program they wanted to see got cancelled," Sirius said conversationally as they made their way through the brush. "Yes, production difficulties or some such I think it was," Remus said. "They sounded pretty ticked off. I was a little surprised. I suppose I can't blame them if that program's as good as they say. Lily always raved about it, too." The three men felt shivers down their collective spines and froze. "We have crossed the outer ward boundary," Dumbledore said quietly. "I still can't even see the place," Sirius whispered. "I suspect that was intentional," Dumbledore continued. "That one was likely intended to scare off anyone who casually wandered in here before they could see it, and to active the defenses inside. And an anti-apparition ward, I believe," he added as he felt the magic out. "Oh. So much for the element of surprise, then," Sirius grumbled. "I would not have expected our presence to go unnoticed. Let us continue." A couple of dozen yards further in, they crossed another ward subtler than the first, but still noticeable to people experienced with the dark arts. They stopped again to see what would happen. Suddenly there was a hissing sound and dozens of poisonous adders slithered out of the bushes. "Snakes! Why did it have to be snakes?" Sirius said. "You're the one with the sword, Padfoot." "Do something," Remus said as he lashed out at the serpents with his wand. However, it was some quick charm work by Dumbledore that dispersed the snakes, allowing them to continue. Likely intended to force the curious to retreat, but still blending in with the non-magical surroundings, he said. "The rest of the defenses will not be so easy." "Yeah, no kidding," Sirius quipped. They crept forward slowly, waiting to feel the next ward, but it didn't come. Instead, about a dozen yards farther on, Dumbledore faded into thin air. "Albus!" Sirius and Remus cried. But then Dumbledore reappeared, taking careful steps backwards, and they sighed with relief. "Oh my," the old wizard said. "I haven't seen one of these in the field since Grindelwald's wore its a disillusionment ward, and a powerful one. I was entirely blinded when I stepped through it." "Can you work around it?" Remus asked. "By myself, I can counteract the disillusionment to maintain my sight," he said. "As could Voldemort. But to bring the two of you with me, we would need to bring down the ward." "I don't think you should go in there alone, Albus," Remus said. "That was the whole point of this." "A fair sentiment. Thus, we must bring down the ward, and hopefully re-establish it afterwards, in case Voldemort should return here." "The question is," Sirius said, "do we want to try to bring down the ward by force or risk the traps set for anyone trying to mess with the rune stones? If they're inside the ward, we won't even be able to find the rune stones," Remus observed. "Let us first ascertain the shape of the ward," Dumbledore said. "That should give us hints." By simply walking around and finding where the vanishing of objects began, they found that the ward was a perfect heptagon marked by 7 rune stones. Remus was right that they couldn't find the stones inside the ward, but Dumbledore was also right that the locations of the corners gave them away approximately. Dumbledore being Dumbledore, he found a clever solution: move large sections of the soil with the rune stones inside them. By moving 2 of the stones around the heptagon until the planes crossed, with some dampening spellwork to make it less likely they would set off anything, it would create a weak spot that would allow him to open a gap in the ward. They would also be less likely to set off any traps if their magic didn't touch the stones directly. The catch was that the 2 rune stones would have to be moved in a perfectly synchronized manner over a considerable distance, and even with Dumbledore on one and Remus and Sirius working together on the other, it would take a lot of effort to move that much soil. "Well, you know wards better than we do," Remus said. "Let's try it." Dumbledore directed them where to go, and they carefully began pushing with their wands. The soil shifted beneath their feet, and 2 large masses slid through their surroundings. They began to move towards each other, and they could feel the magic shifting in the air, concentrating where the stones were coming close together. But then, just as the planes of magic crossed, a cord of energy seemed to snap in the air, the soil shifted much more drastically, and with a chorus of moans, about 20 bodies clawed their way out of the soil. "Crap! Inferi!" Sirius yelled. "I've got this," Remus said. He was the dark creature expert after all. He began firing cutting curses to dismember them and fire spells to burn them as top speed, but the mob of Inferi threatened to overwhelm him. "I could use a little help, though," he added. It was good that there were 3 of them. Dumbledore probably could have taken them on his own, but even as it was, they had a real fight on their hands. "I thought Voldemort stuck all his Inferi in that lake," Sirius yelled. He decided to forego his wand and started hacking the bodies to pieces with the sword, knowing it would probably be enough to slow them down until the others could burn them, though the closer quarters made it riskier. "Obviously not all of them," Remus said between spells. "Padfoot, watch out." "Arg!" Sirius screamed as one of the Inferi dug its claws into his shoulder. It clutched him from behind, trying to reach its hands far enough to wrap around his neck. Sirius failed with the sword, narrowly avoiding cutting himself with the poisoned blade. "Hold still," Remus yelled. 2 carefully aimed cutting curses, and both of the Inferius's arms fell to the ground. Sirius spun around with his wand and burned it to ashes. The 3 men looked around and found all of the Inferi destroyed or no longer able to attack. Dumbledore burned what was left of the bodies. "Try to avoid tripping the traps, you said," Sirius said. He was bleeding from the shoulder but still standing. "Thanks, Moony." Remus conjured a bandage for him. "Can you get through the ward now?" "I believe I can." The old wizard made precise movements with his wand for a minute, and then something like a doorway appeared in the air, and through it they could see a ruin of a shack. The roof had been completely stripped away by the elements, and nettles and ivy threatened to choke the walls. The windows were completely opaque. The only part that looked well preserved was a dead snake nailed to the door. "What is this place?" Remus said as they approached. "The childhood home of Voldemort's mother," said Dumbledore. "Ugh," said Sirius. "I don't even want to think about him having a mother." They didn't run into any more wards as they approached the door, but Dumbledore held up his hand and hissed a word. "Heshahassa." The door opened. Sirius shivered. "Do you have any idea how creepy it is when you do that, Albus?" "Severus has mentioned it on occasion," Dumbledore said dryly. He started forward, but he had only gone 1 step when bright, unnaturally ruby-red flames sprang up in the doorway. "Oh, come on," Sirius complained. "Is that what I think it is, Padfoot?" Remus said. "It's a cursed fire barrier. Nasty piece of work. They usually need a potion key to get through." "Yes, Sirius, I am familiar with the concept," Dumbledore said. "We will need to determine the properties of the potion that's needed and then—" "Now, hold on," Sirius interrupted. "There are advantages to being a son of the House of Black. I know my curses," My parents used one of these against me when I ran away from home to keep me from coming back for my stuff. I spent 2 weeks figuring out a way to get through without the key." "Hey, I remember that," said Remus. "I also remember it was really dangerous." "Yes, but we can do it faster here. Come on, Moony, it'll work." Remus sighed and helped his friend. Dumbledore watched with confusion as the two men piled up dirt high enough to fill the entire doorway. The dirt pile seemed to glow like a furnace, but then the pair started casting a number of anti-dark magic spells and some very obscure glass-cooling charms, and the headmaster understood. A Scourgify later, and it was revealed that the flames were frozen, not by magic, as was usual, but imprisoned in a beautiful sculpture of cloudy glass made from the sandy soil. "Okay, that's it," Sirius said. "If we smash through it fast enough, we'll have a couple of seconds before the fire reactivates." "Ah," Dumbledore said, "so your plan was to force your way through by sheer nerve. Hey, whatever works, right? Just be warned, it'll only work so many times in a row. I learned that the hard way. Took ages for my hair to grow back." "Quite. I suppose we might as well try it if we are fast enough." He took his place in front of the door. "If you are right, we will need to take it at a run. Both of you stay close behind me. If you are ready, on 3. 1, 2, 3. They ran towards the shack, and Dumbledore smashed the glass sculpture into sand just before he reached it. The 3 men tumbled into the front room and landed in a heap. The flames reappeared behind them. Dumbledore stood up, dusted himself off, and cast about with his wand. "Very ingenious, Sirius. The Horcrux is nearby. Here, under the floorboards." The trio carefully lifted up the floorboards at that spot. No traps triggered. Under the floorboards was a box. It was sealed but not heavily warded. Dumbledore quickly prized it open. Inside the box was a ring, a strange ring, a gaudy old gold thing with an impractically large stone. The stone itself was black and apparently pyramid-shaped. And yet, the more one looked at it, the more it seemed beautiful. Lupin instinct, plus a certain sensibility of character, was what snapped Remus out of it first, that and the rule that James and Sirius had drilled into the lone half-blood of the Marauders: don't touch unfamiliar jewelry without checking it for curses first. Jewelry was the most common non-dark item to be cursed by purebloods, and the strange sense he was getting from the ring definitely qualified. And Dumbledore was reaching towards it as if in a trance. "Albus? Albus! Albus, stop!" he cried, pulling the man's arm back. Dumbledore shook him off, elbowing him painfully in the process. He began to reach again, and Remus did the only thing he could think of. He tackled Albus Dumbledore to the ground. The next thing Remus knew was a painful blow to the chest, and he flew across the room and slammed into the wall of the shack, rattling the rafters. He felt his ribs crack and a disorienting pain in the back of his head. Dumbledore lay on the floor, propped up on one arm, with his other hand extended towards him, and a terrible rage in his eyes. Remus had just been hit with a wandless banishing charm strong enough to give him a concussion, and he feared he was about to face something much worse, but the rage faded from the old man's eyes, and he instead looked up in horror. Meanwhile, Sirius had barely noticed. He stood unmoving, transfixed by the sight of the ring. Presently he began reaching for it. "Padfoot, stop! The ring's cursed." Remus coughed. Sirius hesitated for a moment, but didn't look at him. He began reaching again. "Padfoot, the sword. It's a piece of Voldemort. You've got to use the sword." Sirius's hand started shaking. His eyes widened in understanding. Slowly he drew his hand back and put it on the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor. Then, in a swift motion, he raised it over his head and brought it down hard on the ring. Crack! A pulse of energy blasted him back into the other wall of the cabin, when he slumped, groaning. Dumbledore and Remus staggered to their feet, and Dumbledore waved his hand and closed the box again. He would take a closer look once he was sure the curse was dispelled. "Well done, Sirius," he said shakily. "It seems you were more than right about needing help." "Swell, now help me." Sirius groaned from the floor. He held up his hands. They were contorted with pain, and the veins had turned black as if by poison. "Sirius." Remus slurred. His head was going cloudy. "What's wrong?" "The curse on the ring, no doubt. It was released when the ring was broken," Dumbledore said, frantically waving his wand over the man. "But treatable, I believe, if we move quickly. It looks as if the sword absorbed most of it. If any of us had touched the ring directly." "You're welcome. And you, Remus, also need urgent help. Nothing for it, we'll have to risk the attention at St. Mungo's. We must go." Getting out also took some work, but it went faster than getting in. Dumbledore quickly reformed the glass barrier on the door of the shack and pushed the three of them through it. He left the 2 rune stones where there were. He could always move them back later. From there it was just a short run to get out from under the anti-apparition ward, and they were gone. The Granger family stood in front of the welcome which in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, who, surprisingly, didn't even seem to notice who Harry was. "Hello," said Emma. "We're here to see Sirius Black and Remus Lupin." "Let's see." The welcome which went through her files. "Here's Remus Lupin, ground floor, mundane injuries, ward not 3. And Sirius Black, 4th floor, spell damage, ward 42. "Thank you," Emma said. "And which ward does Healer Tonks work in, ma'am?" Hermione added, "We might want to see her." "Ward 35, 3rd floor, poisonings." "Thank you, ma'am." Remus, however, assured them he was fine. He just needed a few hours to get over the concussion with the right potions, and Sirius was the one they really needed to see. So the Grangers took the lift up to the 4th floor, and in Ward 42, they found Sirius in a bed with Dumbledore standing over him. Sirius's arms were splayed out, and each of his hands seemed to be soaking in a bowl of potion. But one thing they hadn't expected was to see a third person there. Victoria McKinnon, who was sitting by his side and wiping his forehead. "Hey there, cubs, Dan, Emma," he said, smiling uncomfortably. "Good to see you. How's Remus doing?" "He was fine, and he said you were the one we should be worried about," Emma told him. "Of course he says that." "Well, he looked fine," she answered. "Miss McKinnon, is it? It's been a while. New Year's, I think." She shook their hands. "I don't want to intrude on family. I just heard that Sirius was here." "I'm sure they don't mind," he interrupted. "I just sent Vicky an owl telling her I was in here. Very nice of her to actually show up, don't you think?" He let them see a spark of his usual self as he wagged his eyebrows. Vicky rolled her eyes and messed up his hair, knowing he couldn't fix it himself. "Sirius, what happened to you?" Harry asked. "What were you doing?" "Oh, right," he said darkly. "Well, the 3 of us were doing a special job, one of the headmaster's secret projects. The item we were looking for was cursed. I only got a bit of it, and I still feel like I was run over by a hippogriff. Are you gonna be okay?" Harry said in horror. "Should be. The healers say there was no permanent damage, but it'll take a month or two to fully purge the curse from my system. That bad? What were you looking for? Said Dan. One of those things that you really must master a clemency before learning about, Mr. Granger, Dumbledore said. If you continue to progress in the art, I will inform you in the fall. What about Remus? Hermione asked. He wasn't cursed too, was he? No, I'm afraid that was my doing, Hermione, the headmaster replied. There was a misunderstanding when we found the item. However, he did save me from a potentially lethal curse, and for that I am, naturally, grateful. I do hope you don't pull any more dangerous stunts like this for a while, Emma said. I agree, said Vicky. Unfortunately, I have ascertained the existence of at least one more such item, Dumbledore told the group. Sirius started coughing violently. You couldn't tell us before? He choked. It was not relevant to today's mission. And I am still investigating the details. Great. He grumbled and kept coughing so much that Vicky had to help him take a drink of water. ACH. He sputtered. Sorry you have to see me like this, he said to none of them in particular. It's okay, Sirius, Vicky replied, taking it to be directed at her. I've seen a lot worse, you know. And I'm sure it was for a good cause. Oh, definitely. Definitely a good cause. It's just that. I don't know, it's harder than it used to be. I don't think I ever fully recovered from Azkaban. Dumbledore lowered his gaze. Azkaban is a very dark place, Sirius, he said. It's understandable that it would change a man. The best thing you can do is to keep moving forward. Besides, I think you've bounced back pretty well, Vicky said, affectionately brushing his hair from his eyes. You're back on the job, making a difference. Oh, I still do all right as a hit wizard, I know, but I'm not the same man I was when I was 21 and invincible. Believe me, Sirius, no one stays 21 and invincible for long, she said. But you're still a good man, and you still know how to have a good time, and that's worth a lot. Thanks, Vicky. Sirius gave her a half-smile. He didn't have the heart to tell her what was really eating him, or how she was making it so much harder by treating him like this. It was horrible to think, but even without the curse, he really was starting to feel old sometimes, or maybe not old, but at least middle-aged. He blamed his family for it. Sirius remembered Lily telling him how inbreeding messed up something called genes, which affected lifelong health, and how inbreeding over many generations caused both physical and mental health problems to multiply. It made sense. The Blacks were deeper down that rabbit hole than anyone, except maybe the Crabs and the Goyles, and look how his parents had turned out. Unstable, chronically angry, jinx-happy, and downright depraved with some of the curses they'd left on the house, though he wondered if constant exposure to dark magic had made it worse. But their poor health was his greatest worry. That was the thing that had haunted Sirius, and probably Andromeda, too, though he'd never asked, for many years, most acutely when he'd been named Harry's godfather. Wizards were long-lived. Living to 100 was more or less expected if one didn't die violently. But so many of the Blacks of the last few generations had died in their 50s and 60s. Chapter 64. Dear Harry and Hermione. Guess what? Dad hit the jackpot. He won 700 galleons in the daily profit draw. We're going to use it for the whole family to take a trip to visit Bill in Egypt for a month. He works as a curse breaker there, breaking into all the old tombs for Gringotts. We always wanted to see the stuff he does there. It's going to be awesome. I just hope Mum lets me go inside G. They're gonna get me a new wand and stuff with the extra money too. The tips busted on my old 1R. What do you think about that werewolf? Greyback sounds like a really bad guy any day of the month. Fred and George say he brought a whole pack with him and he's trying to take over the wizarding world. I don't know if I believe them, it sounds pretty crazy, but werewolves give me the creeps anyway. Our Mum's glad we'll be out of the country for the next full moon, but the one after that will be the night before we go to Hogwarts. We don't know what we're doing for that. Mum and Dad have been arguing about that new werewolf law. Mum likes it, but Dad thinks it's too harsh and will just make things worse. What do you think? Or is it some secret political thing? We hope your summer's going well. We heard your godfather's in the hospital. What happened to him? Is he getting out soon? How's the Muggle world? Dad wants to know all about it. We'll be back the last week before school starts. See if you can visit then. Your friends, Ron and Ginny. P.S. Percy just found out he's head boy and he's being exactly as big-head as you think about it. Oh, great, Ron's got a problem with werewolves, Harry complained when he read the letter. Well, you can't expect all of our friends to be okay with them, Hermione said sensibly. We knew it was a common prejudice in the magical world. And we've never told the Weasleys about Remus. At least Mr. Weasley is thinking clearly about it. Well, there's that, Harry said. And wow, Egypt and magical Egypt. That's great for them. I think they deserve a holiday like that after last year. Definitely, Hermione agreed. And I'm sure magical Egypt must be absolutely fascinating. The ancient Egyptians had the oldest written magic tradition in the world, even older than the Sumerians. Their amulets are still highly prized, and modern spellcrafters still study their animal magic, impeach. Harry had covered her mouth with his hand. Say, Mum, Dad, why haven't we ever been to Egypt? He asked. Dan and Emma raised their eyebrows. I guess we never really thought about it, Dan said. There's so much to see in Europe. Do you want to go to Egypt? Sure. It'd be great, especially with all the Weasleys there. We've never even met Bill and Charlie before, and we'll get to see a really different magical culture. Oh, yes, that would be wonderful. Hermione started up again, pushing his hand away. Did you know that Arabic speakers use calligraphy in place of runes? Although they sometimes use geometric mosaics, too. I think you've mentioned it, Harry cut her off. I also know that they used to worship cats in Egypt. Hermione rolled her eyes and smacked him on the arm. That's not exactly a convincing reason to go, she said. That does sound like a nice trip, though, Emma said. I think we can swing a week starting the day after your birthday, don't you, Dan? Yes. I think so, he said. It's a bit short notice, but we can move things around at the practice to open up that week. I guess it's good that we didn't plan a holiday this year. Yeah, Harry agreed. Although, that means we won't be here to take care of Remus on the 3rd. Hermione remembered. Sirius might still be in the hospital, and Dobby has to spend most of his time with him because he can't use his hands. I'm sure Cousin Andy would be willing to check in on him, Emma suggested. That could work, Harry said. It is good to have a lot of cousins. She's already covering for us, so I don't have to go to a Wisengamot meeting on my birthday. We should get her something nice sometime, Hermione said. Okay, I think we're settled, Dan concluded. We'll fly into Cairo on the 1st and look up the Ministry of Magic there. I think we'll have to, she said. Aha. Are you going to write Ron and Ginny? No, Harry said with a grin. I think we should surprise them. Besides, it'll be a great prank on Fred and George. I'll write Bill so he knows what's going on. I'm sure he'll be happy to help. Harry's birthday came and went, thankfully uneventfully. A perfectly ordinary party was the only thing they had to worry about that day. The Wisengamot continued to debate the Orwellian Werewolf Safety Act, but it was a lot of bluster from what they heard. The battle lines redrew themselves after Greyback's return, unfortunately more in favor of the bill, but that also caused the whole process to lose a month. Early in the morning of the 1st of August, the family packed up and drove to Heathrow, from whence they took a non-stop flight to Cairo and, following Bill's instructions, located the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, where there was already a registered portkey waiting for them. The Grangers had never traveled by portkey before, and it didn't sound any more pleasant than the other forms of magical travel they had tried. In this case, the portkey was a teapot. They had the urge to actually grasp the thing, especially as it was supposed to fly through the air, or perhaps some magical hyperspace, but the Egyptian ministry official told them that touching a finger to it was enough. The Grangers felt rather silly as they held onto the teapot. While the official counted down the seconds, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, there was a very unpleasant sensation of being pulled by a hook somewhere inside the gut, a feeling of being knocked around roughly in something outside the normal 3 dimensions, and a rush of wind at an impossible speed. They had a vague sense of sand rushing past them in some wildly distorted view, but they only had a couple of seconds before. Wham! They hit the ground hard and all 4 of them fell over in a heap. First portkey trip? An accented voice said. They looked up and saw a fairly dark-skinned Egyptian man wearing a white keffiyeh staring down at them. Yeah, Dan said. They stood up. You are the Grangers, here to see William and his family? The man said. That's right. I assume we're in the right place. Yes, Mr. Granger. My name is Sayed, William's partner on this expedition. I will take you to him. He paused in front of Harry. Harry Potter, I am honored to meet you, he said. The Grangers tried to remain polite, thinking he was referring to Harry's fame in Britain, but he continued, Your recent feat is already legend among curse-breakers. We must face treasure guardians frequently, and basilisks are among the rarest and most feared. And with good reason, Harry quipped. Indeed. Follow me, please. They were walking across a small valley in the desert. It was a stark and barren place. There was no sand, but the ground was strewn with jagged rocks of all sizes. The whole place would have fit comfortably inside the Hogwarts grounds. The floor of the valley was dotted with tents, and around the edges they could see the partially excavated entrances of tombs. This is a joint expedition by Gringotts and the Egyptian Ministry, Sayed explained. The team is built from both sides. Gringotts provides its curse-breaking services in exchange for a share of the treasure. I am an archaeologist. I identify the artifacts and, as well as I can, the curses that are on them. Hermione was hanging on his every word, and the rest of the family also found it interesting. They came to one of the larger tents, and Sayed put a finger to his lips and directed them to slip inside quietly. They barely succeeded in keeping their astonishment to themselves. The tent was bigger on the inside and was fully furnished flat. We just walked into the TARDIS, they all thought. In the middle of the tent they saw 9 heads of red hair. All but one was facing away from them. A tall young man with long hair and a fong earring was up at the front of the room, entertaining his family with some tale about his exploits, Bill, apparently. His eyes passed across the Grangers without acknowledging them, which was apparently part of the plan. So the Guardian turned out to be a griffin, Bill Weasley said. And normally we could handle a griffin, but this thing had been feeding on the magic of the enchantments on the cave for a long time. The first thing we noticed was that it was about twice as big as normal, and then we started slinging spells at it, and they just bounced off. The thing had turned magic resistant, tougher than dragon hide. And Harry saw his cue. "Sounds like you could have used a sword," he called from the back of the tent. The Weasleys all spun around wide-eyed. Even Charlie knew him by description. "Harry!" they all shouted, followed immediately by several cries of "Hermione!" There was a mad scramble to jump up and greet their visitors. Ginny hugged Harry enthusiastically, but quickly jumped back, red-faced, before hugging Hermione. Ron and the twins all slapped Harry on the back, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shook hands with Dan and Emma. "Harry, Hermione, what are you doing here?" Ron said. "Can't we go on holiday if we want to?" Hermione said. "Well, sure, but we didn't expect it's good to see you, though. Egypt's great. You'll love it here." "Harry Potter, Charlie Weasley." "Honored to meet you," the Weasley's second son said, shaking his hand. "I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for my family." Charlie seemed to be the only one of the 7 Weasley children who took after his mother instead of his father in terms of looks. Charlie was short and stocky instead of tall and thin like the others, though Ginny was perhaps in between. He looked calloused and weather-beaten, though, and he wore a mop top that Mrs. Weasley surely didn't approve of. But the Grangers barely had time to acknowledge Charlie before the crowd parted and Bill stepped forward. He clasped Harry's hand firmly. "Lord Potter," he said softly, "I can't tell you how grateful I am to you for saving my baby sister. When the circulars went around and said that 2 12-year-olds had fought a 1,000-year-old basilisk and won, we couldn't believe it, but I suppose if anyone could do it, it would be you." "Mostly luck and a lot of help," Harry disagreed, "but I'm glad I saved her. And Ginny's a real fighter too, you know." Bill smiled. "More than I think she realizes. If you don't mind, Lord Potter, I'd like to speak with you privately about what happened in the chamber. As a curse breaker, I may be able to pick up on some details other people would miss." I'd be okay with that," he replied. "And please call me Harry." "Thank you, Harry." Bill then addressed the group. "Yes, if you're suspecting I knew the Grangers were coming, you're right. I asked the cook to prepare a special dinner, and we'd be glad to have you join us." "We'd love to, William," Emma said. "And thank you for your hospitality." "No trouble at all. It's the least we can do." The dinner was a traditional Egyptian feast, which, as cosmopolitan as they were, was a little jarring to the Grangers' palates. Harry especially did not appreciate that the meal was so heavy on legumes and mostly loaded up on kebabs and shawarma. Hermione, on the other hand, absolutely loved the falafel and also the garlic and tomato salad, and she continued to chide Harry for not eating enough vegetables, to Mrs. Weasley's agreement and everyone else's amusement. Just wait till you become an animagus, Harry thought. A good time was had by all, though, as Bill and Charlie entertained everyone with stories of their exploits in curse-breaking and dragon-handling, respectively. The Grangers gave them some limited highlights of their lives, and the rest of the Weasleys had a lot of stories about their childhoods before Hogwarts. The only spot of trouble came when they learnt that dessert was baklava. The dish was so rich and syrupy sweet that Harry couldn't finish it and pushed it away. He had to apologize profusely to the offended cook, saying that his food was excellent, but he had a constitutional issue that he couldn't tolerate something that rich. The Weasleys were even more confused. When he snacked on a licorice wand as a chaser, although Ron gave him a sympathetic look. After dinner, Bill pulled Harry aside into a private room for a chat. Harry considered bringing his family in on it, or at least Hermione, but Bill seemed pretty insistent that it be one-on-one. "Harry, I already heard the story from Ginny," he said, "but I wanted to hear it from you too. There was something off about the way she talked about that diary. Even for dark artifacts like that, possession is unusual. I was hoping that you could tell me exactly what happened in the Chamber of Secrets and what you observed about the diary." Harry nodded and began to speak, beginning from when he first woke up in the chamber. As Bill had expected, he was able to fill in a lot of details of what happened when Ginny was possessed, and still more when she was unconscious. He asked a lot of very detailed questions about the shade of riddle. How it looked, what it said, how fast it became solid, its physical effects on Ginny, and so on. When he mentioned that it was draining her life force to come back to life, Bill turned pale and, as one question led to another, went back to the encounter with Quirrellmort the year before, which led to a whole new set of questions. When Harry was finally done, Bill looked shaken. He knew the diary must have been bad, but he didn't think it was that bad. "Harry, I think I know what that diary was," he said slowly. "Did Dumbledore say anything about it?" "Not much," Harry thought back. "He told Sirius and Remus that it was a you-know-what. And they didn't say it, but I think on that mission earlier this summer where Sirius got hurt, they were looking for another one." Bill turned white and clutched a hand to his chest. "Merlin's bollocks," he gasped. "More than one?" Yeah. Is that bad?" "Harry, please tell me they got all of them." He shook his head sadly. "Dumbledore said there's at least one more item out there." Bill sat down and buried his face in his hands. Harry couldn't understand what was so horrifying that it would make a curse-breaker sink into despair. "I hoped it was over," he muttered more than once, after a couple of minutes, and told Harry, "I hesitate to tell you what that thing was, but it could be very important to you in the future." Harry held up his hand. "I don't think you should. Dumbledore said he'd tell us in the fall, but he wants us to finish our occlumency training first." "Occlumency?" Bill said then, when he got over his surprise. "Of course, occlumency. That would be good. Okay, I'll let Dumbledore tell you. I just want you to know that if that diary was what I think it was, well, this is beyond my expertise, but I think that if he had finished that ritual, then it wouldn't have been the real you-know-who. I think it would have been a copy, basically, of his 16-year-old self, still very dangerous, but the most dangerous thing is that he could have gone and found the real you-know-who and helped him." Harry finally understood at least part of what was so horrifying. "Oh, bugger! There would have been two of them." "Yes, and that danger is still there until Dumbledore gets rid of those other items, so we all need to keep an eye out." "Definitely," Harry agreed. 2 days later, Remus Lupin lay on his bed in 12 Grimmauld Place, racked with pain. Sirius would be getting out of St. Mungo's on Friday, for all the good it did him, and he still needed Dobby to do a lot for him until then, despite Vicky's frequent visits. The elf had stopped by that morning to bring Remus a breakfast tray and pain potions and to check if he needed anything else. As stubborn as he was, Remus assured him he was fine and sent him back to Sirius. He downed the pain potions but barely touched the breakfast. He couldn't stomach much right now. He flopped face down and tried to sleep some more. Dong! The doorbell. Who would be showing up at the door on a day like today? He ignored it and hoped whoever it was would go away. It was a whole minute before the sound was repeated. Dong! Great! They weren't going away. In fact, whoever it was seemed to be expecting him to take a long time to answer the door. He growled loudly and wished he could call Dobby. But only a family member could call a bound elf, no matter how close a friend they were. Dong! All right, I'm coming, he growled again and pushed himself out of bed, his muscles aching at the effort. Wrapping a sheet around himself, he shuffled out of the room. Lucky for him, he was in the master bedroom on the second floor, which had been renovated to handle his transformations, as opposed to his usual spot in Regulus's old room on the fourth floor. But still, descending 2 flights in his current condition was a painful affair. He very nearly gave up again, still hoping the visitor would leave. Dong! No dice. He had to keep going. Suddenly, a horrible thought struck him. What if he'd been exposed? What if the person at the door, who seemed to know his predicament, wasn't one of the few people who already knew he was a werewolf, and half of them were in no position to be here today? What if it was an Auror or a reporter or anyone else who might have an interest in talking to a werewolf on his most vulnerable day of the month, especially one with a connection to the boy who lived? But it was too late to do anything now. He finally made his way to the front door and opened it far enough to see who was there. It was an Auror. Or rather, an apprentice Auror. "Dora," he said blearily. "Hey there, Remus, how's it hangin'?" Sirius's perky cousin was wearing her hair in electric blue curls that were almost painful to the eye and sounded far too cheerful for Remus's tastes. She must have already had her coffee. "What are you doing here?" he said. "Can't I visit my friend when he's sick?" she said indignantly. "Well, I suppose you can, but—" "Great." She pushed her way in the door, grabbed him by the arm and pulled him with her into the entryway. "Now just 1 minute, Dora," he tried to resist her. "What is all this about?" "Well, Harry asked me to check up on you, obviously." Remus stopped and stared. He did? "Yeah. Well, technically he asked my mum to check up on you, but I told her I'd do it." That's very kind of you, but I'm fine here, really." She looked him up and down. "You're stumbling around the house half asleep in a bedsheet. Got anything underneath it?" she added, winking at him. "Dora." Yes, I have," he sputtered, blushing, but even so he pulled the sheet tighter around him. Dora just grinned. "Come on, Wolfie, you should lie down." She started to lead him towards the stairs, but she tripped on the bedsheet, and they both fell to the ground with him, landing on top of her. Just ignore that," she said. Her metamorphmagus ability was not sufficient to suppress her blush. Still, she pushed them both to their feet, draped his arm across her shoulders, and carefully helped his up the stairs. Not returning all the way to the second floor, she laid him on the sofa in the drawing room. "You really don't have to do this," Remus protested. "Oh, shut up and relax for a while," she dismissed him. "I would have thought you'd be happy to have someone to keep you company today. Don't you need to work?" "Nope, took the whole day off. Even Madai's required to give me time." "You shouldn't waste it on me, then." "I'll spend my day off any way I want," Dora snapped. "Merlin, Sirius told me you get like this after every full moon." "Come on, you need to," Dora grunted as she pushed Remus's head up enough that she could slip in and sit on the sofa, laying his head on her lap. "You need to quit feeling sorry for yourself and live a little." Remus said. "Sure." Dora put a finger to his lips, leaving him to lie very confused in silence as she started stroking his hair. The Grangers' stay in Egypt was excellent. It was exciting seeing all the magical tombs, and they learnt a lot about ancient Egyptian magic and curse-breaking in general. Fred and George successfully pranked everyone at least once, although Bill quickly let Percy out of the tomb they tried to shut him in. They had a conversation with Mr. Weasley about the Werewolf Safety Act and what might be done to counter it. They didn't reach much in the way of conclusions, but they did make sure Ron heard their position that werewolves weren't so bad. Charlie agreed wholeheartedly, since his attitude towards creatures was a step short of Hagrid's. After a week, though, they had to leave the Weasleys in Egypt and return to England. Just before they left, Bill gave Harry an envelope, saying, "Harry, can I trust you to give this to Professor Dumbledore the next time you see him? It concerns what we discussed in private, so only give it directly to his hands." "I understand, Bill," Harry said. "I'll give it to him as soon as I can." Upon their return, they were reunited with Sirius and Remus, each of whom met them with whispered rumors about the other's love life, which they both steadfastly denied themselves. Remus also revealed that Dumbledore had approached him again for the defense professorship on account of Greyback, but he had declined. "If it were any other position, I might consider it," he said, "but I'm not going to risk that curse." After that, Harry and Hermione still had their hands full. They took time to hang out with their friends, revise their karate skills, prepare for the new school year, and, perhaps most importantly, finish their occlumency training. Legilimens. Harry felt the intrusion at once, the slipping control over his own thoughts. It was a unique feeling, but by now a familiar one, and he clamped down on it hard and fast, picturing his image of the Hogwarts grounds. He had begun working on the maze technique and a couple of other tricks and would continue to do so, but this is what would serve him best in an actual attack. Resisting the pressure to think about other things, he focused on painting the details of the scene on his mind, whilst still sparing some brain power to pay attention to his physical surroundings, something that would be crucial in a fight. The attack wavered, growing stronger and weaker and sometimes coming in sharp blows, but his resistance held firm. After several minutes of pushing and prodding, Mr. Barnett broke it off. "Excellent, Lord Potter," he said. "I must say, I did not think someone your age could have made such progress in a year's time. Professor Dumbledore will have to make the final call, of course, but I believe you are ready to learn whatever secrets he has reserved for you." "Thank you, Mr. Barnett," Harry smiled. He knew this was a major accomplishment. Maxwell Barnett was good at what he did, and his praise was not given lightly. He couldn't help being proud of himself, even if it was only a gateway to more difficulties for him. Finally, he would be able to learn what the prophecy was and what cursed items Dumbledore was looking for, although from what Bill said, he wasn't sure he wanted to know now. Once Mr. Barnett was ready again, he turned his attention to Hermione. "Now for you, Miss Granger." "Legilimens." Hermione also felt the intrusion at once, but her strategy, of course, was different. Almost as a reflex, she shifted the unbidden thoughts over to the entrance of her mental maze, and with each nudge to a protected memory, she redirected it through the stronger associations between the thoughts in her maze. Her parents both found it tiring, but Hermione was sure she could keep it up all day, and indeed, several minutes of sharp prodding from Barnett did not break her concentration. "Splendid, Miss Granger," he said when he broke it off. "I have seen few with a memory better than yours, and you are using it well. I believe you are also ready." A few minutes later he also pronounced Dan and Emma as passable occlumens, and they thought they were all ready for what Dumbledore had in store. "Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Barnett," Dan told him when they were done. "Not at all, Mr. Granger. It's always a pleasure to tutor such dedicated students. Oh, and before I go, I think it is interest you to know that I have had several meetings with the Prime Minister regarding the Fenrir Greyback situation." "Oh," Emma said. "We knew there must be something going on with that. He's been on the news as a serial killer. What's the Prime Minister doing?" "Just small things, bulletins to the Muggle police services and so forth. Greyback was sighted at the last full moon, but with the security he wasn't able to infect anyone, thank Merlin. I just wanted to let you know that since there's a full moon the night before the Hogwarts term starts, Mr. Major is going to find an excuse to shut down King's Cross overnight. It should be cleared up by the time you get there, but now you'll know if there's anything off about it." "We'll remember that. Thank you." The one other thing the Grangers had to do before Hermione and Harry returned to school was to buy their new textbooks and school supplies. They would be taking more classes this year, as both of them had selected ancient runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures, and thus they were laden with more books than usual, or what would have been usual last year if it weren't for Lockhart. But this year, after thinking about it for the last few months, there was one more thing that Hermione desperately wanted. "I'd really love to have a cat I can take to school with me," she told their parents. "I would have liked to take Rowena from the start if we could, and it's just not the same with Hedwig." "Why would you need your own cat when you've got me?" Harry said. Hermione's fingers glowed blue as she pointed at him, indicating that she was about to throw a stinging jinx. Okay. Harry held up his hands. "I was kidding. Mostly. You know, taking care of a cat full-time is a bigger responsibility than an owl," Emma said. "Hedwig can stay in the Ollery and can hunt on her own, but a cat would have to stay in your dorm." "I know, Mom," Hermione said, "but we've dealt with cats for years, and I've been thinking I really want one I can build a relationship with at school and keep with me afterwards." "Hey, Rowena's still got some life in her," Harry protested automatically. "Probably not that much, but still." Hermione sighed and gave him a sympathetic look. "I'm not trying to replace Rowena, Harry," she said. "I know you care a lot about her, but that's just the thing. She's always been more yours than mine. She belonged to your birth parents, after all." "Well, yeah," he admitted. "Look, Mione, I understand. It's fine with me if you get a cat. I just hope it gets along with Rowena. She's too old to deal with a lot of drama. I'm sure you can smooth things out between them if you need to, little brother." "Well, if both of you are okay with it, I think we can go to Magical Menagerie and see if they have any you like, Hermione," Dan said. "We owe you an early birthday present, anyway." "Thanks, Dad." When they got to the pet shop, they saw all kinds of bizarre magical creatures, but Hermione focused on the cats. Harry sniggered as she cooed over the little fuzzball kittens, that is, until he listened closer to their mewling and became very weirded out. "Maybe get one a little older," he whispered. "Why?" "They keep saying Mama." Hermione laughed so hard that she nearly fell over, much to Harry's annoyance. "Crookshanks, behave," a harried-sounding witch said. They looked behind the counter to see the clerk wrestling with a very large orange cat with a squashed face. Harry could immediately tell by looking that it was a Kneaselcross. "Ooh, what about that one?" Hermione said excitedly. "Excuse me, ma'am. May we see that cat?" "Well, you can, but I'll telling you he's a menace," the witch said. "Always causing trouble. Tried to adopt him out 3 times and they kept bringing him back." "You're kidding," Hermione said. "Maybe he just hasn't found the right family yet." She reached out a hand to the cat, and he cautiously approached. But soon, with a little coaxing and petting, Crookshanks was sidling up to her and nuzzling her hand. The clerk's jaw dropped. "Well, maybe not," she said. "I don't believe it, but he actually seems to like you. Never seen that happen before." "He knows I have a way with cats," Hermione said, shooting her brother a grin. "How old is he?" "I'd say about 3 years," Harry said, even as Crookshanks meowed the same answer, though it more literally meant 3 warm seasons of hunting. "He was sharp as a tack too, apparently." That's right, mister." "Eep." The clerk caught sight of Harry's scar. Harry turned to Hermione and rolled his eyes. "Well, come on, Harry, what do you think?" He sighed and approached the cat. "Hello, Crookshanks. I'm Harry." Crookshanks meowed in greeting and gave him a very piercing look. He knows, Harry thought. He suspects what I am, at least. Of course, he won't be able to tell anyone. He glanced up and thankfully saw the clerk helping another customer. "Well, he seems really smart," Harry complimented him. "I like the half-nasal part." He gave him another look. "To be honest, I've never much cared for Persians," he said quietly. Crookshanks hissed in protest. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm sure your dam is a very nice queen. I'm just saying, whoever's bright idea it was to breed them into that shape deserves to be declawed." Crookshanks growled a bit, but even he had to concede that point. Chapter 65. The day the Hogwarts Express was due to leave, the Muggles of London awoke to a major scare. Several seemingly random victims in the vicinity of King's Cross had been gruesomely murdered and dismembered by the man the Muggle News had dubbed the Werewolf Ripper, after his penchant for striking during the full moon. 2 police officers reported arrived at the scene, and reported being attacked by a large man in a fur coat, wielding wicked blades, and they firmly believed that it was only because he strangely jumped the gun and attacked before they got out of their car that they survived the encounter. They called for a firearms unit, but the werewolf fled before they arrived. The Daily Prophet told a slightly different story. Thanks to some discreet connections with Muggle law enforcement, for which Fudge entirely took credit, the DMLE was informed of the emergency call right away. 3 Aurors and 3 hit wizards apparat to the scene at once and engaged Greyback, narrowly saving the bobbies. Greyback actually bit one of the hit wizards, but he was wearing a dragon hide which saved him from infection. Greyback ran away after that. Even without Wolfsbane, the wolf knew when it was outgunned, and he fled back to whatever hole he had crawled out from. Harry and Hermione were really just hoping for news about that new doctor whose special dimensions of time. Another werewolf attack, one that even caused a panic in the Muggle world, was a most unwelcome announcement. In any case, most Muggles were avoiding King's Cross this morning. The 2 of them made it on board the Hogwarts Express without incident, met up with Neville and found a compartment. The Weasleys soon tracked them down and said hello, but only Ron stayed with them. Ginny looked like she might, but she panicked and ran out of the room. Ron just shook his head. "I hope she comes around eventually," Hermione said. "She was really nice when we actually talked to her." "Yeah, I guess," Ron said. "Hey, did you hear Greyback was here last night?" They all shuddered. "Of course," Hermione said. "Sirius and Dora weren't there, but they know the ones who were. It was a really close call for one of them. He probably wanted to attack one of the early arrivals here this morning," Harry added. "But he couldn't have done because the Prime Minister closed down the whole station." "The Prime Minister's involved?" Neville said. "The Muggle one?" Yeah. It's Muggles who keep getting killed. And they're none too happy about it." "I wish they could just get rid of that monster," Ron spat. "Muggles are getting killed. People are freaking out every full moon, especially Mum." Harry and Hermione both winced at the venom in their friend's voice, although for Greyback. In particular, it was well-deserved. "Won't be easy," Harry said. "He's been on the run for 12 years, and they haven't caught him yet ever since he lost his safe haven with Voldemort." Ron and Neville both flinched. "Seriously?" Harry thought. "I've been living with them for 2 years." There was an awkward silence until Ron finally ended up changing the subject. "Hey, guys, check it out. Mom and Dad got me a new wand. 14 inches, willow and unicorn hair. Good thing, too. My old one never worked right. A bit of the tip was broken off before Charlie gave it to me. Well, that and the fact that it wasn't matched to you, Hermione said. It wouldn't have worked right even in perfect condition. I got it to work though, Ron objected. It wasn't like it was busted or anything. Yeah, but you never would have done as well with a wand that wasn't matched to you, Harry said. It's like Ollivander says, the wand chooses the wizard. Here, it's like this. He grabbed Ron by his wand arm and felt carefully for the magical energies flowing through both the wand and his body. Years of practicing wandless magic had made both him and Hermione very good at it. I don't know how much wands have minds of their own, but they do have a natural frequency? Hermione suggested. Yeah, something like that. And so do we because we have magic. Basically all energy does. And the energy doesn't. I don't know, flow right unless the frequencies are the same. If the wand doesn't fit you, you have to push it harder. I bet your wand work will be loads better with this one. Huh. It doesn't feel that different, but then, I haven't really used it yet, either. It's hard to tell if you're not used to it. Here, try it with mine. Harry drew his wand from its holster and placed it in Ron's hand. Ron froze and his eyes went wide. It's no big deal, Harry insisted. He probed the energies again and felt them clash horribly. There, you feel that? He asked. How it pushes away. I guess so, Ron said. It was very subtle. He was surprised when he noticed it and that it came so naturally to Harry. See, that's 'cause my wand is all wrong for you. Your new one is. Well, there's a lot of stuff about it I could only start to guess at, but it's definitely. Louder. I think it matches your personality that way. Hermione and Neville sniggered. Ron gave him an annoyed look, but he said, Blimey, Harry, be careful, you're starting to sound like Ollivander. More like Gregorovitch, actually, Hermione corrected. Everyone stared at her. Harry has one of his books in his vault. Gregorovitch takes a more scientific approach than Ollivander. It makes sense though, Harry said. This is probably how Ollivander matches wands to people. And I think a lot of the details about the energies come from your personality and magical skills too. I've heard a good wand maker can make a perfect custom match for someone on the first try if they know them well. Yes, Hermione agreed. In The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, not the best book by the way, but it says Ollivander did some of that in the Last War and in Grindelwald's War for that matter. Neville was amazed. Wow. I never knew it was so complicated. He said. I wish I had my own wand. That one's not yours? Hermione said in surprise. Neville pulled his wand out. No, it's my dad's, he said. Gran wanted me to use it, keep him close and uphold his legacy and all that. But she must know you'd do better with your own matched wand, Hermione insisted. May I? Neville held out his arm, and Hermione lightly ran her fingers over his hand and the wand, her brow furrowed in concentration. Neville blushed at her touch. She frowned. This is. Honestly, Neville, this isn't a very good match at all. Ah, man, Neville said in horror. I can't tell Gran that, though. She's always going on about how I need to do my dad proud and stuff. She wants me to be an Auror like him. What am I gonna do? Neville, it's okay, she assured him. Just because you don't take after your dad so much doesn't mean that you're not a strong wizard or that you can't follow in his footsteps. In fact, getting the grades you are with a match like this, I'd say you are pretty strong. And you fought a basilisk for Merlin's sake. I'm sure your dad would be very proud, completely freaked out, but proud. It felt a little odd, knowing Neville's parents were still alive, the way he usually talked about them in the past tense. Hermione and Harry had still never pressed him on what had happened to them, and he hadn't told them on his own. "You think so?" Neville said. "Definitely. But your Gran needs to learn to let you be your own man. And I really think you should put your foot down the next time you see her, and tell her you'd do better with your own wand." "I dunno. I think Gran's tougher than a basilisk." "Having met your Gran, you may be right," Harry quipped. The others laughed. Neville was more comfortable after that, especially as his friends reminded him of the ways he was already taking control of his own life, little things like working hard in the dueling club, sneaking out of the dorm to comfort Harry when Hermione had been petrified, and joining them almost every day by now in their exercise routine. He had lost most of his baby fat in the past 2 years, and he definitely looked stronger than he used to be. Various people dropped by over the course of the train ride. Oliver Wood told Harry to be ready for the new Quidditch season, and Granger Weasley, "I told you should come back for tryouts, and I still mean it," he added. Ginny dropped by a couple more times. And Luna showed up with her usual antics, like insisting on greeting them in Parseltongue. "Seox, Holly, Haney, the little blonde girl said. Oddly, Parseltongue didn't have R's in it. "Seox, Luna," Harry replied without thinking. She blinked at him once, slowly, and he blinked in return out of feline habit, even though it probably didn't mean anything to her. She might not have even noticed it. "Seox," Hermione added. Ron shuddered and Neville paled. "Do you have any idea how creepy it is when you do that?" Ron asked. "Parseltongue is a highly misunderstood language, Ronald," Luna said. Her voice had lost a bit of its squeak, but it sounded as incongruously serene as ever. Harry chuckled. "How was your summer, Luna?" "It was excellent, Harry. Daddy and I went to Iceland, and we finally got good photos of heliopaths." "Photos?" Hermione said incredulously. She pulled a couple of photographs from her bag and showed them to the group. They showed a beautiful, mountainous, icy landscape on a very cold day. The sun was in the pictures, low in the sky and surrounded by bright spots and arcs of light. Luna? Those are sundogs," Hermione said. "They're an atmospheric phenomenon caused by ice crystals." She looked up into Luna's cherubic face. "Never mind. What she's saying is, they look an awful lot like rare types of clouds," Harry broke it to her gently. "You should show them to Colin Creevey. He can probably interpret them best." Luna tilted her head. "I think I will. You know, I'm surprised you travel so much in Scandinavia. That's supposed to be a pretty dark place." "Customs are a bit of a hassle," she replied, "but Daddy and I are both purebloods, and they seem to see the Quibbler as mostly harmless, even though we expose their nefarious frost giant activity, so they don't give us too much trouble. And besides, we ought to be willing to take risks for the sake of journalism." Harry chuckled again. Trust Luna to give a mostly sensible answer. "Oh, Luna, do you remember? You still need to teach us gobbledygook," Hermione spoke up. Luna gave them a feral grin, doing her best goblin impression, and said, "Gorug blad nochik ro." "We'll take that as a yes, then," Hermione replied to laughs from the others. Once Luna had wandered off, Ron said, "Harry, mate, I hate to break it to you, but she's insane." "Yeah, I know," Harry replied, "but it's in a good way." One of their other visitors was not so pleasant, however, as Draco Malfoy deigned to grace their cabin, flanked, as always, by Crabbe and Goyle. "I see you came back for more, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom," the Slytherin said, conspicuously ignoring the non-noble people in the compartment. "More of what, Mr. Malfoy?" Harry replied coolly. "I'm just hoping to have a normal year." "Well, we'll just see how that goes." "Oh, I think it'll go pretty well, especially considering your father can't mess around with the school anymore." Malfoy bristled at that, but he held his temper down. There was no need to cause trouble so soon, and two good reasons not to, both of whom could use wandless magic. No, his goal, per his father's instructions, was to keep an eye on Potter's political positions. Aunt Andromeda had seemed just a little too supportive of werewolves this past summer, and that would need to be drawn out carefully, with taunting in a somewhat different direction. "My father has bigger fish to fry, Mr. Potter," he said. "He is an important figure in the Wisengamot, you know." "Oh, sure," Harry replied in annoyance. "Picking on a minority of 1% of the wizarding population? Although if he can't stick it to the 10% who are Muggleborns, I suppose he'd have to go smaller." "And what's that supposed to mean?" he said. "It means we don't like you, Malfoy," Neville said, suddenly standing up. "And you'd better watch yourself," he added, lowering his voice. "I think all of us here know where that diary came from." Malfoy sneered at him. "The Malfoys would never be caught doing something like that, Longbottom." "No, you wouldn't be caught, would you?" "Humph. The fact remains that Father is doing his part to make this country safer. I think after last night we can agree that's necessary. I don't see either of you doing much about it, especially you, Potter. You seem awfully quick to come to those beasts' defense. Is there something we should know?" Harry stood and gave Malfoy a feline stare. "Only that I'm Muggle-raised, as you're so fond of pointing out, Malfoy. We eschew discrimination in all forms. And there are other ways of keeping this country safe." "Expensive ways, you mean," Malfoy said, obviously referring to the wolfsbane potion. "And ones with their own risks in themselves," he added, but evidently Harry had given him something to chew on because he took his leave. "See you in class, Potter. Longbottom, do try to keep up this year." He again ignored Ron and Hermione as he and his henchmen left. "Seriously, is he contractually obligated to annoy us once per train ride?" Harry said. "Wouldn't surprise me," Neville replied. "At least he's being more political and less jinx-happy this year." The rest of the train ride was uneventful, and the welcome feast was excellent as usual, although the great hall was emptier than ever. It was another small class at the sorting this year, with only a handful of children from the beginning of the baby boom that followed Voldemort's downfall, and Hogwarts's enrollment was at its lowest point in centuries. Harry and Hermione only knew a few people from the sorting. Nathan Boot and Annabelle Entwistle, their Muggle-born acquaintances who had written to them about their wandless magic skills, caught their eyes and waved to them. Nathan became a Ravenclaw and joined his older brother. However, Annabelle did not join her brother in Ravenclaw and instead went to Hufflepuff. Astoria Greengrass made a small gesture in their direction before joining her sister at the Slytherin table. Finally, Professor McGonagall reached the last name on the list, Vane Remilda, a bouncy girl with long, curly black hair. When the sorting hat pronounced her a Gryffindor, she ran to the table and took the nearest available seat to Harry, waving at him eagerly. He waved back in an uncomfortable manner. During the feast, they tried to work out what was going on with the teachers, since there was one less seat at the high table this year. Professor Kettleburn was missing. Harry had never really met him, but he liked the look of him, a rugged sort rather like an older and more normal-sized version of Hagrid. He'd had a unique look about him, too, since he'd walked on 2 wooden legs and had an amazingly complicated mechanical contraption for a left arm. The only new teacher was a middle-aged man with short, black hair and a solemn face. Many people speculated on which class he was teaching. Harry had a suspicion as to what was going on, but he kept it to himself. In the meantime, remembering that his wandless magic was no longer a secret, he served himself partially with wandless levitation charms to avoid having to reach across the table. Hermione sighed and joined in, which proved to be a minor spectacle to his housemates, especially the first years. Nathan and Annabel were receiving similar fascinated attention. Dumbledore answered the questions about the teachers with his usual announcements at the end of the feast. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts," he said. "I have a few start-of-term announcements to make. Quidditch tryouts will be held this weekend. Information will be posted in your house common rooms. Mr. Filch's revised list of banned items is likewise posted by his office door. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to everyone, regardless of the time of the month, and that bears on my next point. You will no doubt be aware of the tragic events of last night and the previous 2 attacks this summer. Fenrir Greyback is indeed on the loose in Britain and is extremely dangerous. However, that fact will have little effect here at Hogwarts. Hogsmeade visits will be scheduled so as not to take place in the 3 days before the full moon. Also, the Ministry will be providing extra security on the nights of the full moon. I warn you that they have not yet ruled out bringing a contingent of Dementors from Azkaban on those nights." Horrified whispers broke out around the hall. "However, if they should do so, you have my assurances that they will not enter the grounds. And finally, I am pleased to announce 2 new staff appointments. First, please welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Auror Eric Williamson, whom the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has sent on a 1-year assignment, and who has also graciously agreed to continue the dueling club." There was some vigorous applause at being given an actual Auror to teach defense. The black-haired man waved to the hall half-heartedly. It was clear that he really didn't want to be there. Second, I am afraid that Professor Kettleburn has finally decided to take his retirement. However, thanks to efforts of one of our students, our groundskeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, was recently requalified to use a wand, and he has agreed to take on the role of care of magical creatures professor in addition to his groundskeeping duties. The applause was immediate and thunderous, especially from the Gryffindors. Many of them liked Hagrid as he was always friendly with them, even if he wasn't close to them. He was also a constant and very visible fixture of the school, and despite his lack of skill with a wand, he was known to be great with animals. A lot of them were very angry to see him arrested last winter, and he still looked slimmed down from his 4 months in Azkaban. Harry stood up in applause, and Hermione immediately did too and whistled. Hagrid's new position also explained why the textbooks for that class had tried to bite them. It was going to be an interesting year. Colin Creevey greeted Harry enthusiastically as they went up to the tower, but he was overshadowed by Romilda Vane, who jumped in front of him, shook his hand vigorously, and batted her eyelashes at him, which looked really wrong on an 11-year-old, he thought. "Hi, Harry, I'm Romilda," she said eagerly, leaning towards him. Hi, Romilda." "Pleased to meet you," Harry replied awkwardly. "Me too. I'm your biggest fan. Is it true you really killed a giant basilisk single-handed?" "It wasn't single-handed," Harry protested, but Romilda barely listened. "And you fought a duel with a Slytherin and blasted him across the Great Hall and set him on fire without even using your wand?" "I didn't set him on fire." "And you faced a whole bunch of bullies to protect some first-year girls and you glued them to the ceiling?" "What? Where did you hear that?" "And of course you've beat you-know-who like 3 times now." "Well, yes, I beat Voldemort, but that was mostly by accident," Harry said, trying to turn her off. but Romilda was so excited she didn't even flinch. "I think it's so cool how you're brave enough to say you know whose name, Harry," she said, and she hooked her arm through his and leaned against his side adoringly as they walked. Harry turned to his sister and mouthed, "Help me." Hermione swung around on his other side and gently took the girl's other arm. "It's not brave, Romilda. Just common sense," she said. "I don't have a problem saying Voldemort's name either. And I also happen to be better at wandless magic than Harry is." Actually, that wasn't so true anymore now that they were getting to more powerful spells, but Harry wasn't about to object. "And just who are you?" Romilda said suspiciously, yanking her arm away. "I'm Harry's sister, Hermione. Surely you've heard of me. I won an Order of Merlin, 3rd class with him 2 years ago." Oh, yes, I guess so. Well, that's impressive too, I guess. You should really stick close to your prefect, you know. You'll need to be able to find your way around in the morning. "I'm sure Harry can help me out," Romilda said, but as they had now reached the tower, she couldn't escape Angelina Johnson corralling the first years to give them their instructions. "Phew, that's better," Harry whispered. "God, she's worse than Ginny and Colin put together." "I hate to say it, but I think you're right," Hermione said. "Better keep an eye out so she doesn't go all stalker on you." Romilda glanced at Harry again and wiggled her fingers in a wave. Hermione suddenly realized how tired she was as she climbed the further 7 floors to her dorm. Lavender and Parvati were already starting their usual gossip fest, talking about which boys they were hoping would ask them to Hogsmeade now that they could finally go. For herself, Hermione was ready to just change her clothes and crawl into bed. "Damn, Hermione, when did you get so hot?" "What?" she squeaked. She spun around half-dressed to face Lavender, reflexively clutching a sheet to her chest. "Well, you don't have to hide it. We're all girls here," Lavender said as she and Parvati giggled. "You look really good this year. What happened?" "How? What do you mean, what happened?" Hermione said, coming to her senses. "I've lived with you for 2 years. You've seen me the whole time." "Maybe. I guess I didn't notice until I didn't see you over the summer. What's your secret?" "My secret?" Hermione said in confusion. Years of training in karate? Playing football in primary school? Daily exercise from the age of 6? I don't think being physically active is a secret." She supposed she was developing an athletic figure, even more than many Quidditch players did, but she'd never given it much thought. "Ooh, and Harry's been doing the same things," Parvati said with a grin. "Ooh, yeah. Say, Hermione, how does Harry look without a shirt on?" asked Lavender. Hermione's mouth hung open for a minute, and then she said, "I am not having this conversation about my brother. Ask Katie Bell if you're really interested." They giggled again. "And just how well does Katie know Harry?" Parvati said. Hermione sighed. "No more than teammates as far as I know. And I think that's enough of this conversation." She flopped back on her bed and wandlessly closed the curtains. It did feel good to be able to use that gesture openly. Chapter 66. Hippogriffs. Hagrid roared happily. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Hagrid had apparently wanted to go all out for his first Care of Magical Creatures lesson, which just so happened to be the 3rd-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Harry agreed with Hagrid. The hippogriffs were beautiful creatures, half horse and half eagle, with long, deadly talons, cruel-looking beaks, and sharp, intelligent eyes. Harry had a lot of respect for such majestic predators. Now, hippogriffs, they're very proud creatures, Hagrid continued. Easily offended, they are, and yet don't wanna insult one, 'cause it just may be the last thing you do. Oh, lovely, Draco Malfoy muttered to his compatriots. A beast that thinks it's better than we are. Really, they want us to bow to them? Right now, who wants to meet one o' them? Hagrid said. Harry barely hesitated. I'll do it, he said. Good show, Harry, Hagrid said. Let's see how ye get on with Buckbeak here. Draco watched carefully as Hagrid unchained one of the hippogriffs and led it in front of Potter. That was starting to get reckless already. If he was lucky, maybe it would off him, but probably not. Easy now, Harry. Ye got to keep eye contact. Hippogriffs don't trust ye if ye blink too much. Wait, what? Harry said, but it was too late to back out. Oh, great, it just has to be the opposite of cats, he thought. A single slow blink was the gesture of trust for cats, and his feline side bristled at the staring contest, seeing it as a challenge, but he kept it up and bowed to the hippogriff. Buckbeak soon bowed in return in what he couldn't help but take as a sign of respect to a fellow predator. I think he likes ye, Hagrid grinned. Go on, pat his beak. I reckon he might let ye ride him. Wait, what? Harry repeated, louder this time, but Hagrid wasn't slowing down. He bid Harry climb up on Buckbeak's back and then slapped the creature on the rump. Buckbeak broke into a run, opened two huge wings, and soared into the air. It was a far rougher ride for Harry than on his broomstick, and he felt like he would be thrown off. He didn't know where he could get a handhold like he was used to. The hippogriff didn't even have a bridle. Everything was feathers. He wanted to lean forward and throw his arms around the beast's neck for support, but he didn't think Buckbeak would appreciate that much. What was he to do? Okay, he was basically on a horse's body, right? He tried to remember if he knew anything about riding horses. One obscure line did come to him from the Chronicles of Narnia of all places. He and Hermione had worn those books out reading and rereading them after she received the set at their first Christmas together, but he'd never expected them to be of practical use. You hold on with your knees, said the horse. That's the secret of good riding. Grip my body between your knees as hard as you like. Sit straight up, straight as a poker, keep your elbows in. It worked. Once he took the correct posture, Harry felt like he was on top of the world, like he could go on flying for hours. Buckbeak flew out around the castle and then descended and skimmed the surface of the lake, and Harry shouted with enthusiasm, but all too soon they landed back in the paddock, to the adulation of his classmates. Draco's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe even Hagrid would be that mad. A textbook that tried to bite you was stupid but not egregious. Even petting a hippogriff wasn't that bad. But riding a hippogriff with no experience and without a bloody saddle? Potter was lucky to be alive, and that wasn't one of his usual exaggerations. At least he didn't think so. Draco was seriously toying with the idea of goading one of these brutes to attack him. He didn't fancy a trip to the hospital wing, but it just might be worth it to get rid of this oaf. Honestly, what was Dumbledore thinking? He was a half-breed whether he admitted it or not even fully qualified with a wand, none too bright, and had a very messed-up concept of risk. Staging a little accident to get rid of him now might just save his own hide later. The trick would be to time it just right to not get himself killed. But no, he was a Malfoy. He was smarter than that. Why stick his own neck out there literally when he could have somebody else do it? Hagrid must have given Potter the easy one, he murmured to the other Slytherins. I bet even you could do it, Goyle. Why don't you try it next? In a very rare occurrence, Goyle actually stood up him. I'm not a complete idiot, Malfoy. No, not a complete one, Draco muttered under his breath. A quick glance showed that none of his other friends was that stupid either. Ah, well, there was more than one way to skin a Kneazle. If Potter had taught him one thing, it was the effectiveness of a good, old-fashioned letter-writing campaign, and he thought Father still had a line on Rita Skeeter, too. In the meantime, he needed to figure out how Potter had done it. "Potter," he called. "Were you bluffing us? Where have you ridden a hippogriff before?" "Never ridden one, Malfoy," Harry said smugly. "Never even seen one? That's a load of dragon dung, Potter. You just rode one of those things around the grounds bareback." "Well, I didn't think it was that hard." "Are you crazier than you look?" Draco scoffed. "Honestly, are you this annoyingly good at flying everything, or are you using dark magic?" Harry scoffed back at him. "I just took a little advice from Mr. C.S. Lewis." "Who?" Draco said. Hermione looked confused for a moment, but then she made the connection. Her eyes grew wide and she laughed loudly. "Harry, that's brilliant." Draco looked lost. After that, with Harry's encouragement, Hermione also got a chance to ride a hippogriff and also did well, but no one else was brave enough to try except for Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, who had actually done it before on Daphne's estate. It looked like the year was off to a good start. "Feeling better this morning, Remus?" Sirius asked. He was just about to go into the DMLE. He stubbornly refused to call it work or the office for the day, but he wanted to make sure his best friend was alive and eating first. "Much better, thank you." Remus still had some kinks in his back and knots in his muscles, but he was mostly recovered from his post-full moon order. "It's good the rain stopped. The weather was murder on my joints yesterday." "Don't I know it?" Sirius said. "I'm the one who has to put up with your whinging every time. Although, I don't think yesterday went too badly." He wagged his eyebrows at Remus. Remus looked up, blinked a few times, and narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about, Padfoot?" "Well, Dora was here all evening, wasn't she?" Remus groaned. "Yes, she was. Again. I don't know what she was thinking. I should have thought that would be obvious." "You can't be serious," he said, realizing his mistake a second too late. "I'm always serious," his friend grinned. "Especially now. 2 months in a row you can't ignore that. It's completely absurd. What could she possibly see in me?" Sirius sighed. "Obviously nothing," he said. "Nope, no intelligence, defense prowess, fun personality, or dashing good looks there, not as dashing as mine, of course." "Dashing good looks?" Remus said. "Have you hit up the fire whiskey early today? I'm 13 years older than she is, and my hair's already going gray, not to mention the scars. Some girls like scars. And Dora's always been one to walk on the wild side." Sirius winked. He turned away. "It doesn't matter. It'd never work. She's a bright apprentice Auror with a promising career ahead of her, and I'm don't say it. A werewolf. And why not? Poor health, unemployed, living off the kindness of friends, and shunned by the magical community don't deny it. Even if Umbridge doesn't pass her bill, people won't look kindly on an Auror in a relationship with a werewolf. Merlin forbid it ever got out. Dora does know you're a werewolf, you know. She obviously doesn't mind. And if you keep putting yourself down about crashing here, so help me, I will hex you. I've got more money than I'll ever need. You can take all you like. Just making my mother roll over in her grave is more than worth the imposition. And besides, she's been reinstated as a daughter of the House of Black for nearly 2 years. It's not like she'll ever want for anything." Remus rolled his eyes. "You're actually going along with this, Padfoot? I'm surprised you haven't had a talk with her yet. I suppose you think it's funny watching her carry on like this." Sirius walked over, slapped him hard in the back of the head. "Ow! Come on, Moony, do you really think I'd let you near my baby cousin if I didn't approve? You're a good man. That's the important thing. And as for Dora, she can take care of herself. She's bright, fun, good-looking, and I think those are her natural looks, by the way, and despite your raging inferiority complex, she actually likes you. Maybe you should stop complaining." He sighed heavily. "She's making a mistake. And you're definitely making a mistake pushing her away," Sirius said sharply. "And if she is, that's her mistake to make. Merlin knows I can't make her behave." Remus smirked slightly. "I have heard the stories. It's hard to believe that girl was a Hufflepuff. Well, you know, the Hufflepuff symbol is a badger, and they're tough little buggers. And Dora is definitely a badger, fearless, tough as nails, and she just takes what she wants." Oh dear. The Tuvan magical community lived in a small village several hundred miles west of Lake Baikal and not far from the Muggle capital of Kizil. They were one of a number of indigenous magical tribes scattered across Siberia: the Kalmyks, the Kamas, the Udmurts, the Yakuts, and so on. They were few in number and distrustful of outsiders because of their troubled past, but they proved very hospitable to those who earned their esteem. For Edward Grayson, this was something of a detour. He would have to go back down to the Silk Road to continue his world tour, and it had taken him time to win the trust of this people, but they were indeed intrigued by this man with wise, amber eyes and an intimate knowledge of magical songs and chants. Even so, it was only after he had helped them with their farm and healed a few illnesses and injuries that they accepted him into their fold. The Tuvans were in many ways the antithesis of the way magical cultures operated in Europe. The village consisted of only about 100 witches and wizards, plus about 150 Muggle spouses, in-laws, and children. Because the community was so small, marrying Muggles was actively encouraged, and magicals and non-magicals lived openly side by side in harmony. Not as many of the children were magical as in pure-blooded communities, but the ones who grew up no weaker or more deluded in their magic through the generations, nor did the grandchildren when it skipped a generation. It was the kind of evidence that many in Europe would deny and suppress, but the results were clear for all to see. Grayson wasn't here for a demographic study, though. He had another reason. In this village survived one of the world's most unique magical traditions, one that he had long hoped to learn and with which he felt a kind of kinship: the magical songs of what Muggles called kumiai, or Tuvan throat singing. Few cultures ever developed the art of singing two notes at the same time, and the applications to wandless magic were numerous. The Tuvans jealously guarded their secrets, however, and Grayson, speaking through a translator who spoke both Russian and Chinese, needed considerable effort to convince them to teach him even the basics. "There was another man once," the village elder told him through the translator. "Long ago he came to us. He was a bright young man, and we were flattered by his interest in our culture. He had traveled all over Siberia, learning the ways of the old tribes. Then there was a war. We heard little about it here. It was fought in the Far East and the Far West. But when it was over, that man was enthroned in Leningrad, ruling over magical Russia, and he turned on us. He used our own magic against us and the other tribes. He filled our land with criminals and crushed all those who spoke against him. Ever since, we have been far more careful with our secrets." "That man's name," Grayson replied. "It was Konstantin Jugashvili." "It was," the elder said venomously. "My father fought in that war. At the time they were allies against the Dark Lord of Berlin, whom my father judged was even worse, but after the war, he and Jugashvili became enemies. My father worked the rest of his life against the brutality of the Jugashvili regime. I and others followed after him, and Jugashvili is now in exile. We know, hidden away in the shadows, causing endless mischief in the Caucasus Mountains. We still remain wary of his movements. We have also been watching his movements, Elder. We have been urging intervention should he again become too powerful. That did catch the Elder's interest. It took several much longer conversations for Grayson to convince the Elder that he meant well and was worthy to learn their secrets, and 2 whole weeks to coax his voice to make the sounds of Kumiai and learn a few simple spells in the songs. But at last it was time for him to go. He left in the morning, and despite the cold reception when he had arrived, there were many well-wishers from the village to see him off. You will be most welcome should you ever return, Edward Grayson, the Elder told him. Your aid and insight have been most valuable to us. I appreciate your hospitality, Elder, Grayson replied in passable Tuvan. Grayson shared the talent of the late Barty Crouch of being magically gifted at learning languages. I do hope to return someday, and I promise you that I will do everything in my power to ensure that Konstantin Jugashvili never troubles you again. You speak boldly, Ambassador. We will hold you to that promise, yet if you keep it you will greatly honored throughout Siberia. I wish you well in all your endeavors. May you and your people prosper, Elder. Farewell for now. Once he reached the edge of the village, Grayson began to sing Kumiai, not a spell per se, but one of the important cultural songs of the people, infused with the elements of songs and dreams that he had learnt in his youth in the outback. Only by understanding the music and culture of the local people, how they lived, how they used the land, and how the land influenced them in return, could one gain the deep understanding needed to follow the songlines. It was a difficult process, but Grayson was most adept at it, and he made good time. A couple 100 miles later, his pace slowed as the songline petered out. He was too far out of the Tuvan heartland. But that was no matter. He took up the Mongolian and Uyghur songs that he had sung to reach Tuva from the Silk Road and continued his journey south. By dinner, he was back on the Silk Road and moving fast towards another center of ancient magical culture, a part of magical Russia now known to the Muggles as Kyrgyzstan. Friday was surreal for the third-year Gryffindors thanks to their first class of the day, potions with the Slytherins. By the end of the period, many of them wondered if they had fallen into a parallel universe. In response to the renewed pressure from the Board of Governors and, worse, the wizarding public, Severus Snape had resigned himself to the inevitable, gone back to his home in Cokeworth, and checked out a Muggle chemistry textbook from the local library. It would sound like an unusual move to some, but Snape had been raised in the Muggle world and was smart enough to recognize what many Muggleborns knew. The immensely larger Muggle population meant that they could turn out much more high-quality material. Perhaps they would have some insight into teaching that he had not encountered before. It was an open secret that Snape despised teaching, but Dumbledore insisted he keep it up, and Potter was still at school, so he couldn't very well back down. However, as he began thumbing through the chemistry textbook, skipping over the more scientific parts, something strange began to happen. He actually found it interesting. Muggles, it seemed, had even stricter rules in the chemistry lab than he did in the potions lab, rules that were normally relevant only for the most difficult potions. However, as he thought about it, the appalling number of accidents that occurred in his classroom suggested that there was some merit in them. And it gave Snape a chance to do something he did enjoy, making rules. It has come to my attention, he began, that the standards of safety in my classroom are considered inadequate. He glared menacingly mostly at the Gryffindors. "This is unacceptable." As several accidents in recent years have resulted in serious injuries to students, it would appear that a review of safety in the potions lab is in order. Most of these rules should be common sense, but that seems to have escaped some of you. Moreover, to further improve classroom safety, there will be several new changes this year. He opened a box on the front desk, revealing 24 pairs of plastic glasses. They were cheap. He'd only dropped about a galleon on the set, and they weren't full goggles that completely covered the eyes, but they would protect his students' eyes from splashes. He had, of course, bought a much better and more stylish pair for himself. "These are safety glasses. They are to be worn at all times while brewing potions," he said. Many of the purebloods' eyebrows rose in surprise. They had barely heard of such a thing before, if ever. The Muggle-raised students were equally surprised, but nodded approvingly. "That includes you, Potter," Snape added sharply. "I am told that they fit over most eyeglasses. The safety glasses are not to be removed from the room, and you will be liable for any that are lost or broken." He would, of course, bill them for a more expensive pair. Thus, he could trade up to higher quality goggles over time at no cost to himself. "Furthermore," he continued, hair descending past the neck must be tied back. Conveniently, Snape had trimmed an inch or two off his hair so as not to suffer the indignity of a ponytail. "And the loose sleeves on your outer robes shall be rolled up, pinned back, or the robes removed and stowed neatly. Proper attire will otherwise continue to be required." That was a good idea in his estimation. He had never even thought before that the tight sleeves on his own robes might be important to his success. Dangling necklaces or bracelets must also be removed whilst brewing, and beginning next class, only closed-toe shoes may be worn. "I expect all students to obey these rules faithfully." He looked pointedly at his own Slytherins. After condescendingly revising some basic standards of ingredient handling, cleaning, and fire safety, Snape went on to the actual brewing process. He had noted with interest that the lab instructions in Muggle textbooks were much more precise than he was used to, and they made a point of making sure the students understood what reactions they should see and why. As tedious as he found it, he had little choice but to make the effort. "In case it wasn't clear," he said, "all instructions for brewing should be followed exactly. You should see by now that the smallest deviation can produce radically different results. Mr. Longbottom, would you care to explain why the precise method of chopping and preparing ingredients is important?" Neville tried to resist shaking. Well, I think smaller pieces dissolve and react faster, sir," he said. "A correct, if simplistic explanation," Snape said, surprising the class again by not being outright insulting. "I will expect much more detail on your homework, Mr. Longbottom. Now, the rate at which ingredients dissolve or otherwise react in a potion is proportional to their surface area. Cutting ingredients into smaller pieces produces more surface area, and a faster reaction." "Do you think Snape's sick or something?" Ron asked on the way to defense class. He was almost not acting like a git. Harry and Hermione both laughed. "Well, he might be feeling sick, but that's not why he's acting funny," Harry said. "The Board of Governors told Professor Snape he needs to start teaching better or else," Hermione explained. "Bloody hell, and Snape actually listened to them?" said Ron. "He's got to," Harry said. "They kicked Lucius Malfoy off the board." "Better than that, Harry," Neville said. "They kicked my gran on. She's the only person I know who's scarier than Snape." "Well, thank Merlin for Neville's gran then," Ron said. Like potions class, defense class had improved over last year, but that still wasn't saying much. Or Eric Williamson, this year's defense teacher, had dark hair, dark eyes, and a long, thin face, which was exaggerated by his perpetual sour expression. Clearly, he wasn't happy about being assigned a job that kicked out every single person who held it within a year, often by death, serious injury, or criminal charges. Snape was well known for his acerbic personality, but Eric Williamson was just a grouch this year. It was unsurprising that his attitude spilt over into his teaching. "Welcome to third-year defense against the dark arts," he said half-heartedly when the class began. He looked unprepared, frequently consulting his notes and 2 books that he laid out on his desk. According to the official curriculum, by the end of this year, you should be equipped to survive an encounter with any magical creature in Britain of Class 4X or lower, in addition to preparing yourselves for advanced defense against ill-meaning wizards. You should have begun learning this last year, but I've been told that the pervert who held this post last year taught you absolutely nothing of value. So we will focus on catching up with the creatures in class, and you should attend the dueling club for the rest. Well, let's start at the beginning, shall we? He flipped to the correct page in one of his textbooks. Flobberworms. Flobberworms are not dangerous. If they ever give you any trouble, just stomp on them. He got a few laughs for this, even though he wasn't trying to be funny. Next, horklumps. Horklumps are only dangerous in how they can ruin a garden. They're also very bristly, so you'll want to be careful touching them. The real trouble is that they're almost unkillable and kicking them over won't dig up the roots. Gnomes or streeler venom are the preferred methods for removing an infestation. For more information, see a magical pest removal guide. There, Class 1X done. There were a few more laughs, but the grumpy look on Williamson's face didn't lift. We'll be spending more time on the other classes, obviously. Today we'll be studying the first 2X creature in the book, Auguries. All right, people, same drill as last year, Oliver Wood ordered when the Quidditch tryouts began on Saturday. We're trying out all the positions. I'm not about to lose out on a good player just because we held over someone from last year. That's how Slytherin does it, and we can do better. And besides, we had several reserves drop, so we've got openings there. Does Wood seem more uptight than usual? Harry muttered as they lined up. It's his last year. The professional recruiters will be looking at him, Angelina said. Everyone line up by position, chasers first, Wood called. Hermione took her place with the chaser tryouts. At her urging, Ginny Weasley had joined her. Just like last year, Wood sent them out in groups to fly laps around the pitch, quickly weeding out the majority who weren't used to formation flying. Then, they started running real formations. Harry was impressed with his sister's flying. She had clearly worked hard to train up in the flying club. Wow, sis, that was as good as some of the other team's chasers, Harry told her. Would it have to be barmy not to put you on the reserves? Thanks, Harry, she said, but there's a lot of competition. If it's anything like last year, it's not that much. I don't know, Ickle Jin Jin might give you a run for your money, Fred Weasley cut in. She's been flying really well this summer. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw it, said Ron. It was soon Ginny's turn to fly, and Harry was impressed by her too. She was a natural at flying, probably better than the current starting chasers were at her age. She would be a force to be reckoned with in a couple years. Looking good there, Ginny, Wood said. I gotta ask, have you ever tried flying Seeker? You've got the build for it, small and light. Seeker, she said, wide-eyed. But you already have Harry. Aye, but we don't have a reserve, and Potter gets in so much trouble we really need one. Ginny looked at Harry uncomfortably, but he just shrugged his shoulders and said, It's kinda true. Well, I guess I can. I've done it some. Great. Line up with Potter then. Next up, beaters. He called. That's us, said Fred and George. As always, those two were way ahead of the competition, although Cormac McLaggen was giving it a good try. There was no doubt how those results were going to go. Keepers next. Wood called. All the keeper tryouts, including Wood himself, went up against the starting chasers trying to block as many shots as they could. Just like last year, Wood was unassailable, but there were two others who were also pretty good. Cormac McLaggen, going for a dual position again, made a lot of great saves in his tryout and smugly bragged about it afterwards. The other challenger was a little more difficult to place, one Ron Weasley. Don't worry, Ronnykins, you'll be great out there, Fred said. Unless of course you fall off your broom, George replied. Or get hit the face. Or lose your gloves and break your hand. Oh, shut up, Ginny said as Ron started to turn an unsightly green. I know you can do it, Ron. I've seen you fly. And besides, Harry added, you're on a better broom than you were last year. Ron looked down at the Comet 260, a massive improvement over his old shooting star, and he smiled. Yeah, thanks, Harry, he said, and he took to the air. Ron didn't look as smooth and practiced as Wood or McLaggen, but more frantic, racing from one hoop to the next. Even so, he made some really amazing saves, including a couple by the tips of his gloves, but there was one episode where he missed several goals in a row very badly, and it seemed to be only by luck that he started saving them again. He looked disappointed when he went back down to the pitch. Seekers up. Wood called. Harry and Ginny took to the air. Ginny clearly looked nervous about going up against Harry, but he managed to push her, and she did some impressive flying, following after the snitch. Harry still beat her. He probably could have beat her in his sleep with him on a Nimbus and her on a Comet, but it was still impressive. After double-checking his list, Wood lined up the candidates. All right, we're keeping the same starting lineup this year, he said, to a few groans. Me, Johnson, Spinnet, Bell, Fred, George. And Potter. Granger, your reserve chaser. Hermione's and Harry's eyes grew wide, and they both broke into broad smiles. Finally, they would both be on the team, even if not starting. McLaggen, your reserve beater. Ron. Congratulations, your reserve keeper. What? Really? Ron said incredulously. Yes, you are, but I want you practicing. Got it? Yes, sir, got it. And Ginny, you're another reserve chaser, and thank Merlin, reserve seeker. Your flying's great. Potter, would you mind loaning her your broom if she has to play? How? Sure. Excellent. First practice is Monday night, and I want everything there, including reserves. Harry excitedly hugged his sister when the tryouts broke up. Hermione, this is great, he said. I knew you could make the team. Now we can practice together. Well, it's only the reserves, but I suppose it'll be fun, she replied. Potter, Granger, a word? Wood interrupted. They followed him in confusion as he led them a short distance away. I'll be honest, you two, I'm taking a chance on your friend, Ron, he told them. What do you mean? Asked Hermione. I put him on the team 'cause I'm hoping he'll get better and because McLaggen's an arse, frankly. Ron's good. When he's on his game, he's almost as good as I am, definitely better than McLaggen, even if he doesn't look it. But when he's off his game, he's really off it. He chokes too easily. He could lose a whole game if he gets like he did in the middle. His siblings might be too close to be objective, so I want you two to make sure he practices and gets more consistent. And I also want him on my broom if he has to play. Can you handle that? "I can," Hermione said. "I was helping him with that all last year. He has improved." "Good. If he's going to take over for me next year, he's going to need a lot of work. Let's head back." The three of them started walking back to the castle, following a little behind the rest of the group. "Hey, Wood," Harry said, "I saw Marcus Flint's awful teeth roaming around the castle. I thought he graduated." "Nah, he flunked his NEWTS," Wood said. "Wants to retake them. Though personally, I think he did it on purpose just so he could have one more swipe at me. It figures he'd subject us to those teeth for another year," Hermione complained. Harry nodded. "As a child of dentists, I declare those teeth are a crime against humanity." Wood had only a vague idea what a dentist was, but he laughed along with Hermione. "Say, Wood," she changed the subject, "have you had a class with Professor Williamson yet?" "I was all right. I've had worse teachers." "Well, sure, it's hard to get worse than Lockhart," she said, "but honestly, he's not that good. He doesn't really know how to teach, and he doesn't even want to be here." "True," Wood agreed, "but it's defense. I'd say he's average out of the teachers I've had. At least he knows his stuff. We'll learn some real defense this way." Harry and Hermione could appreciate that, but it still wasn't an ideal solution. There would just never be consistently good defense education at Hogwarts until they got rid of Voldemort for good and lifted the curse. Just one more thing Voldemort was screwing up. Harry was a little surprised when Professor Dumbledore summoned him to his office that night through a note passed through Colin Creevey, and significantly more surprised that it said in no uncertain terms that he should come alone. "Thank you for coming, Harry." "Please sit," the headmaster said when he entered the office. Harry glanced around at the many strange silver instruments, waved hello to Fawkes, and sat in one of the comfortable chairs across the desk from him. "Is there a problem, Professor?" he asked. "No, Harry, no problem at the moment. Or rather no more than we already have. I have heard that you have now become proficient in occlumency." "Ah, that's what that is," Harry thought. "That's what Mr. Barnett said, sir." "Yes, and while I do not know him as well as I should like, I have found him to be trustworthy. Given the sensitive nature of the information I wish to tell you, however, would you permit me to test your skills for myself?" Harry hesitated a little. Professor Dumbledore was a step up from Mr. Barnett, but of course this was what he had been working towards all along. "Yes, sir," he said. Dumbledore moved in not more strongly, perhaps, but he was definitely more subtle than Barnett. Harry was naively readying himself for a spoken incantation, but of course Dumbledore could do legilimency wandlessly and wordlessly. The only clue was when the twinkling in his eyes intensified, and Harry felt his mind go out of focus. He caught the probe, however, and clamped down on it hard, picturing his detailed image of the castle. Dumbledore tried to use the image to his advantage, nudging his mind to move into the castle to try to go off the mental map, but Harry possessed the Marauder's map in real life. He knew the castle inside and out. As a last-ditch attempt, Dumbledore tried to nudge him to the Chamber of Secrets to try to provoke an emotional reaction, but Harry evaded that trap and pushed the mental image back outside the castle. Dumbledore broke off the probe. "Very impressive progress for your age, my boy," he said. "It must have taken a long time to build an image that detailed." "I like flying, sir," he replied calmly. "I didn't need an excuse to fly around the castle all the time." "Of course not." "Well, I believe that you are ready." Dumbledore sighed. "A little over a year ago, Harry, I told you that a prophecy had been made about you, and that should you successfully learn occlumency, you would be ready to hear it. Even now you are still very young. I had hoped that I could give you a normal childhood. Suddenly, Harry surprised Dumbledore by bursting out laughing. A normal childhood? He said in disbelief once he caught his breath. Professor, I did not have a normal childhood. I was never going to have a normal childhood. I am not a normal child. With a few tears coming to his eyes, he added, I had a happy childhood, sir. But that was more in spite of your actions than because of them. Professor, after the past 2 years, it's pretty clear Voldemort's not going to leave me alone, so I need to learn as much as I can, and now's time to start. Dumbledore smiled wistfully. So like your parents, Harry, he said. They also refused to shy away from the fight. Very well. I know that you will likely share this with your family, but I asked you to come alone tonight to give you the option of how much to tell them. Needless to say, you should tell none of this to anyone who is not proficient with occlumency. I understand, Harry said. Good. Then it is time for you to hear the full prophecy. Dumbledore rose from his seat, solemnly unlocked a cabinet and withdrew an ornate stone basin carved all over with runes. This is a pensive, particularly ancient and powerful device belonging to the school. I believe you are familiar with one from your godfather's trial. Harry remembered the ghostly image of Peter Pettigrew rising from a similar basin and testifying in the middle of the Wizengamot chamber. Yes, sir. We will be using it in a similar capacity tonight. At later meetings we may use its more immersive capability. He placed his wand to his temple, drew a long silvery thread from his head and placed it in the basin. The event you are about to see, he said, I witnessed in the winter of 1980, roughly 5 months before you were born. I was interviewing a young woman for the position of divination professor in the Hog's Head. At the time I was of a mind to drop the subject entirely. It is of little use to the large majority of witches and wizards who do not have the sight. However, the applicant was the great-great-granddaughter of a highly gifted seer named Cassandra Trelawney, and I thought that if she had inherited her ancestor's gift, she might be able to salvage the class. Sadly, Sybil Trelawney showed no native talent for divination, and I was about to dismiss her, when she suddenly fell into a trance of true prophecy. That decided matters. When I realized that she was a true seer, albeit a sporadic one, I had little choice but to offer her the job to protect her from Voldemort. Hold up, Harry interrupted. That means that's 2 classes that you're actively maintaining at a substandard quality for reasons related to the war, not to mention the curse on defense. Dumbledore frowned. Surely you realize how dangerous it would be should Voldemort gain access to Professor Trelawney. While she does not remember giving the prophecy, it could be recovered from her mind by standard memory restoration techniques or torture. It was imperative that I protect her. But did you have to bring her to the castle? Harry pressed. If you drop divination, you could offer something more useful, like, I don't know, world magic or something. I thought it the best and least attention-getting option at the time. And it is not relevant to our present conversation. Fine, but I'll be sure to mention that to my parents, sir, he replied. I expect we'll discuss that later. And don't think we've forgotten about history or Muggle studies either. I understand, Harry, Dumbledore said with a sigh. However, the important thing is that Professor Trelawney made a prophecy relevant to the war, and it is that which I wish to show you tonight. This is the prophecy that she made that night. He touched a sequence of runes on the basin, and the ghostly image of Sybil Trelawney's head rose from the surface. With her thick glasses, thin frame, wild hair, and many shawls, the woman looked like a praying mantis wrapped in cotton wool. In the throes of the trance, she spoke in a hollow, grating voice, and her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. she said, "the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." She froze as Dumbledore paused the recording. "This much of the prophecy Voldemort knows," he said. "We were unfortunate enough to be overheard by a young Death Eater before he was caught and thrown out of the pub." Harry wondered how Dumbledore knew that and who the Death Eater was, but he set that aside in favor of the more immediate issue. "That doesn't sound like it has to apply to me, sir." "No, indeed. There were 2 children born at the end of the following July to parents who had fought Voldemort 3 times together, both boys, as the rest of the prophecy specified." The pieces fell into place easily. Harry had one friend whose parents' history he roughly knew and whose birthday was the day before his. "Neville?" he asked, his eyes wide. "Very good, Harry. The prophecy initially could have applied to either you or your friend Neville, and I urged both of your families to go into hiding as soon as you were born. However, there was more to the prophecy, and after the events of Halloween 1981, that part could only apply to you. Please listen." He tapped a rune to restart the memory, and Trelawney resumed speaking. "And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Harry shivered as he heard the words. "Mark him as his equal." He muttered to himself, rubbing his forehead. "My scar." Yes. Prophecies are woolly to interpret, but that is by far the most obvious interpretation. The boy began shivering much more violently as he turned over the rest of the words in his mind, and either must die at the hand of the other. So that means one of us has to kill the other. In the end. Has to. Dumbledore said. That part is even woollier. You always have a choice in your actions, as does Voldemort. But you are correct in saying that Voldemort will not leave you alone. Even from the part he knows already, you are a great threat to him, indeed, the greatest threat to him, and Voldemort will not tolerate such a threat. While you both live, he will continue to try to kill you. You will at least need to learn to fight back and protect yourself. Harry took several deep breaths and clenched his hands into fists to keep them from shaking. When he mentioned the prophecy in his first year, Dumbledore had only said vanquish, but he thought a part of him had always known it would be a fight to the death. Still, it wasn't the kind of thing you wanted to hear when you were 13. "And neither can live while the other survives?" he said. "I'm not sure I get that. I mean, we're both technically alive." "I'm not sure alive accurately describes Voldemort at the moment. And in any case, live may be metaphorical." "Well, okay, but..." "Professor," he said shakily, "she said I'd have a power Voldemort knows not. But what could I have that he doesn't? He knows wandless magic. The spirit of Riddle in the chamber used it. Is it just that I'm an animagus?" "Alas, as to that I do not know," Dumbledore said. "It cannot be purely that you are an animagus. The prophecy does not say a power Voldemort has not, but a power he knows not. Of course, he knows about animagi, even if he never pursued the art himself. The fact that you are a child animagus could be a possibility, both because he will not understand the how of it and because he will not be expecting it. It may also be some other power that you have, not yet discovered in yourself. However, if I were to make a guess, and my guesses are usually good ones, then I would say that your power is a capacity you have in abundance, but that Voldemort, while he knows about it in a weak sense, is incapable of understanding." "What's that, sir?" "Love, of course." Harry stared for a minute. "Love," he said. "How's love gonna help me defeat Voldemort?" My dear boy, love is the most powerful magic in the world. Was it not your love for your sister that led you to face Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets and defeat the basilisk? Not really, sir. I mean, that's why I did it, but it didn't help me win. Dumbledore didn't seem fazed. And was it not also love for your sister that led you to pursue Professor Quirrell when he kidnapped her, allowing you to defeat him in a way the Aurors never could? Defeat him, he added, by the protection laid down by your mother's love for you? Okay, I've got my mum's protection on me. I guess that helps, but is that really enough? I mean, Voldemort's almost on your level and I'm just above average. Better than above average, Harry. You have learnt skills in your youth that most wizards never learn. Your marks have always been good and have improved over the past 2 years as you incorporated them into your school learning. Soon I suspect that Hermione will be the only student in your year who can surpass you. And that is only in a purely academic arena, making no consideration for strength of character or quality of convictions. Harry raised an eyebrow. That still wasn't sounding very convincing to him. I am very sorry to lay this burden on you, my boy. However, fate makes playthings of us all, to turn a phrase. I promise you that I am doing everything I can to make sure you are ready for this, and in your own work to prepare yourself thus far, you have performed beyond my expectations. I remain confident that you will win this fight. Harry was still shaking a little. Thanks, Professor, he muttered. That makes one of us. The old wizard just nodded. I have much more to tell you, but we can examine it in the coming weeks. Go back to your friends, rest, and speak to your family as you see fit. Try not to worry about the future. Focus on making the most of today. The boy nodded absently and rose from his seat. He left the headmaster's office without another word. Dumbledore sighed and slumped in his seat when Harry left. If he was right about the boy and his scar, he had a long way to go to figure out how Harry could survive the fight ahead of him. Hermione was sitting in the common room, waiting nervously for Harry to return from Dumbledore's office. She suspected what this was about, and she was worried about how he would react. When he finally climbed through the portrait hole, her worst fears seemed to be confirmed. Harry was crying. She immediately rose from her seat and rushed over to him, hoping to intercept him before he could attract too much attention. But as she did, her brother grabbed her and hugged her like he never wanted to let go, crying silently into her shoulder. "Harry," she whispered. "Harry, are you okay? What's wrong?" He didn't explain, but only whispered back to her. "We need to talk to Mum and Dad. Get your mirror." Chapter 67. Harry calmed down after a good night's sleep, but he still seemed lost in thought for much of the following week. Hermione was getting worried he was brooding, but his mind, he was actually thinking things through very carefully. If his Muggle upbringing had taught him anything, it was that you have to be very careful in interpreting prophecies and consider all possible alternate interpretations. He worked through the words in his mind again and again, searching for loopholes, metaphors, and double meanings. It took him several days to catch the obvious loophole in the subject of the prophecy, and that deeply unsettled him all over again. "Hermione," he caught up with his sister later that day. "We need to talk." A few minutes later, ensconced in the privacy of an empty classroom on the upper floors, Harry said what was on his mind. "I think we should tell Neville the prophecy." "Harry, you can't," she said. "You heard Professor Dumbledore. Neville doesn't. He doesn't know a clemency, I know," Harry finished for her. "But I think we should ask him to learn." But why? Why ask him to worry about that? "I've been thinking a lot about the prophecy. There's a lot of different ways you can interpret parts of it, and I realized something today. I'm still not necessarily the subject of the prophecy." Hermione turned pale. "Not the subject? But you can't mean Neville," she said fearfully. "What about mark him as his equal?" "Neville's not marked like that." Harry shook his head. "Hermione, you know it's not that simple. Remember Macbeth? If you blindly take a prophecy at face value, it can backfire hard. I'm marked by Voldemort now, but there's nothing to stop him from marking Neville in the future, and then he would meet all the requirements the same as I do." The facts clicked in her mind, and a look of horror crossed her face. "What about all the other stuff, though?" she said. "What about your wand sharing a core with his, or your mother's protection that keeps him from touching you?" I know it fits me better, but we can't rule it out. Technically, we don't even know that Voldemort is the Dark Lord in the prophecy, but I think we can safely assume that it was at least relevant to the time and place it was given. If Neville is a spare, I want him to be ready." "Don't talk like that, Harry. We can't ignore it, Hermione. This is war we're talking about. I don't like the idea of Neville having to take over for me either, but we can't just ignore it if we want to win." "Oh, Harry." She lunged forward and hugged him tearfully. "It'll be okay, Mione," he whispered, patting her on the back. "Whatever happens, we're in this together." Lord Harry James Potter, head of the noble house of Potter, to Maxwell Barnet, Royal Court Magician to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Dear Mr. Barnet, I want to thank you again for teaching a clemency to myself and my family. Professor Dumbledore has determined that our clemency is good enough to protect the secrets he needed to share with us, and we appreciate the quality of your teaching. Now it has come to my attention that another of my friends has need to learn a clemency. This is Neville Longbottom, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, and also a third-year student at Hogwarts. Mr. Longbottom has shown proficiency with magic and diligence in his studies, and I believe he has the mental discipline to learn this art. As such, I would ask you to meet with us during our upcoming visit to Hogsmeade on Halloween in order to evaluate Mr. Longbottom and begin teaching him. Should you accept, I will arrange a private lunch at the Three Broomsticks for this purpose, and you will be compensated the same fee you were paid to teach myself and my family. Should Mr. Longbottom prove amenable to training, I will want to arrange sessions for him during each Hogsmeade visit and during school breaks. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Lord Harry James Potter. Lucius Malfoy's current work was too sensitive for a letter, not his son's pet crusade against that oaf, Hagrid. He had more important work to do, so he instead arranged an in-person meeting at a familiar location in Knockturn Alley that he had utilized a year and a half before. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," an overly sweet voice said. "Good evening, Ms. Skeeter," Malfoy replied. Rita Skeeter was eyeing him with a hungry, predatory look compared with the last time they had met here. She smelled blood in the water. Directing her attention somewhere else would be a critical play in itself. "I hear you're having a bit harder time of things lately, Mr. Malfoy," Skeeter said. "Off the Hogwarts Board of Governors and a bit of a falling out at the Ministry, according to some. Would you care to comment on that?" "I have nothing to say about that I haven't already said publicly," he replied carefully. "I asked you to come because I have a new business proposition for you." "A business proposition?" she said with interest. "Yes. I was pleased with your efforts to investigate Harry Potter's past last year, and I think that your unique talents could be useful again." Skeeter raised an eyebrow. "What did you have in mind?" "Ever since the Werewolf Safety Act was introduced in the Wizengamot, Potter has shown himself to be unusually supportive of werewolves, despite the recent attacks by Greyback. My son was recently able to speak to him on the subject, and Potter cited a general anti-prejudice stance of his Muggle family to explain his position. However, his actions have nonetheless been suspicious. I would like you to undertake a careful investigation into Potter's contacts to search for any werewolf connections. Skeeter's eyes widened, and then that predatory look returned. Ooh, if Potter has werewolf connections, that could make a lot of waves with his supporters, maybe even enough to knock him off his high pedestal. We can only hope, Malfoy said coolly. He has stuck his neck out with his unorthodox views on blood purity in those letters in the Quibbler. Skeeter scoffed at the mention of that rag. Basest nonsense, he continued, and yet there are a number of people who will listen to anything written by the famous boy who lived. Hero worship is so unhealthy, she agreed as she began taking notes on his comments. Something needs to be done. I quite agree. This was a dangerous business, he thought. Rita Skeeter reminded him of a scorpion. Dangerous to handle because it was in her nature to sting anyone who got too close so long as she got a story out of it, but she was useful for that very reason if one could point her in the right direction. And how long an investigation are you looking for? She said. I am prepared to fund you through the first week of November, long enough to cover the next 2 full moons, the same rate as before. You may print as you see fit. However, I shall expect a full report at the end of that time regardless. Well, Mr. Malfoy, that sounds like a very generous offer. Hermione wrote down names on a list as she and Harry sat in the common room, while Harry watched Crookshanks warily. Hermione's cat seemed to be stalking something Harry couldn't see at the moment. What about Mandy Brocklehurst? Hermione asked. How? Oh, Mandy. Harry said. Well, we can try, but I doubt it. Her family is a bunch of old traditionalists. They care about the closer relationship we had with Muggles in the past, but we don't have any history like that with werewolves. Crookshanks pounced and apparently caught his quarry. He walked back to the table, looking pleased with himself, and Harry saw he was chewing on an improbably large spider. Ugh! A spider, Crookshanks? Really? Harry said. Crookshanks meowed at him. Yes, I know they're high in protein, but there's no shortage of vertebrates around here. Meow. Meow. Humans are picky eaters? Harry said indignantly. Says the cat who turned up his nose at anchovies. SSS. Too salty? Honestly, they're fished. Ahem. Hermione cleared her throat. If you're quite finished. You just had to get the sassy cat, didn't you, Meone? Well, how could I not when my standard was you? Purr. Crookshanks laughed at Harry's expense. He glared at his rival feline. Anyway, we need to keep working on our list, Hermione said. Right. I'm with you. With a new political issue pressing upon them this year, the siblings were making an effort to re-establishing their network with the children of other Wisengamot members, which had fallen by the wayside over the past year. Unfortunately, instead of being potentially swayed by idealism like they were with the Muggle Protection Act, the children were at least as scared as their parents with Greyback on the loose, and most of them weren't feeling too sympathetic towards werewolves. You know we're going to have to talk to the Greengrasses, Hermione insisted. Yes, we will, but I doubt we'll get anything out of them, Harry countered. You know that lot aren't going to want to do anything to rock the boat. If we can't find angle that clearly benefits Wizarding Britain or them in particular, we'll get nothing out of them. The same goes for Zacharias Smith, with the added bonus that he doesn't actually like me. I don't think he doesn't like you, Harry. He's just... A smug git who thinks he's better than everyone else because he's descended from the founders? I wouldn't have put it exactly that way. Well, anyway, I think we can work over Neville without too much trouble, and it shouldn't be hard to get Arthur Weasley's behind, the scenes maneuvering in our favor, and since Dumbledore made Penelope Clearwater the youth representative, she should be on our side, but our real problem is that Umbridge character is convincing people the Werewolf Safety Act will actually make them safer. I don't see what's safer about making werewolves more desperate, Hermione said. Exactly. Me neither, but Mum and Dad always say people don't think logically in politics, Harry replied. Unless we can find an alternative that makes a better case for safety. Of course that's it, Harry. Sorry. We need an alternative bill. One that actually makes society safer from werewolves and ideally gives them a few more rights too. But we barely know anything about that. Well, of course we need to talk to Susan. The niece of the director of magical law enforcement wasn't hard to find. The two teens caught up with her that afternoon, taking a stroll around the grounds with her friend, Hannah Abbott. Hello, Susan. Hannah, mind if we join you? Harry said. Hannah jumped and squeaked when she saw who was talking to her, but Susan was pretty calm around Harry by now. Not at all, Harry, Hermione. Come along, the red-headed girl said. Something you wanted to discuss? She added astutely. Well, yes. Harry said awkwardly. Oh, the political game never stops, Hermione said. The truth is we have some serious concerns about that Werewolf Safety Act Amos Diggory introduced this summer. Susan gave them a twisted sort of smile. I thought it might be something about that, she said. I can go if you want, Susie, Hannah whispered. It's okay, Harry said quickly. It's not a secret. Auntie doesn't want to get involved in the political side of things any more than necessary, Harry, Susan said. She's mostly concerned about doing her job running law enforcement. But that does bear on this closely, Hermione observed. We were wondering if you could share your aunt's thoughts on it. Well, she said nervously, like I said, she's trying to stay out of the politics of it, but well, she's concerned about enforceability. She says that some of the provisions are so strict that they'll be really hard-pressed to get everyone to follow them. Of course, it's not like the werewolf registry has all of the werewolves on it either. That's what we were thinking, Hermione said. And then there's the reaction to the bill. Sorry. Well, the way the bill's written, it'll be almost impossible for werewolves to get jobs legally. And if they can't do that, what'll they do? They'll break the law, turn to crime, or live out in the woods and get worse, become more animal-like, more radical. Isn't there already concern that talk of such strict rules is pushing more werewolves over to Greyback's side? Hannah paled in horror and let out a soft eep, and Susan looked very nervous. Oh, Merlin, I hope not, she said. Greyback's scary enough already. It could happen, Harry said solemnly. It has happened at times in the Muggle world with other issues. That's why we're concerned about both the politics and the public safety parts of the bill, and we don't especially like either. What about the politics, though? Hannah spoke up. I mean, what's the big deal about keeping a close watch on those things? Harry sighed. Susan, Hannah, you remember how hard I pushed to pass the Muggle Protection Act, right? Susan nodded. Hannah had to give it a moment's thought, but she also remembered. I didn't do that just because I was raised by Muggles, he said. Or maybe I kinda did, but it's complicated. I didn't just do it for them. I did it because it was the right thing to do. It's not fair that Muggles get treated worse than wizards because they don't have magic, because of something they can't control. But what does that have to do with werewolves? Hannah said. Because, Hannah, it's the same principle, Harry said with an edge in his voice. Werewolves have the same problem. They're discriminated against because of something they can't control because they suffer from a dangerous disease. They're treated like complete outcasts because people are afraid of them, even though they're not really dangerous most of the time. Yes, there's a public safety issue, but throwing them out of civilized society isn't the answer. Hannah looked properly castigated, and Susan was showing unmasked surprise. Wow, Harry, I didn't know you felt that strongly about it. I mean, that's, not something you want to go talking about all over the place. Unfortunately, Harry muttered. Harry just described all the worst episodes of Muggle history, Hermione explained. With the larger population of Muggles, that kind of thing has happened again and again too many times to count. Most civilized people where we come from would be glad to be shot of that kind of prejudice. Look, we're not trying to overturn society here, Harry continued. We want werewolves to have more rights when they're in human form, and we also want the world to be safer from real monsters like Fenrir Greyback. And we were thinking the best way to do that is not just to fight this bill, but also to propose an alternative bill that would work towards both of those goals. We were hoping that your aunt might have some better ideas about how to make people safer. We really respect the work she's doing in the DMLE, and we were wondering if she'd be willing to work with some of my allies on drafting a bill like that. Susan stared, even more surprised. I really don't know, Harry, she said. Auntie usually doesn't get involved in legislation. But I'll write her and tell her your concerns, and I'll ask if she'd be interested. Harry smiled. Thanks a lot, Susan. If she'd help to write it, it would really lend a lot of support. Sure, no problem, Harry. Lumos. Flash. Crack. Lumos. Flash. Crack. Lumos. Bang. Ah. A blinding flash lit up the great hall in the middle of lunch, and most of those in attendance stopped and stared. Nathan Boot and Annabel Entwistle were sitting facing each other in the middle of the hall, trying to get their wands to work properly. I think we should do something, Harry, Hermione said. Yeah, probably, he answered. They got up and headed to intercept the 2 first years. Hey, slow down, you two, Harry said, holding back Annabel from trying that charm again. Hermione similarly held back Nathan from waving his wand. Learning charms is a little different when you already know wandless magic, Harry explained. Have you talked with Professor Flitwick about it? Only a little, Annabel said. Well, you should talk to him some more. He helped Hermione and me learn charms right. It's easier to push magic through a wand, Hermione said. If you use too much power on simple spells like this, your wand basically short-circuits. You need to focus on using a lighter touch. It doesn't take very much power to cast a Lumos. But how, though? Nathan said. I only taught myself to do it the one way. I don't really get how it's supposed to be different. It's not that hard once you know how it's supposed to feel, Harry said. You've worked on feeling different magical energies, right? Aha, both first years said. Good. You just need to feel what happens when you use smaller amounts of power. Here. Have you tried lighting and blowing out candles? Yes. Good. Harry whispered, Lacarnum inflammari. And a ball of blue fire appeared in his hand. Nathan and Annabel drew back, and many of their classmates watched in awe. Here, Annabel, hold out your hand. What? She pulled her hand back. It's completely safe, I promise, Harry said, passing the cold fire from one hand to the other. At that, Annabelle nervously held out her hand, and Harry gently placed the fire in her palm. He rolled up her sleeve so he could feel the magic flowing through her arm. Her eyes widened in surprise as she felt the flames like hot water licking her fingers. "Now, try to make the flames die down slowly," he said. Hermione caught on at once and conjured up a bluebell flame for Nathan to try it out. "It's bigger than a candle, so it should be easier." The girl nodded, and Harry felt an uncontrolled pulse of magic in her arm. The flame nearly went out on the spot. "Whoa! Easy! Easy!" he said. "Slower, slower," Hermione instructed Nathan as he tried the same thing. "It doesn't take much," Harry said. "Like lifting a feather." Annabelle tamped her magic down, forcing it into a slow, if unsteady trickle. The flame began to diminish. "There, yes, you feel that?" "I think so," she said as the flame went slowly out. "It's really easy to miss." "No, that's good. You just need practice. Now, try to keep that feeling, take your wand and cast the spell again." Annabelle picked up her wand and closed her eyes, trying to keep the flow of magic uniform. Finally, she flicked it and whispered, "Lumos." She heard Harry exclaim, "Brilliant!" followed by a round of applause. She opened her eyes and saw her wand shining, flickering but otherwise steady. She smiled at her success and watched as Nathan got it to work a minute later. "Wow! Awesome! I don't believe it. How did he do that?" "Harry, that was incredible. Can you teach me? Please." Romilda Vane. Half the school was looking at Harry in amazement, and to a lesser extent Hermione, but a lot of them still bought into the legend and assumed Harry had taught her. Most of them had never seen a wizard work things out like that, simply by looking and touching, and if they had, it was only from Dumbledore. Even with Nathan and Annabelle showing off wandless magic of their own, Harry didn't realize until after the fact how much of an apparent show of power on his part that was. Suddenly they were intercepted by a tiny white-haired wizard. "Excellent work, Miss Entwistle and Mr. Boot," Professor Flitwick said. "Take 10 points each. And excellent teaching, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. You seem to have a talent at it. I had hoped you would be able to help our new wandless magic practitioners." 20 points to Gryffindor. Well, it was definitely helpful for that. "Dear Harry and Hermione, we're still looking for a new pair of communication mirrors, but until then, these letters will have to do. At least you can still talk to your parents. Don't worry about the Wisengamot meeting next week on Saturday. Andy and I can handle it. I know things look bad right now, we don't have a lot of support for our side, but your idea of a counter-proposal is a good one. Andy and I spoke to Amelia Bones this week. She isn't helping us write our counter-proposal outright so far, but she did give us some good ideas, like providing safe areas for transformed werewolves to roam on the full moon and incentives to use them, and assistance in providing access to Wolfsbane and so forth. We're going to need more time to piece a counter-proposal together, but Andy and I can stall any action until next month, at least, even if the supporters try to make a move. We're planning to introduce our bill next month. We'll win yet. Remus says hello. Still no luck convincing him to go on a date. Like you're any better about Vicky, Sirius are. At least I acknowledge I like her. I've just been out of the game for so long that. There was a scribble in the middle of the letter. Are you actually going to use that excuse? Your 16-year-old self wants to slap you silly right now are. Anyway, we're still working on him. Congratulations on both of you making the Quidditch team. I'm so proud. And good work helping those 2 first years. Harry, you've definitely inherited your mother's charm skills, and we all know how brilliant you are, Hermione. And lastly, Harry, don't worry yourself about that prophecy. We know what it says, but it's still not your responsibility. And if, Merlin forbid, you ever find yourself up against Voldemort, you're going to have a lot of good people backing you up. So for now, just study hard, find yourself a girlfriend, and enjoy your life. Love. Sirius and Remus. Dumbledore called another meeting on Sunday night, and this time Harry didn't come alone. I see that you have chosen to join us, Hermione, the headmaster said. I'm not letting my brother do this alone, Professor, she said. He smiled kindly. I admire your loyalty. You are, of course, welcome. How did the Wisengamot meeting go yesterday, Professor? Harry asked. As expected, major action was delayed. There is little to worry about until next month. As for us, we have much to discuss, Dumbledore said. He withdrew his pensieve from the cabinet again. Hermione gasped in awe and approached it. Oh, my goodness, I didn't think I'd ever see one up close, she gushed. The rune work is beautiful. I could spend all year studying it. Dumbledore chuckled. I am sure you could. Unfortunately, we have considerably less time tonight. I have a number of memories to show you regarding Voldemort's past. I must warn you that I am not all-knowing in these matters. Much of what you will see in these sessions is speculation and guesswork. However, I believe that they will be essential to understanding Voldemort and through that, understanding how to defeat him. Hermione and Harry glanced at each other and nodded, silently reinforcing what they had already decided. Take Dumbledore with a grain of salt. After the past 2 years, they were all too aware that he was fallible. Very good. There is little urgency at the moment, but I do intend to show you all I have before Christmas. From there we will have to, as they say, play it by ear. The first memory I have to show you I obtained from a very old man named Bob Ogden, who, at the time, was the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol. I was very fortunate to track him down, or any living person who had contact with the subjects of this memory, as I doubt he will live much longer. He unstopped a file and poured its contents into the pensieve. We will be going inside the memory this time. There are far too many important details to see in the projection. You need only touch the surface of the water. Whenever you are ready. Hermione and Harry shrugged and touched their fingers to the surface. There was a strange sensation, as if they were being sucked into the basin, then a spinning feeling, rather like traveling by flue, and then they landed in what looked like a country lane beside a tangled hedgerow. Amazing, Hermione breathed. It seems so real. She turned around and saw a short, plump man with thick glasses. Is this Ogden? He is, Dumbledore said. Hermione yelped as the image of Bob Ogden walked forward straight through her, but she soon resumed her questioning. How can we see what was behind him, sir? Dumbledore smiled. Magic. To Harry's surprise, Hermione actually glared at him. Or rather, we can see anything that Ogden saw at any point in the memory, he clarified, even if he did not remember it consciously. It is very rare for the human mind to truly lose anything from its memory. They felt a nudge from nowhere and were forced to follow Ogden in the memory as he walked into a wooden area. It was then that Hermione noticed the man's antique attire. When did this happen? She asked. 1925, Dumbledore replied. 1925? Harry said. Voldemort was already around then? He was not. Then what dash? Patience, my boy, and observe carefully. They continued to watch as Bob Ogden approached what looked like an abandoned shack that turned out not to be abandoned. "Professor," Harry said excitedly. "That shack, Sirius described it to us. That's the shack you visited this summer, isn't it?" "Good eye, Harry, it is, but more on that later. It is the occupants that I wish you to see." At that moment, a very ugly man dressed in rags dropped out of a tree and confronted Ogden. He hissed, "You're not welcome." "Eep!" Hermione squeaked. "That was Parseltongue." "Correct, Hermione. You will be hearing quite a lot of that." The man turned out to be named Morphin Gaunt, and he and his father clearly didn't like Muggles or anybody else for that matter. The next time one of them spoke Parseltongue, Hermione said, "That was too fast for me." "What did he say?" "Get in the house." "Don't argue," Harry answered. The Gaunts lived in absolute squalor, a 3-room shack that they didn't even attempt to clean. Morphin sang disturbing songs in Parseltongue to his pet adder, and his sister Merope was trying to cook dinner while suffering the abuse of her relatives for her poor magic skills. Harry felt sorry for her. Her family seemed far too much like Uncle Vernon and Dudley were when he was young. They soon learnt that Morphin was in trouble for hexing some Muggles, but he seemed proud about it. Similarly, despite their low estate, the elder Gaunt was fiercely proud of his pure-blood heritage, and it was obvious his blood was the purest in the land just by looking at him. He was so inbred, and he showed off 2 gaudy but ancient pieces of jewelry that were probably each worth more than the shack and everything in it, including the people a gold locket with an S on it that apparently belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and ring with a large black stone that had belonged to the Peverills. And then the truth came out. Morphin had hexed a local Muggle aristocrat named Tom because Merope was in love with him. They eventually saw the man's face at the end of the memory, and Harry gasped in horror when he saw it. "That's him," he said. "He looks just like Riddle." "Yes, Harry," Dumbledore said as they landed back in his office. "Tom Riddle Sr., Voldemort's father." "And the woman?" Hermione asked, feeling a little sick. "His mother." "Correct. Merope Gaunt, daughter of Marvolo Gaunt and mother of Tom Marvolo Riddle." "Well, it's obvious where Voldemort got his looks," Harry muttered. Hermione looked at him in confusion. "The 16-year-old Riddle in the chamber was handsome," he explained. "But Marvolo looked like a monkey, and Morphin and Merope looked like a couple of lizards." Hermione nodded in understanding. "Like Charles II of Spain," she said. "They looked like they hadn't married anyone further than a first cousin for the past 200 years. I'm surprised Voldemort didn't turn out to have terrible health. In fact, it's a little surprising Voldemort was born at all. Merope easily could have been infertile." "We should have been spared great hardship in that case," Dumbledore said. "But this is an extreme case of the depths to which an old pureblood family can sink. The people you saw were, in fact, the last, pathetic remnants of the noble and most ancient house of Gaunt. In the 11th century, they were richer and more powerful than the Malfoys, and great allies of the houses of Slytherin and Peveril." "Richer than the Malfoys?" Harry said. "What happened?" "To begin with, they squandered their wealth down the centuries. As they had less and less to their name besides their pureblood status, they began to guard their purity more and more jealously. As inbreeding in the family became more pervasive, they became more incompetent, accelerating their decline. They withdrew from the Wisengamot in protest in 1811 when the ministry refused to classify Muggles as beasts, and they stopped attending Hogwarts at about the same time, leading to a further decline in their magic. By 1925, the result was what you saw." Dumbledore then explained that while the actions of Merrippy Gaunt could not be accounted for after that day, however, Marvolo and Morphin were arrested, and it appeared that, freed from their abuse, she proceeded to ensnare Tom Riddle with a love potion. When she became pregnant, she evidently stopped giving it to him because he left her at once. What happened after that was left for another time. Harry and Hermione were skeptical that this whole exercise was actually relevant to defeating Voldemort, but they decided to give Dumbledore the benefit of the doubt. For now. They were just about to leave when Harry stopped and remembered the notebook he'd brought with him. Professor, I almost forgot. I have something to show you." Dumbledore's bushy eyebrows rose. "You do, Harry?" "Yeah, I wrote a book about all our adventures in our first year the mess with Quirrell and stuff." "A book, Harry? Now that is a pleasant surprise. I have met very few writers your age in my time." "Well, Remus helped, sir. He said I should show it to you and maybe you could edit down to what I could safely publish. I think I'd like to publish it. It'd be good to set the record straight about all the stuff people think." "Harry, my boy, if you found a way to truly set the record straight, you would be a far wiser man than I," Dumbledore said with a smile, "but I would happy to examine your book and see if I can't mold it into something safely publishable." "That'd be great. Thanks, Professor." Dumbledore had a sad smile on his face as Harry left. He had been encouraged by the skills Harry had shown in various areas of magic, but writing was not one he had expected. But maybe it would be useful someday. Chapter 68. "Daphne, Astoria, Tracy," Harry said. "Good evening." "Harry, Hermione." "Likewise." Daphne Greengrass said coolly as the 5 students met in the library. She and Tracy Davis looked as aloof as ever to the 2 Gryffindors, while Astoria Greengrass, being only a first year, just looked eager to be included in the discussion. "So the rumor is you two have been sticking up for werewolves lately," Tracy said suspiciously. "We prefer to think that we're sticking up for the oppressed," Harry told the Slytherin girls. "But more relevant to you, we're concerned that the Werewolf Safety Act will not actually make Britain safer and may even make things worse." "Worse?" Astoria said fearfully. "How could it get worse?" "By driving werewolves underground," Hermione said. "Making them harder to track and more desperate, more likely to attack." "You can't be proposing maintaining the status quo," Daphne said. "With Greyback around, that's clearly not working. I assume you heard what happened last full moon." On the morning of the 1st of October, magical Britain had awakened to the news that Fenrir Greyback had successfully attacked a magical home. A young mother was bitten and later died of her wounds. Her husband was not bitten, but was badly scratched before he managed to drive the werewolf off, and would have to live with the scars for the rest of his life. The only consolation was that their 2-year-old son came out of it unscathed. "Yes, we know," Harry said sadly. "It's been clear for a while that the status quo isn't going to work at this point, even if it was probably the Werewolf Safety Act that drew him back here in the first place. That's why we wanted to let you know in advance confidentially, of course, that my allies are working on an alternative bill of our own." That surprised all 3 girls. Apparently, Potter was savvier than they thought. "An alternative bill?" Daphne said with interest. "What kind of bill are we talking about?" "We've been talking to Amelia Bones about more effective safety measures," Hermione said. "Ideally, if we can secure that, we'd want to afford werewolves more rights within that framework. It's just a matter of fairness. The important this is that the new bill will have a lot of financial aspects to it, fees, penalties, incentives, and so on, and we thought your grandfather might be interested in getting an early look at it." And if his ideas are sufficiently compatible with ours, Harry added, maybe even a say in writing it. Tracy looked very surprised, while Daphne and Astoria shared a calculating look. Go on, Daphne said. At Harry's and Hermione's second meeting with Dumbledore, the ghostly image of Caractacus Burke rose from the pensieve and proudly explained how he had ripped off a desperate and clearly mentally ill pregnant woman of a priceless locket of Slytherin for only 10 galleons. He was certainly a delightful character. For most witches and wizards, extreme emotions will lead to bursts of uncontrolled magic, Dumbledore explained. However, for some, those same emotions, particularly when associated with depression or similar afflictions, can suppress one's magic. In any case, with the state she was in, Merope either would not or could not use magic to sustain herself, and she later died shortly after giving birth to her son. However, I only learnt this after the fact. This brief interview is merely a bridge link between the memory you saw 2 weeks ago and the one we will watch now. The three of them dipped their fingers into the pensieve, and they found themselves spinning, falling, and landing in a London street next to a 56-year-old red-haired Albus Dumbledore. Your name is Albus, and you were Ginger? Hermione said, giggling slightly. Maybe you should have traded with Hagrid, sir, said Harry. Dumbledore chuckled. Clever, Harry. The younger Dumbledore soon entered an orphanage where he gave a very creepy 11-year-old Tom Riddle his Hogwarts letter A. Tom Riddle, who was already teaching himself wandless magic without even knowing what it was. He had been at the orphanage ever since his mother had showed up on the doorstep on the night of his birth, and had been an outcast for most of that time. Partly because he was different, but mostly it was increasingly self-imposed as he started fighting back with his magic. The young Tom Riddle was cold and withdrawn, or perhaps wary would have been a better term. He seemed emotionally unstable and fearful of being taken away and not in control. He gave commands with a ringing, tingling force that Harry and Hermione could feel even in the memory. What was that, Professor? Harry asked quickly. I eventually determined that it was a weak wandless compulsion charm, likely performed subconsciously, something barely legal under normal circumstances. Clearly, his self-study of magic was very different from yours, which is a good sign on your part. After a strained conversation about magic in Hogwarts, Tom's made his final comment was that he could speak to snakes. He asked if that was unusual, perhaps hoping he had a power that Dumbledore hadn't heard of before. But of course, as Dumbledore said, it was unusual but not unheard of. I do hope you've changed your procedures since then, Professor, Hermione said when they landed back in the headmaster's office. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand, Hermione, Dumbledore said, furrowing his brow. Well, any muggle could tell you Tom was showing obvious sociopathic tendencies technically. He was too young for it to be definite, but honestly, hanging a rabbit from the rafters? That alone should have been worth a visit to a mind healer, no matter how much he didn't want one. I imagine setting his wardrobe on fire to scare him straight didn't help much, sir. No, in retrospect it didn't, Dumbledore admitted. I have learned to be more wary about troubled children since I met him. There is much to be said about the psychology of Tom Riddle from this memory, and I suspect that you have already noted the major points. However, there is one detail I wish to point out that is of critical importance: the young Tom's habit of collecting trophies or souvenirs from his victims. While it may seem of little consequence, his thievery will prove to be of just as great a consequence as his cruelty in time. Harry and Hermione mentally rolled their eyes but accepted this for now. Ahem. Sor Bladvac Charis Prog. Luna giggled. No, Harry, she said. Ruby is Blidvic. Bladvac means pickaxe. Ah. Sor Blidvic Charis Prog. Gor Nockrel Sorag. Luna snapped in an impression of an impatient goblin. It was hard not to laugh at her when she did that. She was far too cute to pull off the impatient goblin look. Sor Terekararagi. Shurak, Harry replied. Very good, Harry, Luna said brightly. You're making very quick progress. My roommates don't have the patience to learn gobbledygook. Gor nachik lor nek opshakru gobiln kru bladu ro, Hermione countered. That is true, Luna said. Most of them don't care very much about goblins. But that's so much the better for us. Goblins are usually quite pleasant to wizards who are polite to them over others. All the more reason to learn, Harry agreed. If people were actually interested in interspecies cooperation around here, it would solve a lot of problems. One problem at a time, Harry, Hermione said. It'll probably take us our whole time in school to fix Hogwarts, not to mention defeating Voldemort. Can't blame a guy for trying, though. We really do appreciate this, Luna. You're a good friend, he said with a smile. Thank you, Harry. I rather like having friends, she said cheerfully. Right, Harry said awkwardly. He didn't think their quirky friend would ever grow out of her habit of making strange and uncomfortable observations. Come on, Luna, what's the word for diamond? Tom Riddle's friends, though I suspected he never truly regarded anyone as what we would call a friend, were a motley collection of the weak seeking protection, the ambitious seeking shared glory, and the thuggish gravitating towards a leader who could teach them more refined forms of cruelty, Dumbledore explained. Many of these followers were formed into the Knights of Walpurgis after Riddle left school, later renamed the Death Eaters. And of course, because they were nearly all Slytherins, they adopted the pureblood ideology of their house, even though Riddle himself, though he never admitted it publicly, was a half-blood. Very few who knew Riddle in school have been willing to talk to me, even after the end of the war. Indeed, virtually no one who was closer to him than myself or Hagrid would tell me about him, either out of loyalty or fear of retribution. However, I eventually learnt that he became obsessed with his parentage in school, understandably so, as an orphan. It took him 5 years to convince himself that his father had never set foot in Hogwarts and to track down his mother's family, the House of Gaunt. That would be right after he killed Myrtle, wouldn't it? Harry asked. Correct, Harry. Clearly he was busy in other more nefarious ways by that point. However, it is his encounter with his family that I wish for the two of you to see tonight. He poured a memory into the pensieve. By now, Morphin Gaunt, the subject of the memory, was the only Gaunt remaining delirious and living like a wild man. The 16-year-old Tom Riddle could only get through to him by speaking entirely in Parseltongue, which Harry had to translate for Hermione because it was too fast for her to follow. The memory lasted only long enough for Riddle to find out the truth of his parentage, and then it went suddenly dark. Morphin had apparently been obliviated of everything after that. Dumbledore explained that the next day Tom Riddle Sr. and his parents were found dead from what any wizard would recognize as the killing curse. Morphin remembered committing the murders and boastfully confessed. He died in Azkaban some years later, shortly after Dumbledore collected his memory. You see, Harry, Hermione, he said, Voldemort may not, in his mind, care about blood purity, but he certainly believes that magic makes us superior to Muggles. Learning of the ignominious circumstances of his birth enraged him and made him hate his Muggle family. Both his assumed name and his murders were acts of rejecting them and embracing the noble and ancient magical heritage from which he had come, and of forging a new identity for himself, Voldemort. The translation is ambiguous, but it seems to most readily mean flight from death, Hermione finished for him. Dumbledore nodded. Well, he's certainly done that, Harry said. Otherwise he'd be dead by now. One other thing, Professor. That ring, the one that belonged to the Peverils, Marvolo was wearing it before, and Morphin was wearing it just now, but Riddle took it, didn't he? Correct, Harry, he said. You've been paying attention. Remember that ring, both of you. You will see the significance of it soon. We need to talk to Neville about a clemency, Harry said. We've been putting it off too long already. We need to make sure it's all square before Halloween. He'll need his Grand's permission too, remember? Yes, I know, Harry, Hermione replied with a sigh. I just wish we didn't have to worry him about it. Hermione, isn't that exactly what Dumbledore said about telling me? She flinched and bit her lip uncomfortably. That hit a little too close to home. Sorry, Harry muttered. It's much more of a sure thing with you, though, she said. Just the same, I'd want to know even if I were second in line so I could be ready, and Neville deserves the same. Okay, I get it, she said. After our exercise session today. Then we'll tell him. Sounds good. Harry and Hermione were still spending a half hour before dinner every day on physical exercise, and Neville had been joining them more and more in an effort to better himself, to the point where, this year, he was joining them most days. For his benefit, they had made their routine less about karate katas and more about standard aerobic exercises, but they continued to make it more demanding as they grew in order to stay in good shape. Of course, now that Harry and Hermione were both on the Quidditch team, they were both getting more exercise. Broom flying wasn't exactly aerobic, but it did require a lot of balance and coordination, and a fair bit of arm and leg strength to turn at high speeds without falling off the brooms. The combination of that with aerobics was, they hoped, good for building up strength and endurance. As usual, Neville joined them at their usual spot in a disused corridor near Gryffindor Tower. Occasionally someone else would turn up for some karate-related tips, most frequently Sue Lee or Susan Bones, but that was rare by now. The first years always hung around to see the karate demonstration at the start of the year, but that had died down by mid-October as well. Hey guys, Neville said between sets. Guess what? Gran sent me a letter. She says she's really proud of how I've got my potions grade up. That's great, Neville, Hermione said. I know your grades have improved a lot since first year, but that one always seemed to give you trouble. Yeah, well, a lot of it's Gran's doing for making Snape not be so mean this year. Hey, don't forget our mum, Harry said. She's the only person I've ever seen tell Snape off. Yeah, Neville said, puffing only a little as he ran in place. You'll have to thank her for me. You are a good wizard, you know. You just need practice, Hermione said, looking back at him with a small smile. Neville glanced at her and shyly gave her a small smile back when their eyes met. Thanks, Hermione, he replied. It's you two I have to thank for helping me along with that. I never thought I'd get very far before you started helping me. I'm sure you would have done fine, Neville, she said. You just needed a little push to get you started. She flicked her eyes up and down his form. And I'd say the exercise is doing you a lot of good, too. Really? He squeaked. Thanks. You too. Harry smirked slightly as both Neville and Hermione were blushing, although that might have just been the exercise. Neville was in a lot better shape than when he'd come to Hogwarts, though, when he'd been pudgy and round-faced, and he was a lot more coordinated now, too. He could probably go out for a number of sports in the Muggle world. Unfortunately, his biggest weakness at Hogwarts was that he still wasn't good on a broom. Once the half-hour was up, sweating and out of breath, but feeling pretty good, Harry knew it was time to confront his friend. Say, Neville, there's something we've been needing to talk to you about. The old nervousness and uncertainty washed over Neville's face at once. What is it, Harry?" he said. "There's something we want you to do for us, Neville. And there's someone we want you to meet, and we can't really tell you why, but it's important. We need you to trust us on that." Neville stared at Harry with wide eyes. He'd never been asked to take on the kind of responsibility that this seemed to be, even with his grand's political work. As much as Harry was his friend, he was still the boy who lived, and anything so secret that involved him could be deadly serious. And yet, Neville thought something now that he never would have thought 2 years ago. This was a chance to prove himself to his friends and maybe even his grand, too. So he squared his shoulders and said, "Oh, okay, what is it?" "Do you know what a clemency is?" Harry asked. "I've heard of it. Isn't that some kind of magic you can do to stop people from reading your mind?" "Sort of," Hermione said. "Legilimency is a lot more subtle than mind reading, and a clemency isn't really magic, more like meditation, but yes." "You see, here's the thing," Harry explained. "Dumbledore has been telling us some of his secret stuff about the war and about Voldemort." Neville flinched, but only a little. "You know that Voldemort's still out there somewhere. You saw the diary, and Professor Dumbledore says that wasn't the only thing he had in reserve. These secrets could be important to getting rid of him once and for all. Now, we've talked it over, and we think that you also need to know them." "And me?" "Yes, and I'm sorry, but we can't tell you why. Suffice to say, you need to know them, but we can't tell you unless you learn a clemency, so no one else can get them from you." "Why you want me to learn a clemency?" he said in shock. I don't know if I can. I'm always forgetful and stuff. I don't think my mind's as strong as yours." "I think it can be if you try," Hermione assured him. "Your body wasn't very strong when you first came to Hogwarts, and neither was your magic, but you've come a long way with both of them. You can do it with your mind, too." Neville smiled a little, and Harry continued, "We already learned a clemency last year. We asked the person who taught us to come to Hogsmeade when we go there on Halloween to evaluate you. He's really good and trustworthy. If you're willing to do it, and if you get your grand's permission, we want you to come with us to meet him." Neville's face fell. I'd do it for you too, Harry," he said, "but I dunno how Gran'll feel about it." "Write to her and ask her," Harry said. "Tell her it's important to you. If you're firm about it, I think she'll let you. And if she still gives you trouble, I'll write her myself and tell her how important it is." He didn't mention the full truth, not yet, that this was about the reason Neville's parents were targeted and attacked, but he would tell Augusta Longbottom if she made him. "You'd do that for me?" Neville said. Harry and Hermione both nodded. "Wow, that's... Not many people stand up to Gran." "Okay, then I'll do it." "Thanks, Neville," Harry replied. "I'll feel a lot better knowing you now." Harry and Hermione were surprised to find that their next summons from Professor Dumbledore came on Friday night instead of a Saturday, and they were alarmed when they came to his office to find him packing a number of his books and arcane instruments into a trunk. "Professor? What's wrong?" Hermione said worriedly. "Are you leaving?" "I am sorry, but I must, Hermione," he answered. "I am afraid that we will not be able to hold our regular meeting this week. However, I remain committed to showing you the remainder of the memories in my collection to you before Christmas." "But Professor, where are you going?" Harry asked. "There is an emergency meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards tomorrow," the headmaster said. "I must make my way to their headquarters at once to open it. I thought it was only fair to inform you in person." "The ICW headquarters," Harry said. "That's in Meiringen, Switzerland, Hermione said. Quite. But what happened? Harry demanded. Why is there an emergency meeting? Is something happening, Dash? Not here, I assure you. This crisis is overseas. The old wizard sat at his desk. I suppose you might as well know now. You will be able to learn some of it from the Daily Prophet and the Muggle Press. Yesterday, the Muggle president of Burundi was assassinated by an extremist faction of his own military. Are you familiar with the politics of the surrounding region? Both Hermione and Harry shook their heads. Yes, it is fairly obscure. There is an ongoing racial conflict in the region in Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and eastern Zaire. This attack appears to be an attack on a leader from the majority Hutu people by a military dominated by ethnic Tutsis. Already violence between the two groups in Burundi is escalating. Now, as far as the Muggles are concerned, this is all there is to it. What they do not know is that the Burundian Minister for Magic was visiting the president and was also assassinated. Harry's and Hermione's eyes widened. That pointed the finger at wizards, and that would completely change the situation. All of the evidence visible to the ICW points to the fact that several of the radical Muggle groups in the region have received the backing of a dark wizard, a man named Cunning, Dumbledore confirmed. Cunning is a very powerful wizard, and he has been fomenting conflict in East Africa for many years. I believe he seeks not only to rule the small region in which he maintains his base of operations, but eventually to move west and become the Dark Lord of Kinshasa, and through it, all of Central Africa. He has been especially active in the last few months. This is the first action against a Muggle leader, but there have been several assassinations of key figures in magical Burundi and Rwanda, and that is the cause for this meeting. The ICW will be debating this weekend whether to take action in the situation there. Both teens stared at the headmaster for a minute before Harry asked the obvious question. Sir, did the ICW ever discuss whether to intervene with Voldemort? Dumbledore hung his head slightly. They did, Harry, he said. However, Voldemort's ambitions did not extend significantly beyond the shores of Britain, at least in public, and that was likely by design. ICW intervention would have made things much harder for him. However, as he kept it to an internal matter, the entrenched interests were served by not intervening, despite repeated requests. And what about Burundi? Hermione said with a frown. Their prospects may be better. GIS operates throughout Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and eastern Zaire, which makes this a clear international matter, and like the Muggle United Nations, the ICW is duty-bound to step in if the conflict continues. I do apologize for the inconvenience. I highly doubt that this meeting will take very long, and I fully intend to be back in time for the full moon and the Halloween feast next weekend, so you need not worry about that. We understand, Professor, Hermione said. This sounds important. Good luck. Harry nodded his agreement. Thank you for understanding. I will see you again soon. Edward Grayson was lucky that he was already in Kiev when he received the summons to the ICW. For all his power, international port keys still made him queasy. He much preferred to walk. Luckily, he knew enough polkas, mazurkas, and other folk songs to hike the last 1,100 miles to Meiringen along the song lines at a decent pace. One mark in favor of the ICW headquarters was that it was a lovely setting, an old castle, magically hidden right under the Muggles' noses, overlooking the Reichenbach Falls. It was much smaller than Hogwarts, just large enough for the nearly 200 ICW representatives to meet, plus sleeping quarters. The footprint of the Great Hall of Hogwarts, and its height from down in the kitchens all the way up to the high rafters, was similar in size. It was as he stood on one of the many balconies of the castle, humming to himself, that Grayson felt a powerful magical presence approach behind him, one of the few he had ever met whom he could fairly consider his equal. He could identify the man at once just by the feeling of his magic. "Day, Dumbledore," Grayson said stiffly, a hint of annoyance in his Australian accent. "Thank you for coming, Ambassador Grayson," Dumbledore replied congenially. "I happen to be on the continent," Grayson replied without turning around. "Have you had time to review the situation?" "Of course I have. I do pay attention, you know. But the other representatives won't go for it. Not for a handful of assassinations. Nonetheless, I fear more trouble on the horizon," Dumbledore said. "My contacts tell me that there are calls for mass killing of Muggle Tutsis in Rwanda. Thousands of Muggles have died already in Burundi, and Jeeves is almost certainly pushing the situation further out of balance. One more strike in a sensitive spot could set off a full-scale war that would give him cover to take over. I do not believe this will end without intervention, Edward." Grayson snorted. "Still not looking," he said. "Are you a seer now, Dumbledore? You might want to write old Fantong for your predictions instead of trying to do it yourself, unless that pet seer of yours made another." "Sadly, Sybil has not improved in her predictive ability," the older man said icily. "If she had, I would have several fewer problems. Can I ask your support to uphold justice in the East African matter?" "TSK. I will uphold justice, O Supreme Mugwump. Whether that is in direct support of you or merely as an ally of convenience depends on you. Edward, I know we have had our disagreements in the past, but I hope we can agree that Kinnanin Jeeves is an evil man who must not be allowed to gain power." "Well, on that much we certainly agree. And if you're willing to do what it takes to achieve that, we should have no problem." "Very well. I await you at the meeting." Dumbledore turned to go. "Albus." Grayson turned around to face the white-bearded man for the first time. Dumbledore was still wearing those atrocious purple robes with the gold stars, he noted. His amber eyes locked with Dumbledore's blue ones, and there was silence for a moment. "I heard about what happened at Hogwarts last spring," he said in a more friendly tone. "Ah," Dumbledore said slowly. "And your opinion?" "You're a fool for not thinking of a basilisk months earlier." Dumbledore lowered his gaze. "I have had multiple parents tell me the same thing. You know, Albus, that Malfoy character of yours is a bloomin' arse from what I hear, but he may be right about something. Maybe you're getting too old for this." Dumbledore sighed and said, "I suspect I have been too old for this for some time, Edward. Unfortunately, this keeps happening." "Humph," he grunted. It's good to know your limitations, at least. That said, that boy hero of yours definitely caught my attention." "Ah, young Harry is a very gifted young man," the older man said with a smile. "And his sister is an equally gifted young woman." "Yes, wandless magic, both of them?" Grayson asked. "Indeed. Some of the most proficient I have ever seen. I suspected you would take an interest in that." "Very interested. I bought a ticket to the World Cup next summer. Maybe I could meet them there. I will put in a good word for you." "Thank you, Albus. Also." Grayson stepped closer to Dumbledore and lowered his voice. "I heard a rumor about a cursed diary that was involved in that little incident." Dumbledore nodded knowingly. "There was one," he said, "which possessed a young girl to do its bidding. Harry was fortunately able to destroy it and save her." "That doesn't sound like just a diary." No, it wasn't." "And what was it?" Grayson said, not certain but suspecting the answer. The old man hesitated only a moment. A Horcrux? He was right. So it was that Lord Voldemort? He made a Horcrux? No, Dumbledore said. He made several Horcruxes. Grayson's eyes grew very wide and the color drained from his face. He thought he caught a brief flicker of smugness from Dumbledore at finally managing to take him by surprise. I've never heard of such a thing, he said. Nor I, but as we have already destroyed 3 of them, it is most clear that he succeeded. In any case, he is not yet finished. And on that point, there is a matter of some delicacy about which I would like to speak with you after the meeting. On this, at least, Grayson could wholeheartedly agree with the Supreme Mugwump. That could be very important. I'll be there, he said. Chapter 69. Yes, we quite agree that werewolves, or at least Fenrir Greyback in particular, pose a serious threat. Sirius Black addressed the Wizengamot on the 30th of October, fittingly enough, the day of the full moon. I applaud Madame Bones for providing extra security for this meeting today, and I share the concerns of many of my colleagues about the devastating attacks each full moon. However, I am also worried that blindly placing tighter restrictions on werewolves will simply drive them underground and make them harder to track. What this country needs is smarter regulation that is focused on reducing the risk of attacks on nights like tonight. To that end, I wish to introduce for the consideration of the Wizengamot the Lycanthropy Regulation and Management Act as an alternative to the current proposal. There was some scattered applause, but most of the people were stone-faced. Most of Wizarding Britain only really cared that their families were safe, regardless of how. A few clearly trusted the Ministry's bill over Sirius's, or vice versa, and there was a lot of talk as Sirius unpacked the provisions of the LRMA as opposed to the WSA, which did win over a few converts, but it would be an uphill battle. Probably a more interesting story than Sirius's move was what didn't happen. With a Wizengamot meeting scheduled just hours before the full moon, everyone was expecting an attack in the vicinity that night, perhaps going after any stragglers near the Ministry. But no attack materialized. However, only a few people were naive enough to think it was over. Even for the night after the full moon, excitement was running high at Hogwarts on Halloween morning. The first and second years awoke to the smell of baking pumpkin pies wafting through the corridors, and the upper years were excited for their belated first Hogsmeade visit of the year. Even Harry and Hermione, for whom Halloween was a solemn occasion, were cheerful that morning. They planned to make a tour of it. Honeydukes, Zonkos, the Shrieking Shack, and so on, plus seeing if there was any truth to the rumor that Dumbledore's brother ran the Hog's Head. "Remember, Neville, lunch at the Three Broomsticks," Hermione said as the Thestral-pulled carriage made its way the village. "Harry reserved a private room, so just tell Madame Rosmerta you're with his party." "I got it," Neville said. "I'll see you for lunch." Harry and Hermione had only seen Hogsmeade for their one meeting with Sirius and Remus in the Three Broomsticks 2 years ago, and it was nice to see the place again. All the buildings looked like little thatched houses from the Middle Ages with high-peaked roofs and tall chimneys, making for a very quaint setting. Some students met their parents in Hogsmeade. After all, 1/5 of the witches and wizards in Britain lived in the village, and the others could easily travel there. But for most, it was a chance to get out of the castle for a few hours and go shopping, go on a date, or just go out for a day on the town. However, the atmosphere in the village was tense this morning when the carriage reached the station, and the place was crawling with aurors. "Excuse me, what's going on?" Harry asked the nearest auror when they climbed out. "Didn't you hear the howls last night?" He said. "We think Greyback was here. No sign of an attack, but we still don't know what he was up to." "Oh my goodness," Hermione said. I didn't think he'd come this close. He goes wherever he wants. We're trying to figure out where he went from here. The Aurors definitely put a damper on things, especially for Harry. I've got a bad feeling about this, Hermione, he said. You're worrying too much, Hermione said. The full moon's over. What could happen? Harry groaned. Isn't that what they always say before something bad happens? This isn't a television show, Harry. Come on, let's just try to have a good time today. Whatever you say, sis. Despite Harry's misgivings, he did enjoy the morning. It was fascinating seeing all the different kinds of sweets and honeydukes, and since it was Halloween, they both ate a good deal more of them than they probably should have. Zonkos looked downright dangerous, but they did have a few interesting and useful items. After that, their last stop of the morning was the Shrieking Shack. Not many people were at the Shrieking Shack at this time of the morning. In fact, they happened to be alone at the moment, leaving them room to speak openly about the real truth of the place. And to think it's not really haunted at all, Harry said. Just one very cranky student and his friends. Hermione giggled. Cranky, Harry? What? It fits. I'm just surprised that no one noticed it only seemed to be haunted at the full moon. Well, that's simple, she replied. Dumbledore enchanted it to randomly make haunted-sounding noises at other times of the month. Huh. I should have thought of that. You know it's not really that impressive when you know the truth. No, I suppose not. It is part of your family heritage, though. Yeah. More or less. The two were just about to leave when Harry stopped cold and said, Did you hear something just now? Hermione cupped her hand to her ear. I don't hear anything, she said. No, I know I heard there it is again. I don't think I heard anything. But Harry was not about to dismiss his hearing again, not after last year. No, I know I heard something. Cover me. Harry. Hermione cried, but she wasn't fast enough. Harry dashed behind a tree, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and transformed to cat form. As Ratsbane, Harry's hearing was much sharper, and it was only a few seconds before he heard that strangled cry again, what sounded like the cry of a human child. He ran out past Hermione towards the source of the sound, leaving her no choice but to follow. Several of the houses nearest to the Shrieking Shack were abandoned, since a lot of wizards didn't even want to live on the same street as a building so haunted. It was from one of these houses that the crying was emanating. When he got closer, there was no mistaking it. A girl was crying in pain. It wasn't a ghost. He could smell her a few years younger than he was, he thought. He smelled blood. He listened and smelled in case there were any predators around, but there were none. There was a scent trail from a very large and scary animal, but it was hours old, and there was no indication other than that the child was now alone. Checking around again, he ducked behind another tree and changed back to human form before running into the abandoned house. Hello, he called. Hello? Is anyone here? Help! A high, panicked voice cried. Help! Somebody help me. Harry rounded a corner and saw a horrible sight. A little girl of about 9 or 10 with reddish-brown hair was lying on the floor, clutching her leg and covered in blood. Oh, bugger! Hermione! Harry yelled as he rushed to the girl's side. With dentists for parents, not to mention the risk of dark wizard attacks, Harry and Hermione had both taken basic first aid courses, which allowed Harry to quickly take stock of the situation. The girl was trying to hold her trousers tight around her leg, which was where the pooling blood seemed to be concentrated. She was pale, sweating, and shivering where she lay. That wasn't a good sign. She also had a long scratch on her arm and 2 long, parallel scrapes across her face that looked strangely familiar. Harry Dash? Oh my God, Hermione said. At once, she stepped back and sent up a flare of red sparks with her wand as a distress call. Hopefully, an Auror would be there soon. I called for help, she said as she also rushed to the girl's side. What happened to her? I don't know, Harry said. I just found her like this. Can you tell me what happened? He addressed the girl. The younger girl's eyes widened when he brushed away his fringe. Ha ha, Harry P. Potter? She squeaked. Yes, I'm Harry Potter, but I need to know what happened, he said impatiently. It was a wolf, the girl said. Harry's face was grim, his fears confirmed. The true wolf was long since extinct in Muggle Britain, and there were only a handful in the magical areas. But just to be sure, he asked, a wolf? Was it bigger than normal with a short snout? Maybe, she said. I saw the eyes. Eyes, Harry said. The eyes, she said fearfully. Blue and black, blue inside black. Harry's breath caught. Even in wolf form, there could be no doubt about those eyes. Greyback. The girl began crying, and Harry and Hermione stared at each other in wordless horror. Harry knew now where he had seen those scratches on her face before. They were almost identical with the 2 parallel scars on Remus's face, almost as if they were the monster's signature. I'm gonna check the wound, Hermione resolved. Where are those Aurors? Careful, Harry said, the blood even without the moon. It's okay, I don't have to touch it, she said. The risk of contamination from blood alone rather than a bite was tiny, but better safe than sorry. Hermione wandlessly pulled the ragged strips of cloth away from the girl's leg, revealing a deep, peculiarly shaped bite mark. Oh God, she breathed. The girl started crying even louder and shaking. Hey! Hey! Harry came around and sat beside her, propping her head up on his leg and taking her good hand in his. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna help you. What's your name? It hurts, the girl whimpered. I know it hurts, but we're gonna help you. Come on, what's your name? Demelza. Demelza Robbins. Good to meet you, Demelza. Don't worry, it's gonna be okay. Harry, Hermione whispered, we need to close this wound or she's gonna bleed to death. Harry turned pale. How though? It's a cursed wound. We need silver and dittany to close it. I know. Let me think. Hermione bit her lip and paced in thought. We'll suture it, she said. I need a needle and thread stat and make sure they're sterile. A needle and thread? Where am I supposed to get that? Harry, are you a wizard or not? Oh, right. He glanced around the room and saw a stone about the right size lying on the floor. He wandlessly levitated it to float above his hands. Snapping his fingers of his left hand so he didn't activate his wand holster, and pushing his magic into it, it burst into flames, but the flames subsided as soon as the dirt was burnt off, leaving it sterilized. Then he waved his hand, and it was transfigured into a spool of thread, which he levitated over to Hermione. Then he pulled a splinter of wood off the exposed frame of the house and repeated the process, making sure it was only singed and not burnt to ash. He quickly transfigured it into a curved surgical needle. Demelza stared at him in awe at his show of wandless magic. You do the suturing, he told his sister. You're better at that detail work. I'm on it. I'm sorry, Demelza, this is gonna hurt. Demelza screamed and writhed in pain as Hermione began stitching her leg back together. "Hold her!" Hermione yelled as she knelt on the girl's good leg to keep it still. Harry kept a firm grip on her hand, and he reached out and wandlessly held down her injured leg. "Demelza," he said. "Listen to me. Concentrate on me." She looked up at him with watery eyes. "You're doing great. This'll only take a couple minutes. Come on, how old are you?" "TT10, she said. "Good." Harry started breathing harder from the effort of holding her still. "Do you play Quidditch?" "Junior League." Demelza nodded weakly. "What position?" "CH Chaser." "Great. We're gonna need some chasers in a few years. If you're in Gryffindor, you should try out." To Harry's dismay, his attempt at distraction failed. Demelza began sobbing uncontrollably. "Harry, do something," Hermione said as she kept trying to make stitches. "I'm trying," he said. "Demelza, what is it? What's wrong?" "I can't," she sobbed. "I can't ever go to Hogwarts now." Harry grasped her hand tighter and increased the pressure on her leg. "What are you talking about?" "Of course you can," he said. "And no. They'll never let a WWWWER." Her voice broke into a loud cry. "Yes, they will. Yes, they will, Demelza. Listen to me." He bent his head closer to her face and whispered, "Do you want to know a secret?" She stared up at him in confusion. "I have a good friend who's a werewolf." She gasped at the word. "He was bitten when he was only 5 years old. He went to Hogwarts for all 7 years, and he even made prefect. And that was before the wolfsbane potion was invented. You don't have to be an outcast just because that's what he wanted. You can still take control of your life." Demelza sniffled a couple of times and started crying again, but then, without warning, she reached up with her remaining strength and threw her arms around Harry's neck. Harry stiffened at the contact, but he quickly relaxed and patted her on the back. "It's gonna be okay," he whispered. "It's gonna be okay." He laid her back on the ground gently as she seemed near collapse. Then, almost automatically, he drew his wand with a snap of his fingers and cleaned the blood off himself. And it was a good job he had his wand out, because at that moment an Auror finally ran into the abandoned house. Auror Lutetia Savage was responding to an apparent distress call of red sparks near the Shrieking Shack, and while it was possible it was just some student who got scared by the shack, she wasn't about to take chances. It took her a couple of minutes checking the nearby abandoned houses before she heard voices and rushed inside. When she got into the house, she saw a little girl, covered in blood, being forcibly held down by 2 teenagers, one of whom appeared to be sewing stitches into her leg, and came to the perfectly reasonable conclusion that they were torturing the poor child. "What the hell are you doing?" Savage cried. "Stupefy. Can't ego." Her stunner exploded off the boy's simple block charm so that he took the brunt of it and was knocked on his arse delirious. Both girls screamed. Savage was about to cast again, but the boy's defense bought a few precious seconds for her to get a good look at his face. "Harry Potter?" she said. But the older girl was already yelling, "Hey! We're not hurting her. We're trying to save her life. They do this all the time in the Muggle world." "What dish?" "She's been bitten by Greyback. She needs a healer now." "Greyback, oh Merlin. But what are you, Dash?" "It's called a suture," the bushy-haired girl said. "It's how Muggles do it." Unlike some of her colleagues she could name, Lutetia Savage did stop and think before she acted when she had the time to do it. Amelia Bones had ordered a refresher course on werewolves for the entire DMLE when Greyback had returned. She remembered how werewolf bites were very hard to close and as a result often led to the victim bleeding to death. The little girl had a nasty bite on her leg, but with the older one, Granger, she remembered Potter's adoptive sister sewing the skin back together. It was downright barbaric, but it had mostly stopped the bleeding. "Okay," she said, making a snap decision. "Stay with her. I'll get a healer. And I just hexed Harry Potter," she thought to herself. Lovely. It was a much shorter time before Auror Savage returned with the 2 healers who had been sent to Hogsmeade that morning to deal with any injuries that were found. They had hoped that the lack of report meant there had been no attacks last night, but they were dismayed to find they were wrong. "What happened?" one of the pair said as he rushed to Demelza's side. Harry, who was dizzily picking himself off the floor, recognized him as Cousin Andy's friend, Hippocrates Smethwick. "Greyback happened," Hermione said. "We tried to help her. What did you do?" Smethwick said, "Stitch's Muggle technique. It was the only way to stop the bleeding." "That thread's transfigured," Harry added, rubbing his head. "You'll need to pull it out within a couple hours." "And what happened to you, Mr. Potter?" "I kind of stunned him," Auror Savage said. "There was a misunderstanding." The other healer waved her wand over Harry, but he pushed her away. "I'm fine," he said. "Did either of you touch the blood?" Smethwick asked. "I didn't," Hermione said. "A little, but I cleaned it off right away," Harry said. "Okay, you should be fine then. ID on the kid." "Demelza Robbins, age 10, Harry told him. "Okay. You're going to be okay, Demelza. Or we can take it from here. See if you can find her parents." "Got it." "Auror," Harry stopped her. "I didn't get your name." The Auror stopped worriedly. It was said casually, but that was still the kind of thing people said before they filed a complaint, and stunning the boy who lived wouldn't look good on her record, but policy said she had to answer. "Lutetia Savage, Mr. Potter," she said. "Thank you for your help, Auror Savage," Harry said. "I'll be sure to let Director Bones you did a good job." Lutetia Savage left the abandoned house feeling relieved, but very confused. Harry and Hermione were both feeling very tired and drained by the time they made their way to the 3 broomsticks to meet Neville. The Aurors had needed to get a statement from them after Demelza was taken to St. Mungo's, and people had quickly caught on that something was happening. They were staring and whispering at them again, mostly about what they thought Harry's latest feat was. "I hope Demelza will be okay," Hermione said quietly. She looked pretty distraught. "I think she will be," Harry replied. "I'll talk to Dumbledore about her and ask Moony to pay her a visit. I don't think there'll be any problems by next year." "Well, I'm just glad that Auror understood the suture thing, even if she did stun you. That could have turned bad if she didn't. I'm actually glad her reactions were that quick. Like I said, it shows she's good at her job. It must have looked pretty bad when she came in there." Hermione frowned. "I suppose so," she said. "To think Greyback got that close to the castle." "Yeah, I should have known," Harry grumbled. "Something bad always seems to happen on Halloween." "Coincidence, Harry," she said dismissively. "We don't even know for sure that the attack happened on Halloween Day. It might have been before midnight." By the time they got to the 3 broomsticks, Neville and Maxwell Barnett were both waiting there for them. "Harry, what happened?" Neville said worriedly. "People are saying all kinds of things about you, something about saving a kid?" "We found a girl who'd been bitten by Greyback and we helped her," Harry said. "I'd rather not spread her name around." "More than that," Hermione said. Harry found her with his feline ears. "She'd probably be dead if he hadn't." Neville and Barnett each gave the other a very worried glance. "It's okay, he knows," Harry said, directed at both of them. "Oh," Neville said. "I was just explaining my position in magical and Muggle society to Mr. Longbottom," Barnett said. "As Lord Potter's occlumency teacher, I of course know all of his secrets." "Lord Potter, is this why you asked your friend to learn occlumency?" "No, Mr. Barnett, it was that other secret we discussed," he replied. "I think it may be relevant to him." Mr. Barnett's eyes widened a fraction. "Very well," he said formally. "Mr. Longbottom, if you are ready, I would like to evaluate your natural aptitude for occlumency first." It took a few minutes of poking and prodding at Neville's mind for Mr. Barnett to reach his conclusions. By the end of it, Neville looked dazed and rather uncomfortable. "It's okay, Neville," Hermione said, patting him on the shoulder. "It can be pretty difficult the first time." Very interesting, Mr. Longbottom," Barnett said at last. "What's interesting, sir?" Neville said. "You seem to be under the impression that you have a very poor memory." "But I do. I'm always forgetting things." "Ah, but forgetting things doesn't necessarily mean you have a poor memory. I think that what you're actually suffering from is absent-mindedness." "What's the difference?" "I saw your herbology grades, Mr. Longbottom. They're very good." "I guess so," Neville said. "He's right," Harry told him. "You're beating me in herbology, and I'm not making it easy for you." "Exactly," Barnett said. "You have a deep passion for herbology, Mr. Longbottom, so deep that perhaps you haven't even noticed that the study of herbology requires a lot of memorization." "It does?" Neville said in surprise. "Well, yeah, now that you mention it, I guess it does. I can't believe I never noticed that before. You see, for the things that excite you, you have a very good memory, and that is a starting point you can use for occlumency. Focus on reciting lists of plants in your mind and their properties and anything else you need to know for that class, and that will be a good first step to shutting intruders out of your mind." Mr. Barnett worked Neville through some basic techniques to practice his occlumency and scheduled some intensive training sessions over Christmas holidays. The rest of the day went well, and with some encouragement from Neville and Hermione, Harry decided he'd go along with them to the Halloween feast. At home, the Grangers had always celebrated Halloween normally and visited Harry's birth parents' graves on the Sunday afterwards. Last year, Harry had visited by proxy on Halloween night thanks to Sirius's communication mirror, but that had only worked because everyone gave the Lord Black a wide berth. This year, Halloween fell on a Sunday, and Sirius's communication mirror was smashed, so they had to compromise. Dan and Emma would visit Godric's Hollow tomorrow night with their own communication mirror that was paired with Hermione's. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore himself was there to greet them when they got back to the castle, back from his trip to Switzerland. "I thought that you would like to know that Demelza Robbins is doing well in St. Mungo's," he told them. "Unfortunately, the healers may not be able to fully repair her leg, but she will otherwise make a full recovery, aside from her unfortunate condition." "I guess that's good to hear, Professor," Harry said. "I assume there won't be any trouble with her coming here next year?" "I see no reason to think so in our current position, Harry," the headmaster said. "Both of you deserve praise for your actions. Healer Smethwick said that you almost certainly saved Miss Robbins's life with your Muggle techniques. I think 50 points to Gryffindor are in order for this act of heroism and quick thinking." "Thank you, sir," Hermione and Harry both grinned. For tonight, Harry was feeling good enough to celebrate, even though his stomach was still sour from that morning. The Great Hall was as festive as ever with hovering pumpkins, live bats, and orange streamers. However, there was an unexpected addition to the decorations as a parliament of owls winged its way into the hall and began dropping newspapers on the tables. Harry tensed up. The paper only came out in the evening for a special edition. His worst fears were confirmed when he saw the headline. Double Bugger. The Evening Prophet. October 31st, 1993. Harry Potter consorting with known werewolf. Potter family friend Remus Lupin exposed. By Rita Skeeter. And that was only the front page. When he looked at the backside, it got even worse. Potter and Granger save life of girl bitten by greyback. 10-year-old Demelza Robbins found by Potter in Hogsmeade this morning. By Rita Skeeter. That bitch. Harry yelled. If I ever get my hands on her dash. Harry. Hermione scolded. Harry looked up and realized that he had accidentally set the roast beef on fire. He quickly tamped down his magic and put out the flames. Sorry, he muttered. But why'd she have to go and out Demelza like that? She didn't do anything wrong. Well, neither did Remus, if you recall, Hermione said dryly. He even declined that teaching post because he was afraid he'd be outed. Remus has enemies, though, Harry said. I don't like it, but he worked with Dumbledore. He knows people are out to get him. But Demelza's innocent. Her only crime was getting caught in one of Skeeter's stupid stories. There's no reason to print her name. No Muggle paper would ever do that to a kid. She's a gossip columnist, Harry. Hermione tried to calm him. It's what she does. Well, she needs to be stopped, he growled, looking back over the first article. Look at this. Lord Lucius Malfoy, head of the conservative faction of the Wizengamot, had this to say, that Dumbledore, the supposed leader of the light, would knowingly allow a highly dangerous dark creature to attend Hogwarts for 7 years, much less to become a prefect, is proof positive of his recklessness regarding our children's safety. The disastrous Chamber of Secrets debacle last year only cements this conclusion further. Moreover, such a move smacks of hypocrisy when viewed alongside Dumbledore's long-standing opposition to the use of dark magic and other dark creatures such as Dementors. I call on both the Wizengamot and the Hogwarts Board of Governors to ensure that such reckless acts are not repeated in the future. You see, Harry said. You know they're going to try to keep Demelza out of Hogwarts now. I am not going to have that woman make me a liar. Harry, don't do anything stupid, Hermione pleaded. Who's doing anything stupid? He said. I'm going to write Sirius and ask him to contact his solicitor for her. Oh, that's okay then. You know he's going to have his hands full with Remus, though. So he can ask for a 2-for-1 deal. They ate in silence for a while. After the roast beef incident, no one dared ask Harry directly about the story. Even Ron wasn't foolhardy enough to bring it up, but from the way his friends were talking about it, the whispers quickly got around the hall that the stories were probably true. The second article did paint the two siblings as real heroes for saving Demelza, and they silently thanked God that Skeeter didn't seem to have found out about Harry's animagus ability, but that was small consolation, especially as she speculated about Harry having a special affinity to werewolves. You know what the most important question is, though? Hermione said. What? How did Rita Skeeter find out all that stuff in the first place? That gave Harry some pause. Which story? He asked. Both of them. I don't know. The part about Demelza was the easier one. I don't know. This is pretty flowery, but it reads like she had access to our statement to the Aurors. I can't imagine how she got it, though. Investigations are supposed to be sealed, aren't they? Yes, definitely, even in the magical world. Right. I don't get how she even could have got her name. We didn't tell anyone, and the only other people who knew were the Aurors and healers, Dumbledore, and her parents. Oh, Merlin, she probably thinks I blabbed it. I doubt that, Hermione said. Everyone knows you wouldn't out Remus like that. No, we know that. Nobody else does. The page 2 article looks like it. I could have given the statement. But you wouldn't do that. But everybody else thinks I'm a celebrity, Hermione. Who knows what they think I'd tell? Or maybe they'll think I told Ron or you told Lavender or somebody and they blabbed it. Excuse me, Lavender interrupted from down the table. I'm right here, Ron added. Don't mind him, Hermione said. Harry's a little perturbed right now. You're worrying too much. Just write Demelza a letter and tell her what happened. Harry stopped and sighed. Yeah, I guess I can. What worries me more is how Skeeter pulled one over on Remus, Hermione said. He's been keeping his secret for decades and never had any trouble. He's registered though, isn't he? Maybe she bribed someone in the werewolf registration office. Could be. But that would mean she was specifically looking for it. Why not? Harry said. It's the political issue of the year. I'm sure somebody paid good money for this information. Come on, Mione, I've got letters to write. They left the feast early so that Harry could get to work, but apparently not early enough because Draco Malfoy still managed to find them. So it's true then? The Slytherins said. Harry Potter, friend of werewolves? Harry bristled at once, and Hermione gripped his arm, fearing he would go off and do something he regretted. But he kept his wits about him. Remus Lupin was a good friend of my father's, Malfoy, he said, and I'd take him over any of your father's friends any day. Clearly, Potter. Just like Dumbledore, the both of you, letting any nasty creatures hang out wherever they want. Don't call Remus a nasty creature. Oh, really, Potter? Got a soft spot for things that want to eat your face, do you? Oh, of course you're friends with Hagrid and all his pets, too. I forgot. Keep talking, Malfoy. I already beat your little attack dog in a duel. Do you want to have a go, too? Harry, don't, Hermione hissed. Better listen to your sister, Malfoy said. I'm just trying to keep this school and Wizarding Britain safe for the law-abiding public. Law-abiding public, my-ow. Hermione elbowed Harry in the side. He took a deep breath and switched gears. Don't you think you've done enough damage already? Don't tell me the article about Remus doesn't have your father's fingerprints all over it. So what if it does, Potter? Malfoy replied smugly. Where I come from, we call that responsible journalism. Harry seethed. An angry wave of magic poured off him strongly enough that he was surprised Malfoy stood his ground. And was it responsible journalism to print Demelza's name? He snapped. If I find out you had anything to do with I don't know where she got the kid's name, Malfoy cut him off, but I'm not sorry she did. You can't seriously think anyone would allow another werewolf in this school, especially after Dumbledore covered up the first one. That was too much for Harry. He lunged at Malfoy, but Hermione still had a grip on him. Harry, this isn't the time or the place, she told him. He tried to pull away, but his sister had had years to get used to dealing with him, and she kept her grip. Finally, he snarled, I'd really like to duel you and have done with it, Malfoy, but I guess I'll have to settle for beating you on the Quidditch pitch again. You can try, Potter. Dear Demelza and Mr. and Mrs. Robbins, first off, I swear to you that I had nothing to do with the articles in the paper tonight. I don't know how Rita Skeeter got your name, but it wasn't from me. That woman's already screwed me over enough times that I'd never deal with her. I'm well aware of the fact that, given my fame, my being involved in your ordeal probably drew the public attention to you, and for that I apologize. I have contacted a solicitor to see if the Daily Prophet has done anything actionable with regard to either story. I know this must be a very difficult time for you, but I'm confident that you can overcome it. Lycanthropy isn't as difficult to live with as it used to be, and many people with the disease can live mostly normal lives. I've asked Remus Lupin, whom you'll have heard about by now, to come talk to you and help you out. I'm sure he'll be in a bad mood for the next few days, but he's a very nice person when he has someone to give him a kick in the pants once in a while. Finally, I promise you, Demelza, that I will find a way for you to go to school, if not at Hogwarts, then somewhere else. I have friends in France, Canada, and Egypt, and I can easily make connections elsewhere. I'm not going to let bigotry and paranoia hold anyone back if I have anything to say about it. Stay strong for me, Demelza. It's going to work out in the end. Sincerely, Lord Harry James Potter. Chapter 70. Look, Harry, I get how you want to be fair to everybody, but I didn't think you'd actually make friends with werewolves, Ron said. Why not, Ron? Harry demanded. What's wrong with them? Well, they're dangerous, you know. They're violent criminals. They don't work, they cause trouble all the time. And they're all wild and live out in the woods and stuff. Not all werewolves are bad, Harry said indignantly. Remus is a perfectly respectable wizard. He's an upstanding member of society, and the only reason he doesn't have a job besides managing Sirius's estate is that no one else will give him one. He's smart too. Remus is the one who taught Hermione and me to duel. Remember what I did to Theo not last year? You got that from him? Ron said in surprise. Well, maybe he's okay, he conceded, but there's a reason no one wants to hire werewolves. I mean, just look at Greyback. Greyback. Harry bristled. Greyback's a monster, but most other werewolves aren't. Whose fault is it they have a reputation for being dangerous, unemployed troublemakers? Ordinary wizards are the ones who make them outcasts from society. They're the ones who spread the myth that werewolves are dangerous any time of the month when every thinking person knows it's only on the full moon. They'd cause a lot less trouble if we treated them like people instead of monsters. Your dad understands that. That's why he's helping us. Maybe you should listen to him more. Ron drew back under Harry's rant. Whoa, easy mate, he said. I didn't know it was that important. Remus is a good friend of ours, Hermione said, trying to calm Harry down. We don't want to see him treated unfairly, and it's not hard to say that about all werewolves too. He's more than that, Harry said more quietly. He was my birth parents' friend too. My dad figured out his secret in second year and stood by him the whole time when he could have had him expelled any time he wanted. I'm following them doing this, just as much as I'm fighting for justice. Wow. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't know. It's just, a lot of people aren't gonna like how you're sticking up for werewolves like this. Yeah, well, I don't care. That's their own problem. Do you have a problem with this, Ginny? Harry said sharply. Ginny quailed under his gaze. I don't know, she said. I mean, werewolves are scary, or Greyback is really scary, she added quickly. But, I mean, I get that they're victims and they don't have a choice in all this stuff, so I guess it's not really fair making things harder for them. Yes, that's what we're thinking, Hermione agreed before Harry could say anything else. We want the law to keep people safe, but also to be fairer, and if we can make that happen, probably fewer werewolves would support Greyback too. Huh, I hadn't thought about it that way, Ginny said. I guess it kinda makes sense, Ron admitted. I dunno how other people are gonna like it, though. Well, just think about it, Hermione said. Maybe write your dad. He can probably explain it more. It wasn't a complete victory, but Harry and Hermione hoped the Weasleys would come around before too long, if only Harry could stay civil about the matter. Come on, Wolfie, don't you dare shut me out. I'm trying to do the right thing by you, Nymphadora, Remus called wearily through his bedroom door. Oh, that's it. Dora snarled, casting hexes at the barrier. When I get through this door, you are so gonna get it. Nymphadora, be reasonable, Remus said. It's never going to work between us. You don't know that, Remus. You can't say that when we haven't even tried. For Merlin's sake, I'm not asking for a ring. I'm only angling for a date. I thought I already made it clear I don't care about your condition. But other people do, he snapped. With the new law, you'd be lucky to keep your job if you associate with me, even if we're just dating. I'm not going to do that to you. Well, that new law's not law yet, she said. And it's my choice, isn't it? Look, maybe it'll work out between us, and maybe it won't, but I'll be damned if I let some stupid prejudice decide for us. She was interrupted by Sirius putting a hand on her shoulder. Dora, he said, trying to calm her down. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't think this is the time. Mooney's just had a big shock. He's never had to deal with the public before. And I've got a mess on my hands with him and my godchildren. Try talking to him in a few more days when he's being sensible again. Dora sighed. All right, she said. I'll leave him alone for now. But I'll be back. Someone's got to give him a kick in the drawers sometime. Dear Harry and Hermione, it's good to hear from you. I never got a chance to thank you for stopping the heir of Slytherin last year. Even though I'm not there anymore, it's good to know all the other Muggleborns back there are safe. I know I could have come back to Hogwarts this year, but honestly, I just love it so much here at Athabasca. Plus, my parents wouldn't have appreciated having Greyback roaming around. I'm learning all sorts of First Nations magic here, and I have friends from as far away as South America. The campus is really beautiful, too. It's a lot like Hogwarts, but more on a river than on a lake, with waterfalls everywhere. I heard about that poor girl from the paper today. It was really an article about you, Harry. Sorry, but they follow you pretty much worldwide. Good job on saving her, though. I talked to the headmaster here about whether we could take a werewolf student. He said it might be possible, but it would be a hard sell with the board. He suggested that you might have more luck with the schools in the United States. The U.S. is more dedicated to equality among magicals than most other countries. I'm sorry I can't be of more help, but that's all I have. Your friend, Sally Ann Perks. Dear Mr. Potter, we appreciate your request. It is true that Beaux Batons is where the greatest number of non-human students go in Europe, and they are more accommodating of students with special needs, like Vila, hags, and even vampires. Unfortunately, the inclusion of vampires has long been controversial here, and the prejudice against werewolves is even worse. It's unfortunate, but we've understood how to control vampires a lot longer than werewolves. We can talk to Madame Maxime, but I don't think you'll have much better luck here than you will in Britain, especially if Hogwarts has already done it. Good luck. Sincerely, the Delacours. Despite his difficulties, Harry felt a lot calmer by the day the Quidditch match came. However, the weather was not agreeing with him. The good thing was that the Slytherins were feeling even more uncomfortable as the weather worsened. There was even a rumor they were trying to switch with Hufflepuff in the schedule to avoid it, but nothing came of that. However, the day of the match looked downright dangerous as a massive autumn storm rolled through Scotland. The school wards would block the lightning, but the wind and the rain were some of the worst conditions Harry had ever flown in, and reminded him of the great storm that had trashed the Grangers' neighborhood in 1987. He was about to head down to the pitch when he was stopped at the door by a Ravenclaw girl of Chinese ancestry whom he knew by face but couldn't recall by name. Whoever she was, he was quite sure she hadn't been that pretty last year. "Hello, Harry," the girl said. Harry was surprised when her voice came out with a thick Scottish accent. He had nothing against it, but it seemed out of place. It took him a moment to register what she had said to him. Hi," he replied awkwardly. "I'm Cho Chang, the new Ravenclaw seeker," the girl replied. "Oh. Pleased to meet you. I just wanted to say I hope you beat Malfoy out there. He's been a git to all the teams." Harry flashed a predatory grin. "Oh, don't worry, I will. He's got it coming after insulting my friends." Cho Chang smiled very prettily at him and said, "Thanks, Harry," which nearly made him stumble, but he walked with confidence out to the pitch, despite his feline side protesting the pounding rain. When the two teams lined up on the pitch with Harry facing Malfoy, neither of them spoke. They just glared at each other. Harry was reminded of an old-fashioned showdown in a spaghetti western. Harry glared at Malfoy. Malfoy glared at Harry. Harry reached up and wiped the rain from his glasses so he could see straight. He glared some more. Malfoy glared some more. Harry reached up and wiped off his glasses again. Malfoy smirked at him. Harry pulled his glasses off his face, held them tight in his hands, and wandlessly cast Impervious. When he put them back on his face, he smirked back at Malfoy. Malfoy scowled. Then the whistle sounded and they were off. It was Quidditch at its worst. Even with his charmed glasses, Harry could barely see the other players through the rain, nor could he hear the commentary over the wind. In 5 minutes, the rain soaked through all his layers of clothes, and hypothermia became a real danger in the cold, and he cursed himself for not trying to impervious his robes too. In 10 minutes, he couldn't say with certainty what the score was, and by 15 he no longer cared. All he wanted to do was find the snitch as soon as possible and beat Malfoy. Malfoy wasn't faring much better. The storm was so bad that he didn't even have a chance to taunt Harry. His only thought was also finishing the game as fast as possible. When the lightning started, if it was possible, the storm grew even worse, the clouds thicker and the scene darker despite being near midday. They would have to be very lucky to see the snitch in these conditions, and at the rate things were going they could be all the way into the evening before the storm lifted, which would mean hours of flailing in the darkness until they could see again. This couldn't go on like this. Harry strained his eyes, searching desperately for the slightest glint of gold, wishing with all his might that he could see better. Suddenly he could. He couldn't believe it. The whole scene looked much brighter now, and he could see everything in the near darkness, almost like no. He stopped himself as soon as he made the connection, leaving the implications till later. He wasn't so desperate as to cheat. He was going to win this fair and square. Both seekers flew the length of the pitch again and again, searching for what felt like hours. Then after one pass, when they found themselves at opposite ends of the pitch, the snitch made its appearance right in the middle. Harry and Malfoy saw it at the same time. They bolted for it, but the snitch would not be caught so easily. It swerved not right or left, but straight up, and they both pulled up to follow it. The snitch climbed and climbed. Soon they were 300 feet in the air and still climbing. It must be malfunctioning, Harry thought. It wasn't supposed to go that high, but they still climbed after it as they circled around each other. Faster and faster they flew, faster than the brooms were supposed to be able to climb, and the snitch was still outstripping them. Harry noticed that they had a massive tailwind. They seemed to be caught in an updraft. Higher they flew and still higher. They must be over 1,000 feet up by now. Suddenly the air grew rapidly colder, but still they climbed hundreds of feet more. Finally, the snitch slowed as they lost the tailwind, and they were bombarded with sleet as an icy wind blew down from above. Almost there. Harry groaned, reaching out his hand. "I'll get you, Potter," Malfoy called. They circled around each other tighter and tighter as they climbed, closer and closer to the snitch. 5 feet, 3 feet, 1 foot. They grasped with their hands over their heads. Harry caught it. Both seekers backflipped away from each other and leveled out their brooms, Malfoy uttering some most uncouth words. But Harry didn't take the time to gloat. His feline sixth sense was tingling. When he checked his bearings, he saw they must be half a mile above the pitch. At least the enchantments to keep the snitch within the boundaries had worked, but he couldn't believe the storm had blown them that far up. All this he noticed in a split second as the sleet intensified. Then he remembered something he'd learnt long ago in Muggle school, something about how thunderstorms worked. "Hail!" he yelled. "I will not hail you, Scarhead," Malfoy yelled back. Harry pointed above his head and yelled, "Not hail me! Hail!" Pat! Pat! Patter, patter, patter. Thunk, thunk. "Hail!" Malfoy yelled. Both boys dove, but the hailstones were hot on their heels. Neither of them had ever dived from anywhere near this height before. They had room to push their brooms to impossible diving speeds, but they wouldn't know when to pull up. Too early, and the hail could strike and damage their brooms while they were still 100 feet up. Too late would obviously be worse. But they had to get away. They turned straight down and sped up until the hailstones hung motionless before their faces, then fell away behind them. The ground rushed up at a terrifying speed. Harry felt like they were caught in a gargantuan press, between the hammer of the descending hailstorm above and the anvil of the earth below. His eyes adjusted themselves again of their own accord so that he could see more clearly how far he had to go and pull up at the right moment. Malfoy pulled up first, leveling his broom and desperately trying to slow down behind Harry. Harry, with his keener sense of distance and timing, waited longer, but only a second before he pulled up too. He tried to shield himself wandlessly from the hail, but his defensive spells couldn't stand up to that kind of force. Thunk! Crackle! Crack! The hailstones struck painfully against his back and head, and worse, his broom's tail. He began losing control at once as the bristles started to break, wobbling and bleeding altitude fast. Automatically, he looked around and spotted Malfoy, spiraling down and down on a broom that looked ready to shake him off. Harry angled his broom, coaxing as much altitude from it as he could, and made straight for Malfoy. He'd need a free hand for this. Safely stowing the snitch as quick as he could, he reached out and grabbed the end of Malfoy's broom handle. Malfoy looked disgusted, but he was no dummy. He grabbed the front of Harry's broom handle too. Even damaged, 2 brooms made a more stable platform. And they were able to steady themselves and descend at a safe pace for the moment. The hail was still falling, though. They hunched their shoulders and prayed they could make it to ground before things got any worse. Their horrified teammates realized what was happening and converged on the seekers at once. They would need to get to ground too within a few seconds. Anti-lightning wards were one thing, but deflecting hail was a lot harder, and it was one of the few things that could derail a match outright. Forming an impromptu human chain of broomsticks, they hit the mud hard where the older players could shield them properly. At 12 Grimmauld Place in London, and at the Tonks residence, and at the Granger's house in Crawley, Harry's family huddled around the radio worriedly listening to Lee Jordan's commentary on the wizarding wireless. "I'm sorry, I can't see anything that's going on now," he said. "Gryffindor has the quaffle, I think. I don't know where the bludgers are. Hang on, I see something. Up there. It's the Seekers. They're coming down. Oh, Merlin, I've never seen anyone dive that fast. That could be one for the record books. Pull up. Pull up." Sitting in their living room, Dan and Emma Granger held each other closer on the sofa. Listening to Harry's matches was always nerve-wracking, but this they shouldn't be playing in that weather in the first place. Malfoy pulls up. Potter pulls up. Something's wrong. Their brooms are shaking. "Oh, bugger, hail." "Oh, bugger," Sirius Black repeated. As a former beater, he knew how bad that could be. "Potter's circling. He's moving. He grabs Malfoy's broom?" "Yes, they're descending safely. Both teams are latching on. Almost there. Phew, they're all on the ground." "Thank Merlin, that's a relief," Andromeda Tonks said. "Oh, thank God." "Remind me why we let them play that game again," Emma Granger said. "It figures Harry would go and help the Malfoy kid," Remus Lupin said. "Yeah, that sounds like Harry," Sirius replied. "But who won? Did you get it?" Marcus Flint demanded. "Which one of you got the snitch?" asked Wood. Harry spat the snitch out of his mouth and held it up for the crowd to see. A roar of applause rose up from the stands. In a rare event, all four houses were cheering. Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey, who had been standing side by side with twin white-knuckled grips on the railing, hugged each other and jumped up and down before quickly breaking apart, blushing. Cho Chang screamed with delight and whistled at Harry. The third-year Hufflepuffs stood agape at their classmates' flying skills. Even some of the Slytherins were cheering, though mostly because they just wanted to get in out of the storm. The Slytherin team looked unhappy, but hardly anybody else did, and Malfoy didn't even taunt Harry for his weirdness in holding onto the snitch with his teeth. Of course, that was partly because he was busy getting chewed out by Flint for losing. They had just made it off the pitch when Harry was blindsided as a brown-haired missile slammed into him. His sister hugged him till he nearly fell over and then promptly punched him in the arm. "Harry James Potter, don't scare me like that," Hermione yelled over the pouring rain. "What were you thinking diving like that?" "I was thinking outrun the hail. It didn't work so well." He held up the tail end of his Nimbus 2000 to inspect it. It was a tangle of bent and broken twigs, and there were many nicks in the handle too. "Ah, man, we'll have to send it in to the company to get that fixed." "Pfft, honestly, Potter, can't you just buy a new one?" Malfoy had come to his senses enough to be annoying again. "I thought you were rich." "I'm responsible with my money, Malfoy," Harry replied, "but don't worry. I'll be ready to win again next time." "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked. "You must have got banged up as much as the broom." "I'm fine, OW. She slapped him lightly on the back. "That's it, hospital wing, all of you," Madame Hooch said. "Get checked over. Chop chop." Walking under the shield charms of the older students and professors until the hail let up, they trudged back to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey checked over both teams, but only Harry and Malfoy had any injuries bad enough not to just send them on their way. Once the Adrenaline wore off. Harry noticed that some of his bruises were actually pretty nasty, but they were fixed up quickly, and soon he, Hermione, Malfoy, and his admirer, Pansy Parkinson, were the only ones in the hospital wing, but Malfoy spared no time for the Slytherin girl. "Pansy, could you give me a minute, please?" he said. "I'd like a word with Mr. Potter alone." Pansy stood up and eyed Harry suspiciously, but she left. "Granger, do you mind?" he added. "Anything you say to me you can say to Hermione too, Mr. Malfoy," Harry told him. "Fine, Mr. Potter. So spill. Why'd you do it?" "Excuse me?" "You didn't have to warn me about the hail, however it was you knew it was coming. And you would have been safer grabbing anyone else's broom but mine. Why'd you help me?" Harry stared at the blonde Slytherin in surprise. He hadn't seen it as a choice. He couldn't stand Malfoy as a person, but he had no interest in seeing him die. In the heat of the moment, not warning him or going for anyone else's broom never even crossed his mind. Even Hermione was a little surprised. Of course, she would try to save someone who was in trouble herself, but she was surprised to see her brother go out of his way for someone like Malfoy. "Harry, I think you have a saving people thing," she said. Harry smirked. "Yeah, that's it. What can I say? I have a saving people thing. You know, Mr. Malfoy," Hermione realized with a grin, "if Harry saved you from a hailstorm on a broom when he didn't have to, does that count as a life debt?" A flicker of horror crossed Malfoy's face, and he was silent for several seconds longer than seemed strictly necessary. But then he sneered and said, "As if, Granger. I could have made it down on my own." "Whatever you say, Malfoy," Harry replied. "Whatever you say." A little while later, as Harry and Hermione were climbing back up to Gryffindor Tower, they were met by a certain Scottish Ravenclaw a second time. "Congratulations, Harry," Cho said. "That was some amazing flying. I didn't know a Nimbus could do that." "It can't," Harry said firmly. "Not unless you make a habit of flying in a hurricane. It was exhilarating, really, but terrifying. I wouldn't try it again." "Wow. Still, I think I've got my work cut out for me before the final," she said. "Oh, definitely," Harry grinned. "Don't expect me to go easy on you, Miss Chong." "Don't worry. I won't, Mr. Potter. But thanks for beating Malfoy for me." "It was my pleasure, Miss Chong." Harry tipped an imaginary hat, and he went on his way. He and Hermione were almost to the portrait of the fat lady when he stopped short. "Mione, you go get your mirror and tell Mom and Dad I'm all right, but there's something I need to tell you first. Something happened during the match." "What? What do you mean, something happened?" "Here, look close." He took his glasses off so she could see better. "Look at my eyes." She looked, not sure what she was supposed to see, but then, as she watched, his eyes changed. The emerald irises grew to completely cover the whites, and the pupils changed from circles to vertical lens shapes his cat eyes. And then Hermione realized why they must have changed. "Harry," she hissed. "If you cheated out there, Of course not. I changed them back as soon as I figured out what happened." "Oh. But how is that possible?" "I don't know. I've been trying to do that for 4 years and it's never worked until now. I guess it's like when I first changed. I was desperate enough that it just happened. Just let Mom and Dad know and they can ask Sirius about it." "Sure," Hermione said. They entered the common room and joined the party. Winning the match had been mostly luck, but they were celebrating just the same. Hermione soon extricated herself for a quick trip up to her dorm. Unfortunately, that left Harry at the mercy of Romilda Vane. "Harry, that was incredible flying," the hyper little first year said, her black curls bouncing. "I thought you were gonna crash, but then I thought, no you're not. You're Harry Potter." "Well, it wasn't easy," Harry said. "Please hurry up, Hermione," he thought. When magic can change your body, how do you hold on to your soul? What do you think of Harry's latest choices? Has he crossed a line, or just done what was necessary? Let's talk in the comments. White Squirrel's portrayal of magical politics and pack dynamics brings a whole new depth to the wizarding world, and it only gets better from here. If this chapter had your heart racing, give it a thumbs up, share it with your fellow fanfic fans, and hit that subscribe button. Whether you're a longtime listener or a brand new Grimoire Guardian, welcome to the story. Being an animagus isn't just about the transformation, it's about finding out who you really are when the mask comes off.